Chapter 8: Energy. How do you make sure your brain is as healthy and energized as it can be? What should I make sure to have in my diet if I want my brain to be at its strongest? How do I consistently get a good night's sleep? You have a clear purpose for learning or doing something, and you've broken down the project or goal into small, simple steps. Does that guarantee sustainable, limitless motivation? For example, even if you have a reason to read daily and have a plan to read for just 5 minutes a day, what can keep you from doing so is fatigue. Mental and physical vitality is the fuel needed to drive your actions. We know the importance of time management. Well, motivation is all about energy management and optimization. You can't be motivated if you do not generate energy. My friend Brendan Burchard says the power plant doesn't have energy, it generates energy. Here are my 10 recommendations for generating limitless brain energy. For each tip, please rate on a scale of 1 to 10 how much attention you are putting into that specific area. You may be surprised by your answers. Number 1, a good brain diet. Resiliency expert Dr. Eva Selhub often likens the brain to a high-performance vehicle. Like an expensive car, she writes, your brain functions best when it gets only premium fuel. Eating high-quality foods that contain lots of vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants nourishes the brain and protects it from oxidative stress, the waste free radicals produced when the body uses oxygen, which can damage cells. She goes on to note that when your brain is forced to run on inferior fuel, it can't possibly do everything it was built to do. Refined sugar, for example, contributes to impaired brain function, leads to inflammation, and can even cause depression, something you might want to consider the next time you reach for a tub of ice cream to contend with a tough day. In my podcast interviews with Dr. Lisa Mosconi, a neuroscientist, integrative nutritionist, and author of Brain Food and the XX Brain, she explains why the dietary needs of the brain are different from those of other organs. The human brain requires 45 distinct nutrients to function best. While most of these nutrients are created by the brain itself, the rest are imported from our diet. Since we know for sure there's a direct connection between a good diet and a healthy brain, it's essential that you feed your brain with the best food nature has to offer. Here is a list of my top 10 favorite brain foods. Avocados. They provide monosaturated fat, which helps to maintain healthy blood flow. Blueberries. I call them brain berries. They protect your brain from oxidative stress and reduce the effects of brain aging. There have also been studies that show they can help with memory. Broccoli, a great source of vitamin K, which is known to improve cognitive function and memory. Eggs, they provide memory-improving and brain-boosting choline. Green leafy vegetables. These are good sources of vitamin E, which reduces the effects of brain aging, and folate, which has been shown to improve memory. Wild salmon, sardines, caviar. They're rich in omega-3 essential fatty acids, which help reduce the effects of brain aging. Turmeric. It helps reduce inflammation, and boost antioxidant levels while also improving your brain's oxygen intake. There's also some indication that turmeric helps to reduce cognitive decay. Walnuts. They provide high levels of antioxidants and vitamin E that protect your neurons and protect against brain aging. They also contain high levels of zinc and magnesium, which are really good for your mood. Notice walnuts look like a human brain. Dark chocolate. It helps with your focus and your concentration and stimulates endorphins. Chocolate also has flavonoids, which has been shown to improve cognitive function. The darker here, the better, as the darkest chocolate has the least sugar, and we've already talked about how sugar is something to eat sparingly. And finally, water. Your brain is about 80% water. Dehydration can cause brain fog, fatigue, and slower reaction and thinking speed. Studies show that well-hydrated people score better on brain power tests. For a quick video on how to memorize this list, forwards and backwards, go to limitlessbook.com/resources. If you're the kind of person who hates hearing you need to eat your vegetables, employing this list might require a bit of an adjustment. But here's some good news, because there's evidence to show that your brain runs very well with a little bit of dark chocolate in the mix. Remember, what you eat matters, especially for your gray matter. Quick start. What are your favorite brain foods? How can you incorporate one more into your daily diet? I met Mona Sharma when she was featured on Facebook's Red Table Talk as the nutritionist for Will Smith and his family, alongside Dr. Mark Hyman. She shared with me how the foods we eat can have a big impact on our energy, the quality of our health, and the function of our brains. Focusing on key ingredients like good quality omega-3 rich fats, vegetables loaded with antioxidants and phytonutrients, and spices to enhance our digestion and focus, and can support both short and long-term brain function. In the PDF in the resources, you will find a sample day of some of her go-to recipes to optimize brain power and vitality. These include morning brain tonic, morning magic smoothie, brain boost salad, easy roasted salmon and broccoli with Swiss chard, cocoa cinnamon ginger hot chocolate. Number 2, brain nutrients. As we've discussed, diet affects brain function. But what if you aren't able, because of your schedule or lifestyle, to regularly eat a rich brain food diet? Research has shown that particular nutrients have a direct effect on your cognitive ability. I always prefer getting my nutrients from real, whole, organic foods. Talk to your qualified health practitioner to learn what you might be deficient in. In my podcast episode with Max Lugavere, author of Genius Foods, we discussed the benefits of supplementing with phospholipid DHA. Your brain uses this to create healthy cell membranes. This is important because our cell membranes form all the receptors involved in mood, executive functioning, attention, and memory. B vitamins have been shown to improve women's memories. Curcumin, the nutrient found in turmeric, can forestall cognitive decay. You can get a list of nutrients and their effect on the brain from the National Institutes of Health website. There are natural sources for all these nutrients, but getting all of them into your diet might not fit your lifestyle or your palate. The good news is that supplements are readily available for all of these, though not all supplements are created equal. Make sure to do your research. You can also combine these with the brain foods discussed in this chapter to give your brain the fuel it needs. For a list and links to some of my favorite brain supplements, go to limitlessbook.com/resources. Number 3, exercise. Exercise changes the brain in ways that protect memory and thinking skills, writes Heidi Godman, the executive editor of the Harvard Health Letter. In a study done at the University of British Columbia, researchers found that regular aerobic exercise, the kind that gets your heart and your sweat glands pumping, appears to boost the size of the hippocampus, the brain area involved in verbal memory and learning. I could almost hear some of you complaining or making excuses as you listen to this last paragraph. Exercise is boring. You don't have time for it. You can't afford a gym membership. But the simple fact is that exercise is enormously valuable if you want to unshackle your brain. Think about it. When you're active and moving, you feel sharper, right? Some of us even need to move around in order to get our brains operating at top efficiency. That's because there's a direct correlation between exercise and brain function. And you don't need to become an Olympic athlete in order to keep your brain sharp. There's lots of evidence to show that even 10 minutes of aerobic exercise a day can have enormous brain benefits. As your body moves, your brain grooves. Check out a few of my favorite exercise videos at limitlessbook.com/resources. Quick start. Set your phone alarm to remind yourself to move a few minutes every hour. Number 4, killing ants. Dr. Daniel Amen, a clinical neuroscientist, author of the bestseller Change Your Brain, Change Your Life, and a frequent guest of ours, comes home one night after a particularly bad day at the office dealing with suicide risks, angst-ridden teens, and dysfunctional couples to find thousands of ants in his kitchen. It was gross, he wrote. As I started to clean them up, the acronym came to me. I thought of my patients from that day. Like my infested kitchen, my patients' brains were also infested by the negative thoughts that were robbing them of their joy and stealing their happiness. The next day, I brought a can of ant spray to work as a visual aid and have been working diligently ever since to help my patients eradicate their ants. Ants are automatic negative thoughts. And if you're like most people, you place limitations on yourself in the form of these thoughts at least some of the time. Maybe you tell yourself that you aren't smart enough to learn a skill that you'd really like to have, or perhaps you repeat on an endless loop how pushing yourself to accomplish something is only going to lead to disappointment. Ants are everywhere, and there isn't enough ant spray in the world to get rid of all of them. But eliminating them from your life is an essential part of unlimiting your brain. The reason for this is simple. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. If you regularly tell yourself that you can't do something, or that you're too old to do something, or that you don't have the smarts to do something, you won't do that thing. Only when you move on from this kind of destructive self-talk can you truly accomplish what you want to accomplish. Quick start. What's your biggest ant? What could you replace it with now? Number 5, a clean environment. A 2018 piece in the medical journal The Lancet identified that air pollution might cause 30% of all strokes and thus must be one of the leading contributors of the global stroke burden. It went on, given the strong association between stroke, vascular risk factors, and dementia, the suggested link between air pollution and dementia is to be expected. The air you breathe is critical to the way your brain functions. If you've ever been stuck in a room with a smoker, you know how hard it is to even think while you're breathing that toxic air. Conversely, if you're hiking in the mountains and take a deep breath from the crisp, clean atmosphere, you can feel your senses thriving. If you live in a factory town or a big city with pollutants everywhere, there isn't a lot you could do about the air around you. Fortunately, there are devices available to clean the air in your home and in your office, and you can make an increased effort to get to cleaner spaces more frequently. A clean environment goes beyond air quality. Removing clutter and distractions from your surrounding will also make you feel lighter and improve your ability to focus. So take time to Marie Kondo your mind and remove any unnecessary stuff. Quick start. What is the one thing you could do today to clean your environment? Number 6, a positive peer group. Your brain potential is not just related to your biological networks or your neurological networks. It is also related to your social networks. Who you spend time with is who you become. Motivational speaker Jim Rohn says that you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Whether you believe that or not, I don't think any of us can disagree with the notion that the people around us have a meaningful influence on our lives. A recent Temple University study showed that people, specifically teenagers in this study, act differently when they are alone than they do when they are with others. In reporting on the study for the New York Times, Tara Parker Pope said that Dr. Steinberg, one of the authors of the study, notes that the brain system involved in the reward processing is also involved in the processing of social information, explaining why peers can have such a pronounced effect on decision-making. Because of this influence, those you spend time with will have a genuine effect on brain function. Certainly, they affect your self-talk, as most of us tie at least part of our beliefs to the beliefs others have about us. But they can also affect everything from what you eat, to how much you exercise, to even how much sleep you get. There are a lot of books out there dedicated to helping you to distinguish people who are good for you from people who are not. But for the purposes of this chapter, just take a few minutes to think about who your peers are, how much influence they have on your life, and how this affects your desire to unlimit yourself. Quick start. Who is someone you need to spend more time with? Reach out and make a date with that person now. Number 7, brain protection. This probably goes without saying, but protecting your brain is critical if you're going to make the most of your brain. You have only one brain. If you were given only one car to use for the rest of your life, how well would you treat that car? You would take care of it as if your life depended on it. Accidents are unavoidable, but putting yourself in situations where brain injury is less likely improves your chances of avoiding the worst. Hard contact or extreme sports may not be the ideal if you want to make the most of this precious asset. Driving 20 miles an hour over the speed limit all the time on your motorcycle isn't advisable either. If you love these things too much to give up, at the very least, take as many precautions and use as many safety tools as you can. Number 8, new learnings. One of the most important things you can do for the health of your brain is to keep learning. We are all capable of expanding the capacities of our brains, even as we get older, which we discussed when we talked about neuroplasticity in Chapter 3. What this means is that as long as we keep learning, we continue to create new pathways in our brains. We keep our brains plastic and supple, capable of processing new information in relevant ways. This is especially true if we give ourselves genuine challenges in our learning. Attempting to master a new skill, to discover a new language, to embrace parts of our culture or cultures of others that are new to you, all keep these neurons firing and creating new pathways. By increasing the ways you use your brain, you increase the capabilities of your brain. Quick start. Create an ongoing to-learn list. What are some things on that list? Write 2 of them down in your notepad. Number 9, stress management. This is a big one. We all experience some level of stress in our everyday lives, sometimes a great deal of stress. Whenever we experience stress, a hormone known as cortisol is released to alleviate the physical rigors of stress on our bodies. If this happens occasionally, it's not a problem. But if it happens with great regularity, the buildup of cortisol in our brains can lead it to cease functioning properly. But there's more. There's evidence that chronic, persistent stress may actually rewire your brain, says a piece in the Harvard Health blog. Scientists have learned that animals that experience prolonged stress have less activity in the parts of their brain that handle higher-order tasks. For example, the prefrontal cortex and more activity in the primitive parts of their brain that are focused on survival, such as the amygdala. It's much like what would happen if you exercised one part of your body and not another. The part that was activated more often would become stronger, and the part that got less attention would get weaker. This is what appears to happen in the brain when it is under continuous stress. It essentially builds up the part of the brain designed to handle threats, and the part of the brain tasked with more complex thought takes a back seat. With such clear evidence that stress can be debilitating to your brain, finding ways to reduce or avoid stress becomes critical. I'm going to offer a number of suggestions in this area over the course of this book. Quick start. What is your favorite thing to do to cope with stress? When was the last time you did it? Number 10, sleep. If you want better focus, you need to get good sleep. If you want to be a clearer thinker, you need to get good sleep. If you want to make better decisions or have a better memory, you need to get good sleep. According to the National Institutes of Health, quality sleep and getting enough of it at the right times is as essential to survival as food and water. Without sleep, you can't form or maintain the pathways in your brain that let you learn and create new memories, and it's harder to concentrate and respond quickly. Sleep is important to a number of brain functions, including how nerve cells, neurons, communicate with each other. In fact, your brain and body stay remarkably active while you sleep. Recent findings suggest that sleep plays a housekeeping role that removes toxins in your brain that build up while you are awake. The takeaway? Getting enough sleep and getting enough quality sleep is essential if you're going to make the most of your brain. Sleep is not a choice. I know there are lots of people out there who say they don't need a lot of sleep, or that they don't have time for sleep, or even consider it a point of pride that their lives are so full of activity that they have no choice but to sacrifice sleep. That's a mistake. And if you're one of these people, it's something I want you to reconsider right now. Sleep is crucial to overall health and daily functioning, writes Dr. Jean Kim, a psychiatrist and clinical assistant professor of psychiatry at George Washington University. Increasing evidence has tied lack of sleep to a host of mental and physical disorders, including increased depression, irritability, impulsivity, cardiovascular disease, and more. One study noted that sleep actually functions as a sort of laundry cycle for the brain, where during sleep, blood vessels and lymphatic channels in the brain hyperperfuse and flush out metabolic buildup from the day and remove neurotoxins and distribute components that enhance cellular repair. In his TED Talk about sleep, Dr. Jeff Iliff of Oregon Health and Science University takes the laundry cycle metaphor even further. He notes that while we're awake, the brain is so busy doing other things, it doesn't have the capacity to clean itself of waste. The buildup of this waste, amyloid beta, is now being linked to the development of Alzheimer's disease. When the brain is awake and is at its most busy, it puts off clearing away the waste from the spaces between its cells until later. And then, when it goes to sleep and doesn't have to be as busy, it shifts into a kind of cleaning mode to clear away the waste from the spaces between its cells, the waste that's accumulated throughout the day. A little later in the talk, Iliff warns against doing something that so many of us do, sacrificing sleep until we get a chance to catch up. Like housework, it's a dirty and thankless job, but it's also important. In your house, if you stop cleaning your kitchen for a month, your home will become completely unlivable very quickly. But in the brain, the consequences of falling behind may be much greater than the embarrassment of dirty countertops. Because when it comes to cleaning the brain, it is the very health and function of the mind and the body that's at stake. Which is why understanding these very basic housekeeping functions of the brain today may be critical for preventing and treating diseases of the mind tomorrow. So, if you're one of the many people who have convinced themselves that there's a level of nobility in getting by with minimal sleep, it's time to revise your thinking. There's simply too much to gain from a good night's sleep, including what you can learn from your dreams. I'll teach you how to remember your dreams in an upcoming chapter. Getting through the night. It's one thing to say you're going to get a good night's sleep. It's another thing entirely to accomplish it. About a quarter of all Americans experience some level of insomnia every year. There is, however, very strong evidence connecting exercise to sleep, even among chronic insomnia sufferers. A study performed by Dr. Catherine J. Reed and others found that aerobic exercise had strong positive results on a group of participants who'd previously regularly encountered sleep problems. Results from the study indicate that a 16-week program of moderate intensity aerobic physical activity plus hygiene education is effective in improving self-reported sleep quality, mood, and quality of life in older adults with chronic insomnia, the authors wrote. These results highlight the potential of structured physical activity programs to improve the effectiveness of standard behavioral approaches for the treatment of insomnia, particularly in a sedentary, older adult population. A group at Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine built upon this study by drilling down on the data gleaned and then studying the interconnection between exercise and sleep. What they found is important to consider. Exercise is not a magic pill. If you're having trouble sleeping, you can't solve the problem with one session at the gym. They found that even after 2 months, the effects of exercise on sleep were minimal. But by the end of the 16-week study, the results were considerable, with participants getting as much as an hour and a quarter extra sleep per night. So, there's a clear connection between exercise and sleep, but we're going to need to give it time. But given the overall benefits of exercise on your health, committing to an exercise routine is always a good idea, even if you won't feel the benefits on your sleep right away. There are varying ideas about how much exercise is necessary to affect sleep, but a commonly stated amount is 2.5 hours a week of aerobic exercise, coupled with some resistance work. Brisk walking, light biking, elliptical machine, anything that increases your heart rate so that you can still talk while exercising but have to catch your breath every few sentences or so is considered moderate exercise, recommends Dr. Christopher E. Klein of the University of Pittsburgh. Giving your mind a break. One of the many reasons why people have trouble sleeping is not being able to get your mind to turn off. We've all been there. You have a huge meeting coming up or something disruptive, either positive or negative, happening during the day, or you got a phone call just before bedtime that got you riled up. Your head hits the pillow, but you might as well be running laps around your house because your mind is busy with this inciting event. You wind up lying there for hours and sleep seems as unapproachable as Everest. Fortunately, you have a tool available to you at all times that can help you deal with this: meditation. The benefits of meditation are numerous, and there are many, many books out there that detail them, including everything from boosting immune function to decreasing anxiety to actually increasing your gray matter. One of those many benefits is helping with insomnia. In a study performed by Dr. David S. Black and others, a group of older adults with sleep problems were introduced to mindfulness meditation through 6 2-hour sessions. By the end of these sessions, this group showed meaningful improvement with insomnia. If meditation seems foreign to you, and if that's the case, you're in the vast majority, as less than 15% of Americans meditate, it's likely because you've heard that meditation is difficult or that it requires you to completely blank your mind. Ariel Garten, creator of Muse, a headband that assists in meditation, clarifies that this isn't about emptying your mind, but rather training your mind to be aware in the present moment. She told me that you can choose any time and any place to meditate, and that you can feel the benefits from it with as little as 3 minutes spent with eyes closed, taking deep breaths and then releasing those breaths, counting as you go. Another tool she advocates is focused attention, a super simple process of placing all your attention on your breathing. When your mind wanders from your breathing, as it invariably will, just notice this and bring it back. This technique promises to demystify meditation for anyone who thinks you need to be a Zen master to get anything out of it. Few people are capable of locking our focus on one thing for an extended period, so it's good to know refocusing is equally valuable. When you regain your attention on your breathing, Garton says you're exerting an important skill. You're learning to observe your thinking. You're not caught up in your thoughts, but you're in a process of observing that you're thinking. You begin to recognize that you can have control over your thoughts and that you can choose what you are thinking. My meditation coach, Emily Fletcher, author of Stress Less, Accomplish More, has a very unique process for meditation called Ziva. You can watch a full video of us going through her process at limitlessbook.com/resources. Quick start. What is your top sleep tip? Write it in your notepad now. Before we move on, fueling your brain is fundamental to becoming limitless, and we have lots more to get to in order to make this happen. But first, let's stop and focus on a few things from this chapter. Put a shopping list together for all the brain foods you don't currently have in your home. I realize that not all of these foods are going to be compatible with your palate, but really try to include as many as you can. Then, take this list with you to the store. Even better, watch the video in your resources on how to memorize your list. Spend time identifying your ants, automatic negative thoughts. What limitations are you placing on yourself? Give yourself a few minutes with this. What are you telling yourself you can't do? Write this down. Think about how you'd like to expand your learning. What have you always wanted to master that you haven't found the time to master? Is it a different language, computer coding, a new sales or marketing technique? What can you do to fit that into your life right now? And finally, if you want to go deeper in these 10 areas, here are a few suggestions of some of my favorite podcast episodes you will find linked in the resource section. A Good Brain Diet. Listen to my conversations with Naveen Jain about the gut biome, Dr. Lisa Mosconi, author of Brain Food, Max Lugavere, author of Genius Food, Dr. Mark Hyman, a 12-time New York Times bestselling author, and Liana Werner Gray. Listen to our conversation about food and cancer. For brain nutrients, I recommend the episodes with Max Lugavere, Dr. Lisa Mosconi, Dr. Mark Hyman, and Dave Asprey. For exercise, refer to my conversations with Sean Stevenson and Aaron Alexander. If you want help killing ants, listen to my episodes with Dr. Daniel Amen and Nick Ortner, author of the New York Times bestselling book, Tapping Solution. If you want some advanced tips on how to clean your environment, listen to my interview with Ben Greenfield and Julia Roy. For a positive peer group, listen to my interviews with Simon Sinek, Dr. Guy Winch, and Brendan Burchard. For brain protection, listen to Dr. Joe Mercola and Ben Greenfield. If you want to boost new learnings, listen to my episodes with Danica McKellar and Dr. B.J. Fogg. Stress management, my interviews with Emily Fletcher, Jay Shetty, and Nick Ortner. And then finally, to optimize your sleep, I highly recommend you listen to my conversations with Dr. Michael Bruce, Dr. Greg Wells, Sean Stevenson, Dr. Jay Corsandi, and Dave Asprey. You can listen to all these episodes on the podcast link in the resource section of the book.
Energy. Wow, it's something we don't often think about when it comes to motivation. We just assume like it's something that we have, right? So energy and cultivating energy, this is powerful. Something that really stuck out to me through all of those really helpful frames and suggestions was what you talked about when it comes to people.
Mm-hmm.
I know for a lot of people who are listening to this book, starting to do the work of it, changes happen really quickly, powerful changes. And sometimes one of the biggest things that can hold us back or make us afraid of changing more is that we start getting feedback from other people. And some of it's
Right.
positive. I'm sure,
Sure.
You'll have friends who are like, wow, it's so exciting. But the truth is, like, sometimes we're in old behavior patterns with
Mhm.
family and friends, and our rapid transformation terrifies them.
Yeah.
And they might criticize us or make fun of us even, start mocking the work that we're doing. What advice do you have for people about navigating the changing social dynamics that occur
Yeah.
when you start to evolve?
Yeah, when we talked about the 10 keys for unlocking more brain energy, one of them was a positive peer group, for sure. And the people around us, they could either encourage us and support us and challenge us and educate us and lift us up. And there's some people that are more vampires. I say so. Some people are batteries included. Some people are batteries not included. And they take your batteries and they take your energy and your dreams. But sometimes it's true. I believe that sometimes the people who care about us the most are the ones that we give them the power to hold us back. And now notice I'm saying they're not holding us back, but we give them the power to hold us back. As you mentioned, family and friends, they could be well-intentioned. They could be like, oh, I don't want you to get your hopes up, right? It could sound very benign. I don't want to get your hopes up. I don't want you to get hurt. And some of them have a deep fear that they see you progressing. You're like, why are you going to another conference? Or why are you listening to another podcast or reading all those books? Why don't you just relax? And they want to bring you to their set point on their thermostat. And it takes a level of willpower, a level of self-esteem, and a level of also boundaries. Sometimes self-care and self-love is just realizing that if you say yes to somebody, you're not saying no to yourself. And put boundaries on those things that are important. And you got to stand guard to the doors of your mind. And your friends and your family could be sincere, but they could also be sincerely wrong. And that's a big challenge. And so I'm not saying love your family, love your friends, of course. But when I'm saying a positive peer group that energizes you, you could decide who your peer group is, the people that have influence on how you see the world, on how you feel about yourself. And I think we all need somebody to encourage us, to challenge us, to cheerlead for us. And if you haven't found that person, then be that person for somebody else. And certainly be that person for you.
So we don't have to cut everybody out who's not quite on board with us. We can hold that in compassion while also finding, maybe people who can support us. What about then the flip side, which also happens, is that we start doing this. We start eating clean. We start restocking our pantries. We've cleaned our space. We're like really boosting our energy, and we're feeling such benefits that, of course, what do we want to do? We want to get everyone around us to do this.
Of course,
we're like,
of course.
you've got to do this thing. We become like,
We're evangelists.
Totally. And in my experience, just again, well-intentioned, we want the people around us who we love to experience the benefit. Often it backfires. So if someone who's listening right now is so excited and just wants to give this benefit to their family and friends, what's the best way to actually go about uplifting everyone around us?
Yeah. I would imagine when I first learned these skills back when I was 18 years old, I became that evangelist. I was so upset that this stuff wasn't taught back in school. And I started talking to everyone who would listen about this and wanting to help them to be able to change. But it's near impossible to change somebody else. And this is what I mean by that. People have to want to be able to change on their own accord. Because just think about how hard it is to change ourselves, much less try to change somebody else. And what I would recommend is that people are watching you. They purely are watching. And it's not, don't say it, show it. Don't promise it, prove it. It's much better well done than it is well said. And the life that we live are the lessons we really teach other people. Because people watching and you're telling them, oh, I'm going to do this celery juice every morning. I want to meditate 20 minutes a day and everything. They're watching you. And that could go back to the power of the discussion we were talking about before of motivation. Maybe what's keeping you on track and motivated is people are watching. And you inspire people even when you're going through difficult times. You don't have to be perfect, but you inspire people with your grit and your grace. And people more likely are going to do what you do rather than what you say. And they're thinking, and they're watching from the distance, and they're like, is this person, are they serious this time? Are they really going to be able to follow through? And then your results will speak for themselves, for sure. And then they have to go on their own time, because when the teacher, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. But my suggestion is don't try to change them, being a living, inspiring example for them, because nobody wants to be preached to. Or if you do want to introduce it, do it in a way that's not like overwhelming. You don't want to listen to hours and hours of an audiobook and then just like, oh my God, let me tell you everything I did. Like,
We're only eating avocados from now on. That's it.
But you could do something fun in a small, simple step, which is a great segue to the next conversation. Maybe you take your spouse or your child or your teammate or your boss and you introduce one little thing, and then one little thing leads to another little thing and another little thing. Not something overwhelming like, okay, we're just going to eat organic food and the whole family's going to read an hour a day because I listened to it that's too big of a step. So we meet inch by inch, it's a cinch. Yard by yard, it's way too hard.
Well, let's learn a little bit more about that, this next vital part of the puzzle, taking it step by step.
Chapter 9. Small, Simple Steps. What is the smallest, simple step I can take now? How do we start good habits or end bad ones? What daily routine will help me become limitless? You have a reason or purpose to do something. You have the necessary energy to do it. What is missing? A small, simple step. S3. The tiniest action you can take to get closer to your goal. One that requires minimal effort or energy. Over time, these become habits. That's the reason I've filled this book with the small, simple steps called Kwik starts. Back in the 1920s, a Russian psychologist, Bluma Zygarnik, was sitting in a Viennese restaurant when she noticed that the waiters swirling around her in the busy eatery were highly efficient at remembering customer orders while they were in the process, but tended to forget who had what as soon as the orders were filled. Intrigued by this, she ran a study where she had people perform simple tasks while they were sometimes interrupted. Afterward, she queried participants about which task they remembered and which they did not, finding that those who had been interrupted were twice as likely to remember the things they'd been doing when they'd been interrupted than the things they'd been able to complete without interruption. She came to the conclusion, subsequently known as the Zeigarnik effect, that uncompleted tasks created a level of tension that keeps that task at the front of our minds until it is completed. In all likelihood, you're familiar with this tension from your experience with procrastination. When you have something you know you need to do and you keep putting it off, it weighs on you, even making it more difficult to do anything else well as long as this task goes uncompleted. What you need to do seems hard, or it seems less fun than the other things you could be doing, or it's going to be uncomfortable, or you've simply convinced yourself that you have plenty of time to get to it later. We still struggle to complete tasks when we are clear on our vision for our lives and know who we want to become. Why is it so hard to act even when we have sustained motivation? One of the most significant reasons that people fail to act is that we feel overwhelmed by what we need to do. A project or chore might seem so big and time-consuming that you can't imagine how you're ever going to get it done. We look at the project in its entirety and immediately feel that the task at hand is too big, so we shut down or put it off. Incomplete tasks and procrastinating often lead to frequent and unhelpful thought patterns, says psychologist Hadassah Lipschitz. These thoughts can impact on sleep, trigger anxiety symptoms, and further impact on a person's mental and emotional resources. Be kind to yourself. If you struggle to get something done with some amount of regularity, there's a good chance you feel guilty about this and you beat yourself up over it. It's likely you give yourself a much harder time about it than is helpful. We already know that unfinished tasks create tension in your brain. If you layer guilt and shame on top of this, you're making it even harder to get a task done, and you're making yourself miserable. Feeling guilty when you're away from work, when you aren't in a position to do anything about it, is not helpful and can be painful, writes Dr. Art Markman, a professor of psychology and marketing at the University of Texas, Austin. It will make you feel worse about your job in general and spoil time that you could be spending with friends, family, or engaging in an enjoyable activity. Shame, though, is a different story. There is evidence that people will explicitly procrastinate to avoid shame. Feeling shame about work you have not completed is likely to make the problem worse, not better, making it an emotion that is almost never helpful. Feeling bad about your lack of progress is likely to make it more difficult for you to stop procrastinating. So give yourself a break. Beating yourself up isn't going to improve anything. And since you're listening and reading this book now, you're already taking steps to avoid procrastinating in the future. In my experience, the best way to deal with this is to find a way to break the task into bite-sized pieces, which lead to habits that lead towards success. Circling back to the Zeigarnik effect, every time you complete one of these smaller tasks, you get to take the weight off your mind. And as each of these subtasks is finished, you're that much closer to completing the task overall. Take baby steps. Podcast guest Dr. B.J. Fogg, the founder and director of the Behavior Design Lab at Stanford University and the author of Tiny Habits, has been studying human behavior for more than 2 decades. What he's learned is that only 3 things can change a person's behavior long term. One is to have an epiphany, which very few people can summon on demand. Another is to change your environment, which is possible for nearly everyone, but not necessarily feasible at any given time. The third is to, as Dr. Fogg puts it, take baby steps. I like the way this story illustrates the principle of small, simple steps. A king was watching a great magician perform his act. The crowd was enthralled, and so was the king. At the end, the audience roared with approval, and the king said, "What a gift this man has, a God-given talent." But a wise counselor said to the king, "My lord, genius is made, not born. This magician's skill is the result of discipline and practice. These talents have been learned and honed over time with determination and discipline." The king was troubled by this message. The counselor's challenge had spoiled his pleasure in the magician's arts. "Limited and spiteful man, how dare you criticize a true genius? As I said, you either have it or you don't, and you most certainly don't." The king turned to his bodyguard and said, "Throw this man into the deepest dungeon." And he added, for the counselor's benefit, "So you won't be lonely, you could have 2 of your kind to keep you company. You shall have 2 piglets as cellmates." From the very first day of his imprisonment, the wise counselor practiced running up the steps of his cell to the prison door, carrying in each hand a piglet. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the piglet steadily grew into sturdy boars. And with every day of practice, the wise counselor increased his power and strength. One day, the king remembered the wise counselor and was curious to see how imprisonment had humbled him. He had the wise counselor summoned. When the prisoner appeared, he was now a man of powerful physique, carrying a boar on each arm. The king exclaimed, "What a gift this man has, a God-given talent." The wise counselor replied, "My lord, genius is made, not born. My skill is the result of discipline and practice. These talents have been learned and honed over time with determination and discipline." One of the only things that is likely to change your behavior is to make incremental progress. You really don't want to make dinner? Make something simple for your family to snack on while you cook dinner later. You're having trouble writing that big speech for next month's conference? Just write the keynote to the speech now. You're overwhelmed by the amount of reading you need to do for your economics class? Set a goal for yourself of reading the first chapter. Like the wise counselor, you must take it one step at a time, one day at a time. What you'll notice in all of these scenarios is 2 things. One is that they present you with something achievable, a win on the way to reaching the championship of getting this job done. The other is that they all put you in a situation where you're likely to get even more accomplished. Already in the kitchen now, so you might as well finish making dinner. You've gotten through the keynote and you're on a roll, so maybe it makes sense to draft some more pages. The first chapter of your economics text wasn't nearly as dry as it seemed from the outside, and you already have the book open. You can handle a few more chapters. By breaking a task that you're procrastinating about into smaller pieces, the path to getting it done becomes clear. The best way to deal with the tension between what you want and what you've done so far to achieve it is to remember what the Zeigarnik effect teaches us. You're not going to be able to ease your mind about the task until you complete it. So get yourself moving towards completion. Start somewhere, anywhere. Even if you don't have the energy or motivation to get the entire thing done, get started on getting it done. You'll be thankful for the relief. Quick start. Think about an important task you've been putting off. What is it? How can you break it down into small, simple steps that you can do each day? On autopilot. Small, simple steps repeated lead to habits. Our habits are a core part of who we are. Various studies have shown that somewhere between 40 and 50% of what we do every day is the product of a habit. That means that half our lives are governed by what scientists term automaticity. This percentage might sound high to you. It certainly did for me the first time I heard it, but consider how many things you do every day without really thinking about them. You brush your teeth without thinking about it. You check your phone at predictable intervals. You drive to the office and you don't particularly recall how you got there. You zip up your jacket, you get a glass out of the cupboard, and click on the TV remote automatically. This, of course, is essential to how we conduct our lives. Can you imagine how overwhelming it would be if you had to think about every single thing you did? If even brushing your teeth required some conscious level of calculation, you'd be exhausted by 10 in the morning. Without habit loops, our brains would shut down, overwhelmed by the minutiae of daily life, writes Charles Duhigg in his best-selling book, The Power of Habit. People whose basal ganglia are damaged by injury or disease often become mentally paralyzed. They have trouble performing basic activities, such as opening a door or deciding what to eat. They lose the ability to ignore insignificant details. One study, for example, found that patients with basal ganglia injuries couldn't recognize facial expressions, including fear and disgust, because they were perpetually uncertain about which part of the face to focus on. James Clear, author of the best-selling book Atomic Habits, says, "The habits you repeat or don't repeat every day largely determine your health, wealth, and happiness. Knowing how to change your habits means knowing how to confidently own and manage your days. Focus on the behaviors that have the highest impact and reverse engineer the life you want." All habits serve you in some way, Clear told me. As you go through life, you face a variety of problems. You need to tie your shoe. Your brain is automating the solution to that problem. That's what a habit is. It's the solution to a reoccurring problem that you face throughout life, one you've employed so many times that you can do it without thinking. If the solution doesn't work anymore, then your brain will update it. Clear identifies the habit loop as having 4 components: a cue, a craving, a response, and a reward. Using the example of turning on a light when you enter a room, the cue is walking into the room and finding it dark. The craving is the feeling that there would be some value in the room not being dark. The response is flipping on the light switch, and the reward is that the room is no longer dark. You could apply this loop to any of your habits, such as getting your mail when you come home from work. The cue is reaching your driveway or front door at the end of the day. The craving is hoping there's something in the mailbox. The response is going to the mailbox to find out. The reward is getting the mail out of your mailbox. You probably didn't think about any of this until you actually had the mail in your hands. Creating habits to automate essential parts of our lives is a fundamental streamlining technique that we do largely unconsciously, often to our benefit. Of course, we also automate all kinds of things that we'd probably be better off not turning into habits. I'm sure you know some version of this. Perhaps a cue is walking past your kitchen pantry. The craving comes from the knowledge that your favorite chips are in the pantry and your innate desire to eat them. The response is that you go into the pantry, open the bag of chips, and take out a big handful. And the reward is crunchy, salty, fatty deliciousness. That doesn't benefit your health in any way. our negative habits operate with the same level of automaticity as our healthy ones. Those chips are in your stomach before you've even had the opportunity to register that you are stuffing them in your mouth. Now, because you're in the process of becoming limitless, you know that perpetuating negative behaviors is a drain on your superpowers. So, how do you break bad habits? And, just importantly, how do you create new habits that will help you? Getting in the habit. Before we get into this, let's talk for a moment about how long it takes to form a habit. In a study for University College London, participants went through the process of developing a new healthy eating, drinking, or exercise habit, such as drinking water with lunch or jogging before dinner. They were asked to perform this new behavior based on specific situational cues every day for 84 days. For the majority of the participants, they wrote, automaticity increased steadily over the days of the study, supporting the assumption that repeating a behavior in a consistent setting increases automaticity. By the end of the study, they found that it took an average of 66 days for the new behavior to become a habit, though it took individual participants as little as 18 days and as many as 254 days. It is also widely assumed that breaking a habit isn't about ending that habit, but rather about replacing it with a different, more constructive habit. Dr. Elliot Berkman, director of the Social and Affective Neuroscience Laboratory at the University of Oregon, notes, it is much easier to start doing something new than to stop doing something habitual without a replacement behavior. That's one reason why smoking cessation aids, such as nicotine gum or inhalers, tend to be more effective than the nicotine patch. So, if the process of starting a new habit, such as setting aside time to read every day, is fundamentally the same as the process for ending a negative habit, such as grabbing those chips every time you pass the pantry, how does it work? As with so many of the things we've discussed in this book, motivation plays a key role. Speaking specifically about the effort to break habits, Dr. Thomas G. Plant, adjunct clinical professor of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Stanford University School of Medicine, said, "It depends how much you really want to break the habit. Many people are ambivalent. They want to lose weight, but they like the foods they eat. They want to reduce their alcohol consumption, but love their happy hour. They want to stop picking their nails, but it reduces stress for them." So one important issue is how strongly you really want to break the habit in question. Second, how established is the problem habit? It is easier to break a new habit than an old one. Third, what are the consequences of not breaking the habit? Will a partner leave you? Will you lose a job? Will you get sick? Will something really bad happen if you don't change? Dr. B.J. Fogg created the Fogg behavior model to identify the circumstances that need to be present for behavior change to occur. For a target behavior to happen, he notes, a person must have sufficient motivation, sufficient ability, and an effective prompt. All three factors must be present at the same instant for the behavior to occur. In other words, you need three things in place in order to develop a habit. You need the desire to do it, since it's exceedingly difficult to make habitual anything you really don't want to do. You need the skills to do it, since it's nearly impossible to make a habit out of anything you don't have the capacity to accomplish. And you need something to get the habit loop started, what James Clear and others refer to as the cue. Let's look at each element in turn. Motivation. We've talked about motivation already, but it's worth revisiting the subject here to see it from Fogg's perspective. Fogg identifies 3 key motivators. Number 1, pleasure pain. This is the most immediate motivator. In this case, the behavior has a nearly immediate payoff, positive or negative. I believe pleasure pain is a primitive response, says Fogg, and it functions adaptively in hunger, sex, and other activities related to self-preservation and propagation of our genes. Number 2, hope, fear. Unlike the immediacy of the previous motivator, this one is all about anticipation. When you're hopeful, you're anticipating something good happening. When you're fearful, you're anticipating the opposite. This dimension is at times more powerful than pleasure pain, as it is evidenced in everyday behavior, Fogg notes. For example, in some situations, people will accept pain, a flu shot, in order to overcome fear, anticipation of getting the flu. Number 3, social acceptance, rejection. Humans have always desired to be accepted by their peers, dating back to the time when being ostracized could mean a death sentence, and this remains an extremely strong motivator. The power of social motivation is likely hardwired into us, and perhaps all other creatures that historically depended on living in groups to survive. Ability. Fogg equates ability with simplicity, noting that when something is simple for us, we are considerably more likely to do it. He defines 6 categories of simplicity. Number 1, time. We only perceive something to be simple if we have the time available to perform the function. Number 2, money. Similarly, if something stretches our financial resources, we do not consider it simple. Number 3, physical effort. We consider things that are physically easy for us to be simple. Number 4, brain cycles. Simple things don't tax our thinking, and we shy away from things that require us to think too hard. Number 5, social deviance. This goes back to the acceptance motivation. A simple act fits into societal norms. Number 6, non-routine. How far something is out of one's normal routine will define its level of simplicity. These 6 categories of simplicity are why small, simple steps are so important in the motivation model. Prompts. Finally, Fogg notes 3 types of prompts. 1, spark. A spark is a type of prompt that immediately leads to a form of motivation. For example, if opening your email leads to a level of fear over what you might find there, you're likely to adopt a habit that will change that fear. 2, facilitator. This type of prompt works when motivation is high but ability is low. For example, if you want to use a certain kind of software on your computer but are tech adverse, a tool that makes that software easier for you to use is likely to cause you to adopt this behavior. 3, signal. In some cases, you'll have both high motivation and high ability. The only other thing you need to make a behavior a habit is some kind of reminder or signal. If you love making brain smoothies, all you need is to walk into your kitchen in the morning and see the blender to prompt you to make one. Quick start. Can you identify the habits you want to break? What is that one habit that's holding you back from doing other important things in your day? Write it down, then identify the prompts that trigger you to perform that habit. Creating a new habit. The fog behavior model shows us everything that needs to be in place for a particular behavior to become a habit. We know that making habits of behaviors we consider good for us are important to our growth, and we also know that the key to breaking bad habits is to replace them with more constructive ones. But how do you make something a habit? Just remember, win. W is for want. Make sure you really want it. It's nearly impossible to turn something into a habit if you don't want to do that thing. Do one of the motivators in the fog model apply to the habit you're trying to adopt? If not, is there something close to this habit that might accomplish something similar for you? I is for innate. Does the new habit you're trying to adopt align well with your innate abilities? Remember that you're unlikely to make something a habit when it is consistently difficult for you to perform. If the habit you're trying to adopt is something that you're good at or you know you can be good at, you're well on your way. N is for now. Create a prompt for yourself that encourages you to perform the new habit now. This can be anything from a reminder on your phone to placing something in your office that makes you remember to set aside time to do what you're setting out to do. Growing your life one habit at a time. In case you're still wondering how much of an effect establishing good habits can have on your life, let me share a story about one of our clients. Zhang suffered from schizophrenia and depression. He often heard voices telling him to hurt himself or others, and he endured several stints in psychiatric wards because of this. After finding the right medication and emerging from his latest round of treatment, he discovered my podcast and learned some of the tactics that I teach in my school. He started listening on a regular basis and participated in the Kwik challenge, a series of exercises I take people through to introduce novelty to their thinking and therefore keep their brains tuned for learning. At first, this was hard for Zhang, but he focused on doing just two particular challenges: brushing his teeth with the opposite hand and taking a cold shower every morning. He increased his time under the cold water by 1 minute each week, and in doing so, discovered that being able to do something hard, like standing under freezing cold water for several minutes each morning, made him realize that there were areas in his life in which he was fighting for his limitations. Building from these Kwik challenge experiences, he started applying what he was learning about habits and behavior change to other areas. Zhang's life improved dramatically. He took his driver's license test and passed. He changed his diet, cut out sugary drinks, and started taking a 5-minute jog in the park every morning. He started reading books, the first being Mindset by Carol Dweck, and as he read, he listened to Baroque music to pace his reading and distract himself from hallucinations. It took him a month to finish the book, but when he did, he felt a sense of confidence he never had before. Trips to the library became a regular thing. Zhang has even taken his learning to the next level and enrolled in computer science classes at a local college. And the best part is that he now believes he is a lifelong learner. You may think that because of all your past failed attempts to change your habits and routines, you're doomed to failure forever. Zhang's story shows that by changing just 1 or 2 small habits in your day, incredible progress can follow. Something as simple as brushing your teeth with the opposite hand can be the start to an entirely new way of life. Establishing a morning routine. Why is your morning routine so important? I strongly believe that if you jumpstart your day by jumpstarting your brain with a series of simple activities, you have a huge advantage. In addition, if you set up winning routines early in the day, you can benefit from what Tony Robbins calls the science of momentum. The notion that once you set accomplishment in motion, you can keep it in motion with much less effort than if you were trying to accomplish something from a standing start. I have a carefully developed morning routine to help me win the day that involves priming my mind. I don't do every single one of these things every day, especially when I'm traveling, but I always do most of them. And I know for certain that it gets me mentally prepared and poised for performance, productivity, and positivity from the minute I get up. Let me walk you through a typical morning. Before I get out of bed, I spend some time reflecting on my dreams. Dreams are an expression of the work your subconscious is doing while you're sleeping, and there's gold to be mined with them. Many geniuses throughout history have regularly accessed and often gleaned their best ideas and made their greatest discoveries from their dreams. Mary Shelley came up with the idea for Frankenstein in her dreams. A dream was the source of Paul McCartney's Yesterday and Einstein's theory of relativity. So the first thing I do every morning, even before lifting my head from the pillow, is think back on my dreams to see if there's an idea or a perception or a new way of looking at something that can be useful to what I'm trying to accomplish. I know that some of you have trouble recalling your dreams, so I'm going to provide you with a quick mnemonic technique designed to help you do so. Just think of the word dreams. D is for decide. The night before, make a conscious decision that you're going to recall your dreams. If you set the intention, your chances improve dramatically. R is for record. Keep a pen and paper by your bedside, or even have a recording app readily available on your phone. As soon as you wake up, record any lingering remembrance of your dreams. E is for eyes. Keep your eyes closed right after you awaken. Dreams can disappear within minutes, and if you keep your eyes closed, this will help you reflect. A is for affirm. Before you go to sleep, affirm that you are going to remember your dreams, because affirmation is a critical tool in accomplishment. M is for manage. For lots of reasons, but specifically here for the sake of remembering your dreams, it is important to manage your sleep and establish good sleep routines. S is for share. Talk about your dreams with others. When you do so, you bring them more and more to the surface, and you develop the routine of tapping into your dreams so you can discuss them later. The first thing I do after I get out of bed is make the bed. This is a success habit, my first accomplishment of the day. It's an easy win, and it has the added advantage of making my bedtime more pleasant because it's always nicer to return that night to a bed that is made. It's why in the military they train you to make your bed first thing in the morning because it sets you up to be excellent at everything you do. How you do anything is how you do everything. After that, I have a tall glass of water. Hydration is so important first thing in the morning because our bodies lose a lot of water while we sleep through the simple act of breathing, respiration, perspiration. Remember, our brains are approximately 75–80% water. So if we're going to fire up our brains, we need to be well hydrated. I also sometimes have a glass of celery juice, which boosts the immune system, helps flush toxins from the liver, and helps restore the adrenal glands. Hat tip to Anthony William, the medical medium, for this idea. Right after this, I take my probiotics to make sure my second brain is getting what it needs. Then I brush my teeth with my opposite hand. I do this to train my brain to do difficult things because it stimulates a different part of your brain and because it forces and trains me to be present. I can't be doing other things in order to do this well. Then I do a 3-minute workout. This is not my full workout for the day, but I want to get my heart rate up first thing in the morning, as it helps with sleep and weight management and with oxygenation to the brain. Once I finish with that, I take a cold shower. I'm sure some of you will cringe at the idea of starting the day pummeling yourself with cold water, but cold therapies of this type do a great job of resetting the nervous system and have the added benefit of helping manage inflammation. When I'm out of the shower, I go through a series of breathing exercises to fully oxygenate my body. Then I do about 20 minutes of meditation to give me a clear mind as I enter the day. The process I use, Ziva meditation, was developed by my meditation coach, Emily Fletcher, a 3-step process that involves mindfulness, meditation, and manifestation. To watch a video of it, go to limitlessbook.com/resources. Next, I make my brain tea, a combination of gotu kola, ginkgo, lion's mane, MCT oil, and a few other things. Then I'll sit down to spend some time journaling, getting my first thoughts of the day down on the page. My goal in any given day is to accomplish 3 things for work and 3 things for me personally, and I set this agenda now. Time permitting, I follow this with about a half hour of reading. I set a goal to read a minimum of 1 book a week, and making this part of my morning routine keeps me on course. Finally, I drink my brain smoothie, a combination of many of the brain foods we discussed earlier in this chapter. No salmon in here, in case you were wondering. Now, admittedly, this routine requires a good deal of time. As I mentioned, I can't get to all of it every day, and I can appreciate if it seems like more than you can handle, particularly if you need to get others started on their day. But if your goal in reading this book is upgrading your brain, then some variation on a morning routine of this type is an integral part of the process. Here are the keys. Check in on your dreams before you get out of bed. There is so much gold to mine here, so I strongly recommend you do not skip this step. Get yourself hydrated and oxygenated. Nourish yourself with some of the brain foods mentioned in this chapter. Set a plan for the day. If you do at least these 4 things, you'll be well on your way to revving up your brain to operate at a high octane level. Build as many of these things into the start of your day as you can. The most important thing is having a productive morning routine. I can't stress enough how much of an impact getting your day off to the right start has on how the day goes for you overall. Quick start. Create your new morning routine. Remember, it doesn't have to be a lot. Even a simple 3-step routine can help jumpstart your morning. What are 3 things you will always do when you first wake up to set up your day to win? Write them down in your notepad. Before we move on, none of us would be able to live without habits, of course, but consciously working to bring constructive new habits into your life and to replace bad habits with better ones will take your superpowers to a new level. Before you move on to the next chapter, here are a few things to do. Bolster your understanding of the habit loop by thinking about the 4 components of some of your most common habits, like making your breakfast or taking the dog for a walk. What's the cue, the craving, the response, and the reward for each of these? Spend a few minutes thinking about a habit that you'd love to replace with a more constructive one. Using the FOG behavioral model, what new behavior can you adopt that fits neatly into the model? Walk yourself through the process of starting a valuable new habit using WIN.
So now we have a reason, we've found out why, we've created energy in our life, making sure that we're supported. And I love this last chapter because I've had this in my life where I've been really like, I know what I want to do and why I want to do it. And I feel like with the energy, but what I've taken on is so big
Right.
that I've just become completely overwhelmed and paralyzed.
And you're not
I'd wake up and be like, and then freeze and then not
Right.
do anything and then and then feel really bad about myself because it just felt like I want to be at the top of the mountain and I have no idea how to get there. So these small, simple steps sound so empowering.
It really is the next step because, if you're, think about this, and this becomes a tool, this framework, the limitless model, if you will. We already went through, you and I, mindset, and now we're talking about motivation, and then we'll get into the methodology and the methods. But motivation is really key. And there's this myth that people feel like they have to enjoy everything that they're doing. And, whether it's working out or anything, and that's a benefit. I mean, find the joy in the things that you want to do for yourself. But as you mentioned, it's this big mountain and it can be very overwhelming. And where do you start? And my suggestion for everybody who's listening is once you have a reason to read all the time or meditate each day or do the things you want to learn that language and you have the energy and so you have the fuel to do those things, break it down. Don't try to, you can't learn a language in a day, right? Or become fluent. Break it down into one word. Right? Or if you're going to read something, don't worry about reading 45 minutes a day for somebody who's never read 45 minutes in a month, right? Break it down to one sentence. The idea here is you're going to ask yourself this question: what is the one small step I could take right now to make positive progress in this? Where it's so small, I can't fail. It requires very little energy, very little effort. And
That's a great feedback loop. I think so many of us have, we've lost faith in ourselves because we've broken promises to ourselves so many times. We do this, we make these, we get like, hoorah motivated and we make some ridiculously big promise.
And New Year's resolution.
What a New Year's resolution. And then we break it. And so like, I know for myself,
Yeah.
for the longest time, I would make, a promise or a commitment. And some voice in the back of my head was like, like you're really going to do that. But this is really cool because this feels like it could repair that relationship by setting us up to win.
Yeah.
And then like learning that, oh wow, I can do this. And then I'm sure like you sit down to read a sentence, you're probably not going to stop at the end of the sentence. So it's a filling the reservoir, which is great.
Exactly. We addressed that in a previous chapter when we're talking about purpose. As part of it is the identity. If we start eroding on our identity that we're not someone who follows through on something by our behaviors, because we make a public declaration that I'm gonna read this, I'm gonna work out, I'm gonna do this, make sure I spend 35 minutes with my kids each day, just with them and helping them, and then we start not being congruent with that. We start losing our own belief that we are people that follow through, and we change the way we see ourselves as somebody who procrastinates or something else. One of the best ways to overcome that compromised identity is by behaving in little ways that are nurturing for ourselves. So for example, there are a lot of studies on self-compassion saying that when you have self-compassion, when you are kind to yourself, you're more likely to follow through in the future, as opposed to what a lot of people do, and I'm guilty of this sometimes as well, where you didn't do that thing you promised and you beat yourself up for it and you're hard on yourself. And what studies and research is saying, those people who do that are less likely to follow through in the future, as opposed to the people who are like, Hey, I'm human. I had a really long day today. A lot of things came up that I didn't expect, and I just can't complete it. And you're kind to yourself. And so when you're loving and kind to yourself and you're understanding with yourself, you're more likely to make the positive change the next time. And so, I agree. We are these complicated beings, and yet it's very, very simple. I'm not saying simple is easy. Simple could sometimes be difficult. So I'm not saying it's not going to be hard, but I'm saying to everybody who's listening to this, it's going to be worth it.
I love that. Really working with something that's simple and effective, even if, like you said, it doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but there's something in that simplicity that makes it so elegant and so effective.
Mm.
So then, with this helping us, reasons, we got our energy, we have these small, simple steps. Let's explore, like, what are the great states this could lead us to? Just flow.
Chapter 10, Flow. Why is flow so important to becoming limitless? How do I achieve a flow state? What are the key enemies of flow? I'm sure there have been times when you were so completely caught up in what you were doing that everything else disappeared, and it just felt like the most natural thing you've ever done. Time probably melted away for you during these experiences. People regularly tell me about focusing so deeply on what they were doing that they had no idea that afternoon had become night, or they missed multiple meals in the process. This experience is flow. In his groundbreaking book, Flow, The Psychology of Optimal Experience, psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi describes flow as the state in which people are so involved in an activity that nothing else seems to matter. The experience itself is so enjoyable that people will do it even at great cost for the sheer sake of doing it. To Csikszentmihalyi, flow is an expression of optimal experience. Dr. Csikszentmihalyi describes flow as having 8 characteristics. 1. Absolute concentration. 2. Total focus on goals. 3. The sense that time is either speeding up or slowing down. 4. A feeling of reward from the experience. 5. A sense of effortlessness. 6. The experience is challenging, but not overly so. 7. Your actions almost seem to be happening on their own. 8. You feel comfort with what you are doing. As you've likely experienced yourself, being in a flow state dramatically boosts your productivity. Reports have suggested that flow can make you as much as 5 times more productive. The people at McKinsey have even imagined a workforce where flow is commonplace. When we ask executives during the peak performance exercise how much more productive they were at their peak than they were on average, for example, we get a range of answers, but the most common at senior levels is an increase of 5 times. Most report that they and their employees are in the zone at work less than 10% of the time, though some claim to experience these feelings as much as 50% of it. If employees working in a high IQ, high EQ, and high MQ environment are 5 times more productive at their peak than they are on average, consider what even a relatively modest 20 percentage point increase in peak time would yield in overall workplace productivity. It would almost double. Winning with flow. Patrick, a member of our community, struggled constantly with ADHD, and an inability to focus. It had been a problem for him throughout his life. He was easily distracted, or in the reverse, he was hyper-focused to the detriment of everything and everyone around him. He even experienced this during his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournaments. He had difficulty deciding which technique to use with opponents and felt as though he was trying to use every move at once, even though many of them weren't appropriate for the situation. His inability to focus affected his work, his family life, and his favorite sport, and he felt a high level of stress nearly all the time. Then one day he started listening to episodes of my podcasts where he heard about the stages of flow, which we will get into in a moment, as well as several high-performance habits. Patrick applied what he learned to his everyday life and saw immediate results. He was finally able to identify and understand what he was struggling with, and he immersed himself in his pursuits more fully than ever before. Finding flow was the key. In his next tournament, Patrick was able to release his intense focus and take his mind off the problems that had distracted him in the past. He found his flow quickly and felt like he was in the Matrix. He could see his opponent's moves coming before they happened. Even better, he was able to find flow in other areas of his life too. The better he did in his martial arts tournaments, the better he did in life. Patrick finally felt a release from the stress that dogged him endlessly, at last believing that he could let go and enjoy his life more. The 4 stages of flow. The flow state has a predictable arc to it. Our podcast guest, Stephen Kotler, founder of the Flow Research Collective and the author of The Rise of Superman, has identified the 4 stages of flow. Stage 1, struggle. This is where you're digging deep to assess whatever it is you need to reach the flow state. It could be a workout regimen, extensive research, an intense bout of brainstorming, or anything else you are focusing on. Warning, this often feels like a struggle and, in fact, the opposite of flow. Stage 2, relaxation. This is the break you take before fully diving into flow. It is an essential step as it keeps you from burning out over the struggle you've been through. This break, a walk, some breathing, anything that helps you relax, is decidedly different from a distraction such as moving on to another task or checking sports scores. Stage 3, flow. This is the stage that Kotler describes as the Superman experience. This is that flow state that hopefully you've experienced at various points in your life, where you're doing your absolute best work and it almost seems to be happening automatically. Stage 4, consolidation. In this final stage, you pull together everything you accomplished during the flow stage. Often, this is accompanied by feeling somewhat let down. All kinds of positive chemicals have been running through your brain while you're in flow, and now that high is ending, but another cycle can be waiting just around the corner. Kotler believes that finding flow is the source code of motivation. When you find flow, you get maybe the most potent dose of reward chemistry your brain can give you, which is the reason he believes flow is the most addictive state on earth. Once we start to feel flow in an experience, we are motivated to do what it takes to get more. But it's a circular relationship. If you have motivation to accomplish a task, but you have no flow, you will eventually burn out. Motivation and flow need to work together, and they must be coupled, with a solid recovery protocol like good sleep and nutrition. Quick start. Have you ever experienced the flow state? Where were you? What were you doing? How did it feel? What did you achieve at the end of it? Visualize that state. Even if you can't visualize, imagine that you can. Finding flow. If you're going to become limitless, you're going to want to get yourself into a flow state as often as possible. So how do you do this? I can offer 5 ways. Number 1, eliminate distractions. Earlier, we talked about the importance of keeping distractions to a minimum. If you're going to find yourself in a flow state, eliminating distractions is absolutely essential. It can take you up to 20 minutes to reconnect with what you're doing after you've been distracted from doing it. How are you ever going to get into the flow if you're constantly rebooting because a text message drew away your attention, or because you just wanted to make a quick check of social media before you got back to work? So, put everything else aside and concentrate completely on what you're doing. Number 2, give yourself enough time. Make sure you have a block of time set aside to get into flow. It's commonly believed that when conditions are right, it takes about 15 minutes to achieve a flow state, and that you don't really hit your peak for closer to 45 minutes. Clearing out only half an hour or so isn't going to allow you to accomplish much. Plan to set aside at least 90 minutes and ideally a full 2 hours. Number 3, do something you love. When we think of flow, we tend to think of people achieving at extremely high levels, the athlete perfecting her game, the musician crafting the ideal guitar solo, the writer quickly putting words down on the page as though taking dictation rather than creating. What's common among all these people is that they are doing something that matters to them a great deal. They wouldn't be satisfied with only being moderately competent, as they aren't performing a task with which they have a casual relationship. They're doing things they love. I've been talking to people about flow for decades. I don't think I've ever heard someone mention being in a flow state about something they were doing only to pass the time. It's like the difference between driving an old junker and driving a brand new Aston Martin. Both might get you to the office, but you're only likely to really get into the driving experience with one of them. If you find certain annoyances in something you're doing, or if you find it to be dull much of the time, these negatives are going to prevent you from truly getting into the flow. Number 4, have clear goals. One of the most efficient flow preventers is lack of clarity. If you don't know what you're trying to accomplish, it's likely that casting around for a mission will keep flow at bay. A novelist friend of mine separates the plotting of his novels from the actual writing for precisely this reason. For him, plotting is an arduous task, with lots of fits and starts, whereas he takes tremendous pleasure in choosing the right words for his stories and making his characters come alive. By plotting ahead of time, he knows exactly what he's going to write about on any given day, and regularly finds himself disappearing into the flow of his work for hours at a stretch. So, once you've carved out the time, give yourself a clear purpose for how you are going to use that time. If you set yourself on a mission at the outset, and it is something you're excited about achieving, you're likely to find yourself deeply immersed in that mission. Number 5, challenge yourself a little. When I talk to people about flow, I consistently hear that they are most likely to achieve flow when they're doing something that is a little bit of a challenge. In other words, they're outside of their comfort zone, but not way outside of it. The logic here is clear. If you do something that you can do with both hands tied behind your back, you're probably going to be bored fairly quickly, and boredom and flow are incompatible. On the other hand, but if you do something that you love that also has a moderate level of challenge to it, trying to hit a baseball to just one part of the field, trying to form a new tuning on your guitar, or writing from the perspective of a new character, for example, this level of challenge is likely to keep the task exciting for you and therefore engage you deeply. Conquering the enemies of flow. Training yourself to achieve flow regularly and even in multiple sessions in the same day will have you performing like a superhero. But we all know that superheroes are constantly challenged by supervillains, and a number of them are lurking around every corner, stalking your flow and trying to extinguish it. Here are 4 supervillains you need to keep at bay if your flow is going to thrive. Number 1, multitasking. We've talked about this before, even in this chapter, but it bears repeating. Being a master multitasker is not synonymous with being limitless. In fact, research repeatedly shows that people who multitask are considerably less productive than those who focus on one task at a time. Given that you now know about flow, it should be obvious that multitasking is the mortal enemy of this feeling. You're never going to get into flow to craft that epic solo or create that jaw-dropping presentation if you're also checking in with colleagues, sending off a quick note to a friend, and reading your company email. The only way to vanquish the supervillain multitask is to ignore him completely, clear your schedule of everything else, and get into flow. Number 2, stress. This is a particularly deadly supervillain, and one that sometimes requires a monumental battle to defeat. If you have lots of outside stressors in your life, deadlines, relationship issues, family problems, worries about your job security, etc., they're likely to sneak up on you at any given moment. I'm sure you've had the experience of thinking about something entirely different when you're suddenly ambushed by an anxious reminder that you're facing some troubles at home. Once that thought is in your head, any opportunities for flow are crushed. Defeating this supervillain requires 2 expert moves. The first is to look the supervillain in the eye before you start and ask yourself if there's anything that you absolutely must deal with before you can get into flow. If the answer is yes, address that first. But in all likelihood, the answer will be no. It isn't that the stressors aren't real, but they often don't need your immediate attention, and they aren't going to be worse 2 hours from now. If that's the case, contend with this supervillain by putting up your force field. Make your space impenetrable by outside stressors so you can concentrate completely on the task at hand. Number 3, fear of failure. Perfectionism reduces creativity and innovation, writes Hara Estroff Marano, editor-at-large and the former editor-in-chief of Psychology Today. It is a steady source of negative emotions. Rather than reaching towards something positive, those in its grip are forced on the very thing they most want to avoid, negative evaluation. Perfectionism, then, is an endless report card. It keeps people completely self-absorbed, engaged in perpetual self-evaluation, reaping relentless frustration and doomed to anxiety and depression. If you go into a task with the belief that you absolutely must perform this task perfectly and that failure will be devastating, you're going to be so focused on not failing that you'll never get into the state where you can truly excel. Remember earlier when we talked about how one of the ideal conditions for flow is pushing yourself just a little outside of your comfort zone. When you do this, you increase the odds that you're not going to get everything right the first time. If you allow the supervillain of perfectionism to master you at this point, your flow will be forfeit. To best this villain, you need to convince yourself that lack of perfection is not only okay, but it is a clear sign that you're pushing yourself in ways that you must. Number 4, lack of conviction. Nearly as devilish a supervillain as perfectionism is a lack of belief in what you're doing. The brain perceives uncertainty as a threat, which sparks the release of cortisol, a stress hormone that disrupts memory, depresses the immune system, and increases the risk of high blood pressure and depression, writes Travis Bradbury, president of TalentSmart. If you don't believe you're going to accomplish anything of importance, you're guaranteed that will be the outcome. If you go into a task doubting your ability to complete it, ask yourself these questions. Do I have the necessary skills to do this? Do I have all the information I need to do this? Do I have enough passion for this project to do this? If the answer to any of these is no, set the task aside until you can answer each of these questions in the affirmative. But if the answer to all 3 of these questions is yes, take the supervillain down and get into the flow. Before we move on, the flow experience is one of the greatest highs any of us will ever experience. It is also fundamental to becoming limitless. By this point, you should have a better sense of what flow is and how to get there. Before we move on, take a little time to try out the following. Reflect on a few times you've been in the flow. What were you doing? What was consistent about those experiences? How can you get back there more often? Take out your calendar and find a spot in the next few days where you can carve out 90 minutes to 2 hours. This needs to be a time when you can free yourself of all distractions. Now, what are you going to do with that time to dramatically boost your productivity? And finally, how often do you go into a project with one of the supervillains we talked about in this chapter stalking you? What can you do right now to defeat that supervillain before going into your next project?
Flow really does sound like the ultimate creative state. You know, and when you read the examples and just listening to you share, we get excited, like, I want to get into flow, like, I want to do that. Something that, I write a lot. I do, doing comedy, there's a huge amount of kind of ideally flow state experiences. But one of the things I struggle with, I think I'm not the only one, is that sometimes I try to force myself into flow. Like I sit down, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get into flow now. and then like the pressure to get into flow blocks me and I choke.
Yeah.
Like I choke and I go, oh, what if I can't get into flow? Or what if I get into flow and what I create is stupid? And like the pressure I then, it's absurd. But do you have any suggestions around someone who chokes at the gate of flow?
Yeah, I think a lot of people who listen to this chapter are thinking like, man, I want to live there. and how do I force it? And some people, that's not how flow works. That's the way to get out of flow is through that conscious forcing effort. It's interesting because when I remember I was speaking at an event, I was backstage with Dr. Wayne Dyer, and a magnificent mentor. And he never prepped before he went on stage. He never went through notes, and he went out there with this level of confidence and this level of trust. And granted, he did the work, right? Because he lived his dharma. He studied all the time. But as soon as he stepped on stage, he surrendered to the experience. And even, when I would talk to him after he got on stage, before I go on stage, he's just like, he was just a vessel, and it just channeled right through him. And I'm sure with your show, as a teacher, as a lawyer, or as a comedian, whenever you're on that stage, it's interesting that through line where there's always a stage. I'm sure you've had a set where it just, you lose sense of time and you're in that zone. And the reason why we put this in the motivation section is, yes, the formula for motivation is having a purpose, having energy, breaking it down into small steps. But some people would suggest, including our multiple podcast guests, Stephen Kotler, who wrote The Rise of Superman, and Stealing Fire, who's an expert on flow, they would say that you don't have to motivate yourself when you're in flow. When you're in that zone, you don't have to push yourself to do that. And if you try to do it like consciously, you could use the parameters, but really what the goal is to set your environment up so it supports the flow. There's a level of, as I was talking about with Dr. Wayne Dyer, of surrender, knowing you've done the work. And remember, it has to be a little challenging. If you cannot get into flow in an easy task, because that's boredom, and boredom doesn't support flow. The task also can't be overwhelming. That's why I'm saying break it down into small steps that are challenging, but you're going to be able to accomplish that, because if it's too overwhelming, so it's always challenge and competence. If the challenge is too high and your competence is too low, that creates frustration and stress. You can't get into flow that way. And if you reverse it, if the challenge is too low and your competency is too high, that's too easy. And so you're never going to get engaged and you're going to be bored. So the goal here is you can't force flow. At best, you could set up an environment and make sure you do the work and the training and challenge yourself in a way that you get engaged, but not so challenged where it becomes stressful.
Okay, so how do you know if you are in flow? What does flow look like?
Yeah, what does it look like? What does it sound like? What does it feel like? 3 elements that are common through a flow state. So, and you could be aware of it as you're reviewing your experiences, as you're studying or you're speaking or you're learning or remembering things. I want you to remember SET, S-E-T, because I love the acronyms, right? SET is, the S is you lose your sense of self. When you are in the zone, whether you're playing sports or you're dancing or you're with your partner, you're making love, you do anything, you lose your sense of self, your ego. It's not there. The E in SET is it's effortless. It is effortless, meaning you don't have to really try. You're not pushing. Your strengths are coming to bear, if you will. So you lose your sense of self. And that's a first indicator that you're in flow. The E is wow, this is effortless. I'm in flow, right? I'm in the zone. And finally, the T is you lose your sense of time. If everyone could remember the last time they were experiencing a flow state, or, as athletes call it, the zone, you don't know how much time went by. Was it 5 minutes, or was it an hour that went by? So there's this time distortion where time either shrinks or it expands, but you lose your sense of time, your sense of self, and the effort is pretty effortless. So just be aware of it. And the more you could cultivate it, it's similar to conversations you and I have had about lucid dreaming. You can't force a lucid dream, to be able to do that, but you can set that intention. But in your dreams, you lose sense of time and all these wonderful things. A wonderful altered state to be able to cultivate and train.
What I like about this with the flow state and what you've just shared is even though there's this moment of surrender, I think a big part of that is if we get that limitless mindset right, if we create a strong sense of purpose and energy, and we get the steps, it's like we're setting ourselves up
Yes.
for success. So when we get to that door, we can surrender and go into this flow state.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we've gone through all of those things, now I have to ask you, where are the goodies? Like, I want to know Jim's famous methods. So I think the next part, we're going to deep dive into that.
We're going to go into the methods of accelerated learning.
I cannot wait.
Part 4. Limitless Methods. The How. Method. Noun. A specific process for accomplishing something, especially an orderly, logical, or systematic way of instruction. By this point, you've discovered how to unleash 2 of the elements necessary to become limitless. We've learned how to approach every day with a productive mindset, and you've learned how to do so with an optimal level of motivation. But there's one more M that differentiates limitless people from those who are encumbered by their limitations. Methods. Methods are the procedures or processes for accomplishing something. In this context, method is the process of learning how to learn, also called meta-learning. When we go through the education system, we are taught very antiquated and inefficient ways of learning, such as subvocalization and rote memorization. As I mentioned at the start of this book, when I was struggling as the boy with the broken brain, I wasn't incapable of learning. History has laid testament to that. But I wasn't succeeding at learning in the way I was being taught. It wasn't until I mastered a new way of learning, methods you will see over the course of the coming chapters, that I could finally use my brain to excel. In this section, you are going to learn the science of accelerated learning and meta-learning in 5 invaluable areas: focus, study, memory, speed reading, and thinking. These are the 5 flagship programs that we teach to individuals and organizations at our company, Kwik Learning. Take special note of the lead-in questions at the start of these chapters, and make sure you do all the exercises I've included. Once you start using these tools, I think you'll find yourself using them all the time, and I think you'll be amazed at what they unlock for you. Chapter 11. Focus. What can I learn from what I'm like when I'm most focused? How can I increase my ability to concentrate? How do I limit my distractions and calm my busy mind? What's the difference between someone performing at superhero levels and someone failing to ever discover their superpowers? In many cases, it's a matter of focus. I'm sure you've had numerous times in your life when you've really locked in on a task. Maybe it was writing a report that mattered a great deal to you. Maybe it was having a session with a mentor you love. Maybe it was attacking a bowl of your favorite ice cream. How did you do with these tasks? In all likelihood, you crushed them, writing one of the best reports of your life, learning huge amounts from your mentor, and devouring that ice cream like it was the last dessert in the world. This happened because you were able to train your focus on the task at hand. Get right on that task and not let anything distract you from that task. So why do most of us have only so much ability to maintain focus? Simply, I think it's because we were never taught to do so. Certainly, I don't recall having a focus class when I was in elementary school. Do you remember when you were a kid
and you went outside on a sunny day with a magnifying glass? How cool was it to hover the glass over a leaf, see an intensely bright spot appear on the leaf, and watch as the leaf started to smoke and burn? What you were able to do was focus a greater level of the sun's intensity on that leaf. And where that bright spot appeared, things were their hottest. Interestingly, when we talk about someone being intelligent, we often call them bright. Going back to our magnifying glass analogy, maybe what we're really saying isn't that this person is much more intelligent than most other people. Maybe that person is just more focused. Focus allows us to train our brain power on a particular task to burn through that task. It's amazing what we can accomplish when we're focused. Conversely, when we're less focused, we're less likely to accomplish what we truly want to do because we're not as committed, both emotionally and physically, to doing it. The primary enemy to focus is distraction. Quick start. Rate your current level of concentration from 0 to 10. Now rate your desire to increase this level. Your concentration is like a muscle. You can train it to become stronger with practice. Practicing concentration. Concentration is at the crux of all human success and endeavor. Hindu priest, entrepreneur, and former monk Dandapani told me during one of my podcasts. If you can't concentrate, you can't manifest. What Dandapani is saying is that concentration is a critical component of anything you want to accomplish. But, like so many other things we've discussed already, we've never really been taught how to concentrate. Sure, our parents and our teachers might have implored us to concentrate harder, maybe even criticizing our lack of focus with a question such as, "Why can't you just concentrate?" But the simple answer to that is that most of us never learned how. Dandapani points out that concentration is like a muscle that gets stronger the more you exercise it. Concentration is something you can learn and something you can practice to get better at, he said. However, what most of us practice instead is distraction. We allow our minds to jump from thought to thought, often using technology to help us practice distraction until we're experts at it. And we should be, because we often get a dozen or more hours of practice a day. Just imagine what it would be like if we practiced concentration for even a fraction of that time. Dandapani has a remarkably clear way of looking at this. I define concentration as my ability to keep my awareness on one thing for an extended period of time. Every time my concentration drifts, I use my willpower to bring my awareness back. Most of us think of lack of concentration as a function of our mind bouncing from place to place. Dandapani has a different and more helpful metaphor. To him, it isn't your mind that's moving, it's your awareness. He sees awareness as a glowing ball of light that moves to different parts of your mind. In order to excel at concentration, you need to make yourself keep that ball of light trained on one spot in your mind for an extended period. This won't be easy at first, but a conscious effort to exercise your willpower in this way is likely to lead to impressive results. You can work on this during nearly any pursuit. If you're having a conversation with someone, make a concerted effort to pay attention to nothing other than the conversation. If you notice your awareness drifting away from the conversation, refocus your glowing ball of light. If you're reading a report for work, train your eyes on the words as though nothing else exists. Again, if you notice the light of your awareness beginning to shine on something else, bring that ball back to the report. If you make the commitment to practice concentration an hour or so a day, it will soon become second nature. Whenever possible, try to do one thing at a time. We've talked a bit about multitasking already, but for now, just remember that multitasking is a grossly inefficient way to get anything done. If at all feasible, allow yourself to do whatever you're doing to the exclusion of everything else. If you're on the phone, don't scroll through social media at the same time. If you're making breakfast, don't also work on your to-do list for the day. By doing one thing at a time, your concentration muscle will become incredibly strong, and your focus will reach limitless levels. Another key to boosting your concentration is decluttering your environment. A Princeton University study found that multiple stimuli present in the visual field at the same time compete for neural representation by mutually suppressing their evoked activity throughout the visual cortex, providing a neural correlate for the limited processing capacity of the visual system. In layperson's terms, what this means is that the physical clutter in your surroundings compete for your attention, which results in decreased performance and increased anxiety and stress levels. So, if you want to become a master at concentration, divest yourself of the potential for distraction whenever concentration is critical. If you're working on your computer, shut down every application and every open tab other than the ones you absolutely need to perform the task at hand. Limit the number of items in your physical workspace as well. While I think many of us consider a desk piled with books, magazines, papers, pictures of our kids, and souvenirs from our vacations to be cozy and even the sign of an active mind, every single one of these items creates a pull away from your concentration. Family heirlooms are wonderful, and you already know how I feel about books. Just limit the number of things that share residence with the place where you need to be the most productive. Calming your busy mind. Unlimiting your focus requires more than just getting to the tasks at hand. And we've already discussed, focus requires an ability to set aside distractions and give your attention to what you're doing. But is that even possible anymore? Most of us are working on multiple devices at the same time, often with multiple applications running on each of those devices. We have meetings to attend, emails and texts to answer, social media statuses to update, and multiple projects in play. Yet precisely because of this, it's more important than ever to find ways to bring calm to your mind. You might not even realize it, but all the input you're getting on any given day is causing you a considerable amount of stress. If you're like many people, you might even think of this as a positive thing because it means that you're busy, and being busy, you're making a meaningful contribution to the world. While this might be true, it is in spite of this anxiety rather than because of it. Anxious thoughts can overwhelm you, making it difficult to make decisions and take action to deal with whatever issue bothers you, writes psychologist Melanie Greenberg, PhD, author of The Stress-Proof Brain. Anxiety can also lead to overthinking, which makes you more anxious, which leads to more overthinking, and so on. How can you get out of this vicious cycle? Repressing anxious thoughts won't work. They will just pop up again, sometimes with more intensity. Juliet Funt is the CEO of the consulting firm Whitespace at work. She describes Whitespace as the thinking time, the strategic pause that's in between the busyness. When she was on my podcast, Juliet called Whitespace the oxygen that allows everything else to catch fire. What both Greenberg and Funt are identifying is the need for all of us to have more time when our minds aren't cluttered. It's obvious how doing this will positively impact our mental health, but what's less obvious is how it will also dramatically improve our focus and our productivity. Some interesting studies in neuroscience underscore this, showing us how distraction is actually changing our brains. One from University College London compared the brains of heavy media multitaskers with those of light media multitaskers and found that the anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, which is involved in focus, was smaller among the former group. Conversely, a study at the Max Planck Institute found that among people going through training exercises to increase attention, their ACCs grew thicker. And distractions can be a serious time sink. A study from University of California, Irvine shows how distractions can really disrupt your day. You have to completely shift your thinking. It takes you a while to get into it, and it takes you a while to get back and remember where you were, said Gloria Mark, lead author of the study. We found about 82% of all interrupted work is resumed on the same day. But here's the bad news. It takes an average of 23 minutes and 15 seconds to get back to the task. That's more than 20 minutes every time you're distracted. And how often are you distracted every day? Tools like meditation, yoga, and certain martial arts can be tremendously valuable in helping you calm your busy mind. But if you're in the middle of the day and can't afford to get away for more than a few minutes, there are still some things you can do. 3 important ones are: number 1, breathe. We've already talked about the value of taking deep, cleansing breaths as part of your morning routine. But doing the same thing is valuable whenever you need to recenter yourself. Holistic health expert Andrew Weil, MD, developed a breathing tool that he calls the 4-7-8 method. It works like this. Exhale completely through your mouth, making a whoosh sound. Close your mouth and inhale quietly through your nose to a mental count of 4. Now hold your breath for a count of 7. Then exhale completely through your mouth, making a whoosh sound to a count of 8. This is 1 breath. Now inhale again and repeat the cycle 3 more times for a total of 4 breaths. Number 2, do something that has been causing you stress. This goes back to what we talked about earlier regarding procrastination. As we now all know, thanks to Bluma Zygarnik, things weighing on our minds are going to continue weighing on our minds until we deal with them. If you're having trouble focusing, or if your mind is operating on a dozen planes at the same time, it's very possible the reason this is happening is because there's something that you need to do that you've been avoiding doing. If that's the case, do a little 4-7-8 breathing, deal with the stressful task, and then you can get back to everything else you want to do with increased focus. Quick start. What is one important thing that you're avoiding that is affecting your focus? Number 3,
Schedule time for distractions. It might be a challenge for you to turn off your phone and your email when you need to focus, but if you can convince yourself to do these things, great. They're relatively easy to do. What's likely to be considerably harder is to avoid letting worries and obligations get in the way of whatever you're trying to accomplish in that moment. There's a reason you're seeing these things as worries or obligations, and that makes them much harder to push out of your mind. Addressing one of your concerns head on, as we just discussed, is one way to deal with this. But there are going to be situations where that's simply not possible. Instead, what if you set aside a specific time in your schedule to move these worries and obligations to the forefront of your mind? Simply saying, "I'll worry about that later," isn't likely to keep that worry from creeping back 20 minutes from now. But saying, "I'll worry about that at 4:15 very well might. Quick start. Schedule your next distraction time. Before we move on, unlimiting your focus is a key to unleashing your superpowers. When your mind is truly focused, when you're completely throwing yourself at a task, you achieve at levels that are impossible when you're distracted or divided in your thoughts. Before we move on from this chapter, let's try a few things. Take a good look at your to-do list and identify the thing or things on it that is likely to invade your thoughts until you get it done. Formulate a plan for dealing with that task using some of the anti-procrastination tools you now have. Do something right now that changes your productivity environment so you can do a better job of staying on task. And finally, practice a technique for calming your busy mind. Does it work for you? If so, commit to using it regularly.
So focus is the first of 5 methodologies. And I just want to ask you, why is focus up front? Why is this number 1?
That is a wonderful question. I'm glad you actually noticed that. Is the reason we cover focus first is because if you don't have that, you can't do any of the other methods. So the future methods we're talking about are things like study, but you can't study if you don't have focus. Things like memory, it's not your retention, it's your attention and your focus that's important. Things like speed reading. If your mind's going everywhere and you're easily distracted, your mind's wandering, you're not going to be able to read better and smarter, and also thinking. How are you going to be able to think and solve problems and be creative and make good decisions if you can't concentrate? So focus is what we start with. But I'm glad you pointed that out. That's how important focus is.
So focus is our foundation for all the methods going forward. And wow, focus is something we really are lacking in. It's something, I think about listening to that chapter, I realized how unfocused I am, how my default is to be distracted. And especially what came up for me that chapter, once let's say we clear our spaces and we create the best optimum conditions, there is a reality where we are now available to people in a way we weren't before. The amount of emails, text messages, MSN messages, Telegraph, all the different stuff constantly coming at us and bombarding us from people we like, people we love. It feels so urgent. I find it really challenging to create space from that. I feel like that's one of the biggest distractions we have because it does feel so urgent to respond to people. What perspectives or advice do you have around creating healthy parameters in relationship with that?
It's similar to the conversation that you and I had about the people we spend time with. It's driven by technology, but people could also give you energy or take energy away. They could also help you to focus, or they could be distracting also as well. But you're right, the way we opened up the book and we talked about technology and how it's driving all this amazing innovation and change and progress. And there's this thing called digital distraction, app notifications, social media alerts. And again, I love technology because it allows us to connect and learn and empower and support each other. And I want to know what all my friends are doing, of course. But absolutely, it could get out of hand when we don't put some kind of consciousness into it, bringing mindfulness into the technology. When it comes to our focus, we know that it's very difficult to, if not impossible, to multitask. And the goal is to really do one thing. And everything seems important. A lot of times, and I know most people who are listening to this, they bought the book also as well, because there's things in the book that we're not going through on the audio, and there are things in the audio that obviously are not in the book. But if you are the kind of person who reads a book and you highlight everything, right? You know, the people who just like highlight everything so the book like glows in the dark. And if everything is important, then nothing becomes important. And the same thing with our focus. If if you are easily distracted, right? When you think about distraction, the opposite of distraction, it's distraction. You're losing traction in something. And that presupposes you have traction going towards something else. And so a lot of times when people are checking their phones, they're not really distracted because it's not taking them away from something else. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's okay to go on your phone and be distracted if that's what you want to do, if it's not pulling you from something that's important in that moment, right? So you could use that time, and as we gave suggestions, schedule your distraction time. But what that presupposes, if you're distracted, is that you have a goal or you have something you should be working on. And a lot of people are watching and binge watching videos, and it's not a distraction because it's not taking them away from something that they have an intention to do. Now you set that intention, now it becomes a distraction. If it's taking away from that business plan or your videos that you need to make, or preparing for that presentation at work or studying for school, then it is a real distraction. And so how do you do it? Again, the power of questions goes a long way. Ask yourself, what is the best use of this moment right now? That's a question to help with your reticular activating system to focus on. Right now, there's probably a 1 billion, 2 billion stimuli you and I could be focusing on right now in the moment. Primarily, our brain is a deletion device. It's trying to keep all that information out. What comes in are the things that are important to us. But here's the thing, not everything has equal importance, as you mentioned. And so you have to be intelligent and stand guard to your mind as you would for negative things, is what's urgent and what's important. And if it's not, what I suggest is don't resist it. Don't try not to think about going out Friday night. Don't try not to think. That's like trying not to think of a big purple giraffe. You know, if I said, Mia, do not think of a big purple giraffe in this studio, a big purple giraffe, do not think about it.
I'm in trouble.
Exactly. So the mind can't process negatives. And the more you resist it, the more it persists. So what you resist persists. So don't try not to think about the party Saturday night or picking up the dry cleaning. What I would suggest is just write it down so that you have it captured somewhere. You've acknowledged that it's there and it's important. Your mind could go to rest and not have to have the Zeigarnik effect, kind of obsess about it, and you can focus on the thing at hand. Now, another really important question is this, or principle, I would say. When it comes to your focus and it comes to your productivity, the most important thing is to keep the most important thing the most important thing. I'm going to say that again because this is like I hope it lands for everyone listening. The most important thing is to keep the most important thing the most important thing. And that really is the essence of focus. The people who are extraordinary, they are outstanding. They are limitless, if you will. They're getting really good at the things that matter. They're not majoring in minor things. And that's why when it comes to your focus, we know things like the 80-20 rule, right? Pareto's principle. Pareto's principle is saying 20% of your efforts give you 80% of the rewards. And so focus on those 20% that gives you most of the rewards instead of focusing on the 80% of things in life that are only giving you 20% back. It's the equivalent of when I was talking about the power plant story, that you turn one screw and all of a sudden the entire power plant turns on. What are those little things that will make the biggest difference in your life? And so focus on that. Dr. Stephen Covey, who wrote a great book called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, said, you have to put first things first. First things first. And that helps you to laser focus.
And could the most important thing change moment to moment, for instance? Like, I'm just thinking for people who balance family relationships and work, for instance, where maybe the most important thing ultimately is family, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe for the next 2 hours, the most important thing is the
Yes.
task, and they'll call their family back in 2 hours. Like, is that important to
It is.
change
It
it?
is. It is absolutely important because we're not. Here's the thing with words again, is that my goal for me is not. This is my personal approach for life management, if you will, is not balance, because words have a feeling to it. We all use the word balance, and most people do. For me, when I think of balance, I'm like on a balance beam. I'm trying to keep everything evenly weighted, because that's what balance means, even weights. And so for me, I don't look for life, work, health balance. I look for harmony. That's my word. Meaning that I don't need to spend the equal amount of focus and time to my health as I do to the kids, as I do to my career, as I do spend the same amount of time in the gym. That's not how I'm looking to balance. How I'm looking to do it is like a symphony. You have an orchestra, and not every single person or instrument is playing the equal amount of time, but they all come in at the right moment, and they create this incredible art.
I
And
love that
that's
analogy.
that's the goal with our work.
That's an empowering analogy. I think I always imagine balance as almost like a trade-off too. Like, you're trying to
Mm-hmm.
juggle all these things and make them equal, but that's so much more intelligent and effective. All right, so with focus as our foundational sort of a methodology, let's find out about the next few.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the power of study. Chapter 12. Study. If I'm going to be a lifelong student, how can I optimize my study time? Is cramming the best way to learn something? How do I become a better note taker? One Friday night, after a very busy work week, I received a call. The person on the other end of the phone told me that we had a common friend and that this friend had suggested he reach out to me. Sure, how can I help you? I said. For the first 30 seconds of our call, this man had seemed entirely calm, but with that question, his voice became more animated. You've got to help me, please. My speaker can't make it out tomorrow because of an emergency. He was supposed to give our keynote. I told him that I was sorry to hear about his predicament, but that I didn't take speaking assignments on the spur of the moment. I usually book speaking gigs 6 months in advance, and I always gave myself time to prepare for them. That didn't deter this caller. He said that our mutual friend had raved about speeches he'd seen me give, and that if anyone could deliver a strong presentation on short notice, it was me. Please, save me, he said with even more emotion in his voice. This guy's plight was starting to get to me. I happened to be free on Saturday, and the conference he was throwing was in Manhattan, where I lived. I decided to ask him the topic of the keynote. When he told me, I stared at the phone as though the caller were speaking to me in an alien language. Why are you calling me about this? I said. I know nothing about that topic. Yes, but the speaker who canceled has a book. I'm not sure how that matters. The caller responded so quickly that it was clear he'd already prepared this argument. I've heard you're a speed reader. I was thinking that you could come in a little early, study the book, and then give the speech. This scenario was so completely outlandish that I did the only thing I could do under the circumstances. I took the engagement. How could I turn down a challenge like that? We agreed on the particulars. He told me a bit more about the audience to whom I'd be speaking, and then I hung up, asking myself what just happened. I got to the conference center the next morning at 10 a.m. The man who'd called me the night before handed me a copy of the book and set me up in a quiet room. I was to deliver the keynote at 1 p.m. Over the next 3 hours, I read the book, made a ton of notes, and laid out the basic parameters of the presentation I was about to give. I then went up on stage and gave the keynote from memory, and it turned out to be the most highly rated talk of the conference. I was exhausted, but I have to admit that the entire experience was quite a rush. You are unlikely to ever find yourself in a situation like this. But
As outrageous as the caller's request had been, I knew I could do this, because with competence comes confidence. I'm not saying this to impress you. I'm saying it to express to you what's possible. To illustrate to you how any sense of constraint fades when you've learned how to absorb a subject in a sitting, remember what you've learned, have the ability to highlight the most essential points, and have an understanding of how people learn. In other words, many of the things we're discussing in this book. I never would have been able to deliver that particular keynote if I hadn't been a quick study. And just like the other skills we've been addressing here, this isn't an ability you either do or don't have. Instead, it's an ability you've either cultivated or haven't. You can learn how to unlimit your studies. And when you do, it'll be a superpower you'll employ the rest of your life. We've had students report to us where they're going in for a job interview, for example, and on their way to the job interview, they'll go on their phone online and go and memorize all the key information about that company. They'll go through their team and memorize all their names. And when they're sitting in the waiting room, going in and preparing to go for the interview, they'll memorize the content that's sitting in the waiting room. And from there, during the interview, they'll start recalling facts and figures, and it's a wonderful way to stand out. It's not just what you know or who you know, it's who knows you. This individual here, the story we just got in our private Facebook group, he left saying goodbye to every single one by name. Even people he did not meet, he just remembered them from the website. And guess what? He got the job. Quick start. Think about a topic or subject you'd like to learn this month. How would you go about studying this topic? What's your current approach or process? The 4 levels of competence. Since the 60s, psychologists have noted that there are 4 levels of competence or learning. The first, known as unconscious incompetence, is when you don't know what you don't know. For example, you might not even be aware of the fact that something like speed reading exists. So, you're also not aware that you're currently not capable of doing it. In the next level, known as conscious incompetence, you're aware of what you don't know. For example, you're aware that people have learned to read and comprehend much faster through speed reading techniques, but you yourself have not had any training in this area, nor do you understand what tools are necessary to become a speed reader. The third level is conscious competence. What this means is that you're aware of a skill and have the capacity to perform that skill, but only when you actively put your mind to it. You can do it, but it takes work. Continuing with speed reading, this would be akin to speed reading successfully, but only when you focus on employing a speed reading technique. Similarly, at this stage for other activities like typing or driving, you could do it, but it requires your conscious attention. The fourth level, the one any lifelong learner is seeking, is unconscious competence. In this case, you know how to perform a skill, and it's second nature to you. With speed reading, you would reach the point of unconscious competence when this simply becomes the way you read. You're not making yourself read faster, you're just doing so. You are typing or driving without your deliberate attention. Now, the key to get from conscious competence to Unconscious competence is obvious. It's practice. Practice makes progress. While the model psychologists use ends there, I would add a fifth level, true mastery. This is a step beyond unconscious competence to where it's second nature to perform a skill at an elite level. This is the level of being limitless. And if you're going to be a master, you're going to need to study like a superhero. How to study better. Why are most of us restrained in our ability to study? Most people do not know how to study effectively because they were never taught. Many people naturally assume they already know how to learn. The challenge is that most of the techniques you use now are old and ineffective. Many of them date back hundreds of years. We now live in a highly competitive information age where information is everywhere. Yet, we are still using the same methods to absorb and process it all. Today, our requirements for learning are much different, but most of us were taught that studying was all about reviewing material over and over and over so we could spit it back out during a test. We're going to talk in a moment about why cramming is such a bad idea, but suffice it to say, the process is far from optimal. The most successful people in the world are lifelong students. That means they're continuously learning new skills, keeping up with the latest in their chosen fields, and staying apprised of what other fields might be able to offer to them. As we discussed earlier in this book, there are enormous benefits to spending a lifetime learning. So if you're going to approach your goal of being a limitless learner, you're going to want to make study a part of your entire life. This is something that James, one of our students, discovered, although it took a little time. James struggled with his education, and after high school, he spent 3 years working at a liquor store, even though he'd always dreamed of becoming a successful businessman. He realized that in order to fulfill his dream, he was going to have to go to college, but, he told me, it was like pulling teeth. I eventually got my accounting degree, but then got into an accounting firm, and then went into banking. But for the longest time, I couldn't build up to being a wealth manager. I got into an analysis position, and that required a lot of learning, a lot of studying, and I was just barely getting by. I had the people skills, and I had the discipline, but the studying part was really hard for me. A lot of the designations I have now, I failed the tests a few times before I got those designations. When it was time to take my CFP exam while I was working, it just became so burdensome. James was 6 weeks away from his big test, a test that normally requires 12 weeks of study, when he learned about my speed reading program. This allowed him to turn the corner, improve his studies, helping him, quote, keep my brain healthy through the whole process of intensively studying, end quote, and providing him with a big boost on the day of the test. James got his CFP designation, and this allowed him to get a new position where he works directly with clients as a wealth manager. He continues to use his newly refined learning skills while going through the vast number of prospectuses he needed to read and understand. James could easily have allowed restrictions to stop him in his tracks. Instead, he learned to unlimit his old ways of studying to overcome the obstacle in his career. But what about cramming? The all-nighter is an age-old study tradition that many people continue long after their school days are over. Much of this is due to procrastination and putting off the work that needs to be done for the big test or that big presentation. But many people also believe that cramming is their most effective form of preparation. Chances are good, however, that it is not. In reality, cramming is associated with emotional, mental, and physical impairments that reduce the body's ability to cope with its environment, wrote journalist Ralph Hibutsky in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer. He cited a Harvard Medical School study that indicates that cramming leads to many unwanted side effects, including impaired mental function. In addition, cramming usually requires foregoing all or at least much of one's normal amount of sleep, and this could wind up undermining the very purpose of cramming. UCLA professor of psychiatry Andrew J. Foligny co-authored a study on cramming and came away with a clear connection between this byproduct of cramming and the expected results. No one is suggesting that students shouldn't study, he said, but an adequate amount of sleep is also critical for academic success. These results are consistent with emerging research suggesting that sleep deprivation impedes learning. In working with students of all ages, I have learned that cramming is rarely as useful as we would like it to be. Concentrating on one subject for many, many hours makes it less likely that you're going to retain the information. Earlier, we talked about the effect of primacy and recency on memory. If you tend to remember the first thing and the most recent thing best, cramming a huge amount of information between the first and the most recent thing is only going to lead to your having more things that you forget. We'll talk about a better alternative in a moment. Whether you're a high school junior taking 5 AP classes with the goal of gaining acceptance to a top college, or a corporate head faced with the need to stay on top of your rapidly changing industry, you're likely facing two challenges simultaneously: a mountain of information to scale and little time in which to scale it. If this is you, you're going to want to make sure you're studying as efficiently as you can. Over my years of helping people to learn faster and study better, here are 7 of my favorite simple habits to unlimit your studies. Habit number 1, employ active recall. Active recall is a process through which you review material, then immediately check to determine how much of it you've remembered. This allows you to draw the distinction between simple recognition, familiarity with the words on the page, and recollection, making the material an active part of your memory. Most students do not realize how important it is to force themselves to recall, writes neurologist Dr. William Clem of Texas A&M University. In part, this is because they are conditioned by multiple choice tests to recall passively, that is, recognize when a correct answer is presented, as opposed to generating the correct answer in the first place. Studies of student learning practices reveal how important to memory formation it is to retrieve information you are trying to memorize. To employ active recall, do this. First, review the material you are studying. Second, close the book, pause the audio, turn off the video or lecture, and write down or recite everything you remember from what you just reviewed. Third, look at the material again. How much did you remember? Make sure you have enough time to allow yourself to go through this process multiple times. As Clem points out, the studies showed that optimal learning occurred when an initial learning session included repeated study and forced recall testing of all items at least 4 times in a row. This leads me to the next important habit to adopt. Habit number 2, employ spaced repetition. As discussed earlier in this chapter, cramming has many downsides. While it is natural to procrastinate, leaving yourself in situations where you need to study a tremendous amount of material all at once makes it likely you aren't going to learn that material at all. The reason is that trying to work that way puts us in direct opposition to the way our brains work. Alternatively, if you space out your reviews of the material, focusing more heavily on information that you haven't retained in the past, you're using your brain to the best of its abilities. Spaced repetition is simple but highly effective because it deliberately hacks the way your brain works, agrees James Gupta, CEO of the online learning platform Synapse. It forces learning to be effortful, and, like muscles, the brain responds to the stimulus by strengthening the connections between nerve cells. By spacing the intervals out, you're further exercising these connections each time. It produces long-term, durable retention of knowledge, and, in my experience, once people start using it, they swear by it. Spaced repetition seems to work most effectively when you can review the material at similar intervals. This is why it's important to give yourself enough time. Perhaps you perform the review once in the morning and again right before dinner for 4 days in a row, and then move on to other material you need to study at similar intervals. Use this technique in concert with active recall. Review the material, test yourself on what you remember, then take a break before coming back to this particular material. Habit number 3, manage the state you're in. As we've talked about earlier in this book, the state you're in when you perform any activity will have the greatest impact on your success. For example, if you had a really bad day and you were asked to give a presentation for your job or take a test, you most likely would not perform to the best of your ability. This is because your state of mind did not promote optimal performance. On the other hand, if you're feeling great, when the same opportunity arises, you would definitely produce better results. The more positive and resourceful your state, the greater the results you'll produce. Studying is no different. Your posture also controls the state of your mind. Sit or stand as if you're about to learn the most crucial life-changing information. Did you just have to move? If you did, then notice how you feel more focused after you've changed your posture. When you sit or stand straight, it also facilitates breathing and the circulation of necessary oxygen to your brain and the rest of your body. If you are slumped over, it could stifle the breathing process and make you fatigued and tired. Quick start. While you are standing or sitting in a chair, slump over, look down, take short breaths, and put a frown on your face. Do this now. How motivated do you feel to achieve success? How productive do you think you are in this state? This is the posture of a lot of students while studying. Is it any wonder they dislike studying and have to work hard to achieve bare minimum results? Now, sit or stand up, straight, smile. How much better do you feel? Habit number 4. Use your sense of smell. I'm sure something like this has happened to you. You walk into a room and discover the air is filled with a particular scent. Maybe it's the smell of a specific spice baking in the oven. That scent immediately sends you back to a day with a childhood friend when she made a joke that was so funny that milk came out of your nose. Why would the smell of that spice trigger that memory? Because that smell was in the air when the event that you're remembering happened. The smells are especially effective at bringing memories to the forefront of our brains. The scent of rosemary has been shown to improve memory. Peppermint and lemon promotes concentration. The answer is likely due to brain anatomy, writes Jordan Gaines Lewis, postdoctoral researcher at Penn State College of Medicine. Incoming smells are first processed by the olfactory bulb, which starts inside the nose and runs along the bottom of the brain. The olfactory bulb has direct connections to two brain areas that are strongly implicated in emotion and memory, the amygdala and hippocampus. Interestingly, visual, auditory, and tactile information do not pass through these brain areas. This may be why olfaction, more than any other sense, is so successful at triggering emotions and memories. What this shows us is that smell is an enormously important yet underused memory tool. If a particular scent can rocket us back to our childhoods, a different scent can be used to accelerate our recall. If you're studying for a big test, put a bit of a particular essential oil on your wrist while you're studying, and then make sure you do the same thing before you take the test. If you do the same thing in preparing for a big meeting, the results should be similar. Obviously, you want to take other people into consideration, but you don't want to douse yourself with the scent, but just a touch is enough to heighten your recall. Habit number 5, music for the mind. Think about how you did some of your earliest learnings. Did you, like so many people, memorize the alphabet through song? Or perhaps you know how a bill gets through Congress because Schoolhouse Rock sang it to you. Parents have probably been teaching toddlers basic concepts through music for as long as music has been around. They do it because it works, and it works because there is strong science behind it. Numerous studies link music to learning. The arousal and mood hypothesis, introduced by Dr. E. Glenn Schellenberg, identifies a connection between music and mood and the subsequent connection between mood and learning, suggesting that music can put us in conditions that improve our ability to learn. Baroque music seems to have some particularly valuable qualities. Music stabilizes mental, physical, and emotional rhythms to attain a state of deep concentration and focus in which large amounts of content information can be processed and learned, states music and learning expert Chris Boyd Brewer. Baroque music, such as that composed by Bach, Handel, or Telemann, that is 50 to 80 beats per minute, creates an atmosphere of focus that leads students into deep concentration in the alpha brain wave state. Learning vocabulary, memorizing facts, or reading this to music is highly effective. There's no similar evidence that the results would be the same for, say, rap or K-pop. But because one's reaction to music is such a personal thing, it's possible that this music would work for you as well. But since streaming music is so ubiquitous, I'd recommend adding a Baroque playlist as background to your study sessions. Amazon Music, Apple Music, and Spotify all have Baroque playlists. And if you wanted to explore further, each have classical music playlists, comprised largely of Baroque music, that have been specifically compiled for the purpose of studying. Habit number 6, listen with your whole brain. If you're going to unlimit your learning, you're going to want to make sure your listening skills are fully tuned up. There's a very strong connection between listening and learning, and more than a quarter of us are auditory learners, meaning that the primary way in which we learn is through hearing something. Listening is critical to learning, and we spend a large percentage of our waking time listening, but most of us are not particularly good at it. Plenty of studies examine this phenomenon, writes Bob Sullivan and Hugh Thompson in their book, The Plateau Effect. While listening is the core of most of our communications, the average adult listens nearly twice as much as he or she talks. Most people stink at it. Here's one typical result. Test takers were asked to sit through a 10-minute oral presentation and later to describe its content. Half of adults can't do it even moments after the talk, and 48 hours later, fully 75% of listeners can't recall the subject matter. One of the reasons we don't listen well is that we tend not to apply all our brain power to the exercise. Sullivan and Thompson, who conducted a study with Carnegie Mellon University on the nature of digital distractions, point out that the human brain has the capacity to digest as much as 400 words per minute of information. But even a speaker from New York City talks at about 125 words per minute. That means 3/4 of your brain could very well be doing something else while someone is speaking to you. To help you alleviate this problem, I've devised a tool that will help you listen with your whole brain. Just remember the acronym HEAR, H-E-A-R. H is for halt. In all likelihood, as you're listening to someone speak, there will be other things going on in the same space. Maybe there are people milling about. Maybe your phone is chirping, telling you you've just received a text. Maybe there's music playing in the room or a television in the background. Meanwhile, you're thinking about your to-do list, your next meeting, or what you're going to have for dinner that night. Do everything you can to tune all of this out and to be completely present with whomever you're listening to. Remember that listening involves more than just words a person is saying. Vocal inflection, body language, facial expressions, and more create additional context and provide additional information. You can absorb all of this only if you halt everything else. E is for empathy. If you can imagine yourself in the speaker's shoes, you're likely to learn more from this listening experience than if you do it dispassionately. Trying to understand where the speaker is coming from and why brings additional substance to what he or she might be saying and allows you to feel it from their perspective. A is for anticipate. Engage in the experience with a sense of anticipation. Remember that learning is state-dependent and that what you can learn from the speaker will become a long-term memory if you attach emotion to it. Your enthusiasm for what you're hearing will greatly increase your potential for truly hearing it. R is for review. If you have the opportunity to directly engage with the speaker, do so. Ask clarifying questions, or maybe even for a point to be repeated. If you're in the position to take notes, do so, and afterwards, reflect on what the speaker said. Paraphrase it in your mind and imagine yourself teaching it to someone else. Doing so will solidify it in your mind. Habit number 7, take note of taking notes. Studying under the best conditions will likely improve your retention considerably. And both in preparation for your studies and in concert with your studies, upgrading your note-taking ability is invaluable. The ultimate advantage of taking notes is that they customize the information you need to retain to your vocabulary and your mode of thinking. At their best, Notes allow you to organize and process information in a way that makes it most likely that you can use this information afterwards. But many people take notes ineffectively. Common pitfalls include concentrating so heavily on writing notes that you're not actually listening to the information, trying to write down every single thing you hear, and writing notes in such a way they won't be helpful to you the day later. It's easy to avoid all of these pitfalls once you are aware of them. So let's put a plan together for upgrading your note-taking ability. First of all, be sure that you understand the purpose of taking these notes. For example, the goal of taking notes in a mid-semester lecture might be very different than the notes you take in the review class before a final. Similarly, what you're trying to accomplish with the notes you take in a weekly meeting with your team is likely to be different from the notes you take in the week leading up to a major client presentation. By being clear on your intention with your notes, you are able to distinguish between information that is relevant to you and information that is not. I have a friend who is a writer and insists on transcribing every interview he does, even though it would be more time efficient to have a transcription service do it for him. The reason, he says, is that by doing it himself, he only transcribes the parts of the interview that he knows he's going to be able to use, therefore eliminating the possibility that these quotes will get lost among all the other conversations that might not be relevant to the book he's writing. What he's left with is nearly pure content. Likewise, if you take notes with a goal in mind, every note you take will have relevance. Once you're clear on your goals, take an active approach to note-taking. Listen with the intention of getting exactly what you need, and write your notes in ways that will benefit your recall later. If you're going to use abbreviations and shortcuts, use ones that are familiar to you. The last thing you want is for your own notes to be indecipherable to you later. Equally important is making sure that you use your own words whenever possible. As noted earlier, one of the key pitfalls to effective note-taking is trying to record everything. There are two obvious downsides to this. One is that it is impossible to write as quickly as most people speak. On average, people handwrite 10 to 12 words a minute, and the average speaker speaks at around 100 words a minute. Even if you are typing your notes, which I don't recommend as much, more on this shortly, you'd probably only be able to get down half of what the speaker was saying. But there's an even more fundamental downside. If you're copying what someone is saying verbatim, you're probably not processing any of it. That means that at the most essential moment of learning, you're utilizing most of your brain to the task of taking dictation. When you use your own words in your notes, you begin to process the information, and that greatly enhances learning. And while we're on the subject of writing, I'd recommend you handwrite your notes. Even if you're using a tablet computer to store your notes, use an electronic pen to do so. For one thing, there are readily available programs that can convert your handwriting to text for later organization. But most importantly, handwriting requires you to start processing the material immediately, and that has proven to be more effective. The present research suggests that even when laptops are used solely to take notes, they may still be impairing learning because their use results in shallower processing, writes Pam A. Mueller and Daniel M. Oppenheimer in their study on this topic. We found that students who took notes on laptops performed worse on conceptual questions than students who took notes longhand. we show that whereas taking more notes can be beneficial, laptop note-takers' tendency to transcribe lectures verbatim rather than processing information and reframing it in their own words is detrimental to learning. Most importantly, make sure you are really listening. You're not there as a secretary. You're there as someone who is receiving information for later use. Therefore, it is important to actually hear what others are saying. Take note of what's being emphasized. Make sure you're understanding the points the speaker is making. And if the opportunity is available, ask questions. This can only happen if you're devoting at least as much attention to the information being delivered as you are to the recording of that information. While you're taking notes, use a method I call capture and create. On the left side of the paper, you're capturing, you're taking notes. On the right side, you're creating, you're making notes. You're writing your impressions of what you're capturing. How can I use this? Why must I use this? When will I use this? After your note-taking session is over, review your notes immediately. This will help you retain the information much more effectively than if you don't read your notes for days. As an added benefit, you'll be able to supplement your notes with anything you might have missed while taking them, because the information will still be fresh in your mind. A tip for upgrading your note-taking. If you want to make sure you're always getting the most from your note-taking, remember the mnemonic TIP. T-I-P. T is for think. Before you begin any session where you're going to be taking notes, think about what you're hoping to retain most from this session. This will help you filter the high-value information from the information that is less relevant to your goal. I is for identify. Listen carefully to the information being presented and identify what is most important in the context of your goal. Remember that attempting to write down everything is going to make it impossible to process the information at the time and will probably make studying harder. Identify what you need the most and write that down. P is for prioritize. As you review your notes after the presentation, prioritize the information that is most valuable to you, perhaps adding additional notes as necessary to make the priority information clearer or making an outline to highlight key points. Before we move on, if you acknowledge that unlimiting yourself means being a student for life, then how you go about your studies is vitally important. Before we move on to the next chapter, let's try a few things. Take your active recall out for a spin. Introduce yourself to some new material and immediately assess how much of it you retained. This audio is a perfect example. Find a music playlist that works for you. There are many of them available, and the right music is likely to enhance your ability to absorb information. So take some time to find one that you like. Maybe you'll even want to have it in the background while you listen or read the rest of this book. And finally, try out your new note-taking skills. Maybe go through this chapter again and take notes about it. Or watch one of our videos online and take notes of that instead. Use the skills you've learned here to upgrade this experience. If you go to limitlessbook.com/resources, you'll see more tools and videos of how I take notes.
I'm laughing, Jim. listening to that chapter because study is something I've done my whole life. I've done so many years of study, and I'm laughing because I haven't done it right. And I have never been taught how to study. You're right. We were taught what to study and never how. And so we end up cramming. Crazy. Now what I really loved out of that was that not only have I never been taught to study, but I never even thought about using other senses, what you put in there about the smell and the music. So can you tell us a bit more about how we can engage our senses for excellent study techniques?
Absolutely. I wish you had access to this when you were studying law and education. That would have been a lot of people. They end up cramming, which is not the way, as you've learned in this chapter. Yes, you could absolutely use senses to get more out of your studies. And so what we talked about in this chapter was using certain classical music that harmonizes with the resting heart rate to help you to relax, to put you in that alpha state where you could helps you to memorize facts and figures and foreign languages faster. Using the sense of smell is actually one of the most powerful ways to activate your memory because it goes right to your brain, one of the quickest ways. It's probably a survival mechanism where you needed to smell old food that could be not good for you or poison or something like that to keep you alive. And there are actually, as we're talking about in the chapter, you learn things best in the environment you study in. So if you need to perform somewhere, it's great to study in that environment. But that's not always the case. You can't always study in that classroom to take the test in the classroom or study in that boardroom to give that presentation in the boardroom. But you could bring the environment with you. So you having certain senses, a chewing gum or a lip balm, something unique, you use it while you're studying. And then when you need to perform, use that same one and it'll trigger those memories.
I love that. It's like a cue for you.
It is like a perfect trigger when we talk about the power of habits. And there's certain senses that actually help you cognitively. Like it's been shown that lavender helps you to relax and helps you to sleep. There are certain things like peppermint helps you to concentrate better. So essential oils are very powerful. Rosemary has been shown to help with our memory. So there's all kinds of tools and resources to help us to be able to study better so we could be more limitless.
I love this, a multi-dimensional way to engage our brains and the learning process. And when it comes to study, I was taught to rely simply on rote learning, which didn't work out great for me. And so I'm really excited to learn about this next chapter, memory, and how to really engage with that part of our brain.
Chapter 13, Memory. What can I do to improve my memory right away? How do I keep a big chunk of information in my memory? How can I easily access this information when I need it? A few years back, I walked into our office early in the morning before anyone else had come in. The phone started ringing, so I went to answer it. Immediately, a woman's effusive voice sang out from the other end, "I love you, I love you, I love you." Trust me that this is not a common response I receive answering a call. "Whoa," I said, "who's this?" "It's Anne. I took your course." She then quickly declared, "I found it." Okay, she had me. "What did you find?" "I don't know what it is, but I've been doing all these exercises you've been teaching, and I've started to remember things, even when I'm not using the strategy and methods. I'm remembering names and conversations." So she hadn't answered that question either. I realized I was going to have to let her tell her story the way she wanted to tell it. Over the next few minutes, I learned that a few years earlier, she'd been given a family heirloom from her grandmother. It was a necklace that had been passed down from generation to generation, and her grandmother skipped over her own daughter and her 3 older sisters to bequeath the necklace to her. Anne was extremely honored to receive this gift and vowed to be careful with it. There was only one problem. She'd been so concerned about keeping the necklace safe that she'd hidden it somewhere she couldn't remember in her house. When she realized she didn't know where the necklace was, she started searching, but to no avail. This led to monumental levels of angst and an enormous amount of guilt compounded by her family. After 3 years, She'd come to the conclusion that she'd either misplaced the heirloom forever or that someone had stolen it. Then, at 2 a.m. the morning of this call, she woke up out of a dead sleep. She went down 2 flights of stairs to her basement, ran over to her boiler, moved behind it, and reached into a crevice there. She pulled out the necklace and nearly died from the relief. That's an amazing story. Congratulations, I told her. I'm curious, though. I didn't teach you how to find misplaced items. That's not one of the things we covered in our class. Yes, but you did something way more valuable. I don't know what it is, but for the past few weeks, I'm just remembering all kinds of things. Not just in the present, but stuff I hadn't thought about in years. Jim, thank you for giving me my brain back. What Anne was illustrating through her excitement is something I've been sharing with people for a long time. Yes, your brain is an organ, but it acts like a muscle. And it most significantly resembles a muscle in that it's a use it or lose it device. Our brains stay fit only when we make a concerted effort to keep them fit. If we fail to keep our brains in shape, either through laziness or being overly dependent on technology to do our thinking and remembering for us, or by failing to challenge ourselves with new learnings, it becomes flabby. Think about it this way. If you have your arm in a sling for 6 to 12 months, you don't come away with a stronger arm. In fact, after you take the arm out of the sling, you're likely to have little functioning at all. Your brain is the same way. If you don't exercise it regularly, it might not be at its best when you need it the most. But if you make the effort to keep your brain in top shape, you'll discover that it's always ready to do superhero-level work for you, just as it did for this caller. You can always rely on Mom. Memory is arguably the most important part of the learning process. If you cannot remember, then you cannot learn anything. There is no knowledge without memory. But why do most people have less than ideal memory skills? I think it's because of the way we were taught to memorize things, which was usually through rote memorization. To this day, most schools teach students to memorize by repeating a fact or a quote until it is temporarily burned in, even though people tend to forget this information as soon as they no longer need it. And this type of memory rarely leads to mastery of the material being memorized. Your memory is one of your greatest assets. It supports you in every area of your life. I challenge you to do anything without utilizing your memory. If you did not have a memory, life would be extremely challenging to say the least. Imagine waking up each day and forgetting everything you ever knew. You would have to teach yourself how to get out of bed, how to get dressed, how to brush your teeth, how to eat your breakfast, how to drive your car. That would be quite inconvenient. Luckily, you were born with a great memory. You just need to be shown how to use it. Quick start. How would you rate your memory right now? What aspects would you like to improve? Take our memory assessment at limitlessbook.com/resources to understand more. If you're going to perform a major upgrade on your brain, you're going to want to unlimit your memory, as memory is such a fundamental part of most brain function. Since that's the case, let me reassure you with a very important fact. There's no such thing as a good or bad memory. There's only a trained memory and an untrained memory. If you have trouble remembering people's names, making presentations without notes, or even finding your car keys in the morning, it's extremely unlikely that this is because you're incapable of doing these things. Instead, you just haven't gotten the training. Joshua 4 is proof positive that memory can be trained. In 2005, Joshua was a journalist who had taken on an assignment of writing about the little-known world of mental athletes. Fascinated by what he saw in elite memorization contests, he wanted to discover more about the participants. To his surprise, he learned that almost every participant he interviewed described themselves as having a poor or average memory before they learned and practiced the principles of memorization. Now they were competing at the highest levels of the contest. It dawned on Four that there were no restrictions to memory and that memory can be trained just like athletic skill. He began to practice what he learned. 1 year later, he returned to the USA Memory Championship, but this time as a competitor. The day of the event, we had lunch together between competitions and marveled at the fact that often what appears to be genius can actually be learned. Later that day, Four placed number 1 and took home the trophy. He went on to write the groundbreaking book, Moonwalking with Einstein, The Art and Science of Remembering Everything. Why is memory so important if you're going to unlimit yourself? Because your memory serves as the foundation for every action you take now and every one you will take in the future. Imagine what it would be like if your computer had very little storage or had inconsistent access to what it had stored. Most functions would be nearly impossible to perform. You'd start to write an email message, and your computer might or might not have the addressee among your contacts and might or might not remember how to send the message after you'd written it. And the ones that did perform would take excruciatingly long while your computer figured out how to do it. While I've likened our brains to supercomputers, we all know they're so much more than that. Perhaps the most significant difference is our ability to reason, to consider the facts or the situation in front of us, and to act, innovate, or navigate through circumstances based on those facts and situations. The process of reasoning requires us to shift through rich stores of memories using tools that have been proven useful in the past to make informed and productive decisions. It's impossible to think creatively into the future without a sense of what is known, writes Dr. Eve Marder, professor of neuroscience at Brandeis University. We commonly say that we are looking for interdisciplinary and synthetic thinkers who can make connections between disparate fields and see new paths for discovery. I cannot imagine finding those creative leaders for the future among the legions of students who forget everything they have learned because they can just look it up. How does one know what to look up if one has forgotten so much? Dr. William R. Clem, who we met in Chapter 12, gives us 5 reasons why improving memory is essential. Number 1, memorization is discipline for the mind. Much needed in an age where so many minds are lazy, distracted, have little to think about, or think sloppily, memorization helps train the mind to focus and be industrious. Number 2, no, you can't always Google it. Sometimes you don't have access to the internet, and not everything of importance is on the web, and a great deal of irrelevant trash will accompany any search. Nor is looking up material helpful under such situations as when you learn to use a foreign language, must write or speak extemporaneously, or wish to be an expert. Number 3, memorization creates the repertoire of what we think about. Nobody can think in a vacuum of information. To be an expert in any field requires knowledge that you already have. Number 4, we think with the ideas held in working memory, which can only be accessed at high speed from the brain's stored memory. Understanding is nourished by the information you hold in working memory as you think. Without such knowledge, we have a mind full of mush. And number 5, the exercise of the memory develops learning and memory schema that promote improved ability to learn. The more you remember, the more you can learn. I want to emphasize that last point. It's not accurate that your memory works like a container, a cup, or a hard drive in that once it's full of data, no more can fit. It's more like a muscle in that the more you train it, the stronger it gets and the more you can store. In this chapter, I'm going to discuss some tools and techniques designed to train your memory. You will be applying basic principles of the mind and developing your memory in such a way that will make learning and remembering more natural, easy, and fun. The most fundamental of these, though, is this: always remember Mom, a mnemonic device I created to kick up your memory instantly. M is for motivation. We've discussed this. The simple fact is that we are considerably more likely to remember things that we are motivated to remember. If someone says to you, "Hey, remember our call tomorrow?" you may or may not remember that you've scheduled a call with that person. If instead he says, "Hey, if you remember our call tomorrow, I will give you $5,000. You will definitely remember you've scheduled the call. You are overwhelmingly more likely to remember something when you have a strong motivation to do so. So, if you want to train yourself to have a stronger memory, give yourself a stronger motivation to do so. Remember the power of questions we talked about in the section on motivation. Reasons reap results. So make remembering personal. If you can convince yourself that there's value in retaining a memory, there's a good chance that you will. O is for observation. How often do you forget someone's name as soon as you hear it? The reason is likely that you weren't entirely paying attention when you heard that name. Maybe you were looking around the room to see who else you knew. Maybe you were still thinking about a conversation you'd just had. For whatever reason, you weren't entirely present. Most of the time when we fail to remember something, the issue isn't retention, but rather attention. If you're serious about boosting your memory, condition yourself to be truly present in any situation where you want to remember something. M is for methods. Over the course of this chapter, I'm going to provide you with a set of tools that you'll be able to use when you want to remember something. Make sure you're always carrying these around in your mental toolbox, and be sure to employ them to the point where they become second nature. The more memorable baker. The chances of remembering something increase dramatically if people can attach a reference point to the thing they are trying to remember. A number of years ago, after a study testing people's ability to put names to faces, researcher Gillian Cohen coined the name of what came to be known as the Baker-Baker paradox. In the study, participants were shown photographs of faces, offered the names and various details about the people in the photographs, and then asked to later recall the names. The study showed that people had far more trouble remembering last names than they did occupations, even when the last name and the occupation was the same word. So, for example, it turned out to be significantly easier for a participant to remember that someone was a baker than their last name was Baker. Let's go back to Joshua 4 in a moment for an explanation. When you hear that the man in the photo is a baker, that fact gets embedded in a whole network of ideas about what it means to be a baker. He cooks bread. He wears a big white hat. He smells good when he comes home from work. The name Baker, on the other hand, is tethered only to a memory of the person's face. That link is tenuous, and should it dissolve, the name will float off irretrievably into the netherworld of lost memories. But when it comes to the man's profession, there are multiple strings to reel the memory back in. Even if you don't at first remember that the man is a baker, perhaps you get some vague sense of breadiness about him, or see some association between his face and a big white hat, or maybe you conjure up a memory of your own neighborhood bakery. There are any number of knots in that tangle of associations that can be traced back to his profession. What the Baker-Baker paradox illustrates for us is that creating associations for ourselves is likely to boost our memories dramatically. The exercises on the following pages are tools along these lines that I have found particularly effective. Recalling a great deal of information. One of the things I do regularly when I'm speaking to large groups is ask audience members to throw out a group of random words, somewhere between 30 and 100, that I will then repeat backward and forward. It never fails to get an odd reaction from the crowd, but that isn't what I'm looking for. Instead, I do this to get across a key point, that everyone has the capacity to do the same thing and more. We've already talked about the importance of memory in performing nearly all brain functions. If you're going to unlimit your brain and therefore unlimit yourself, you need to unlimit your memory. This means training your memory to the point where it can retain a great deal of information and allow you easy access to that information. What I do on stage with the list of 100 words might have the immediate impact of a parlor trick, but how I train myself to do this is through a technique that anyone can use to remember and access lots of information. Maybe, in your case, it's the specifications for your entire line of products. Or maybe it's a long string of mathematical formulas. Maybe it's the directions to all the stops on your swim practice carpool. Whatever it is, this tool can help. For the sake of this exercise, let's talk about how to memorize a list of words. The technique will be the same regardless, but it'll be easier to explain it to you if we can focus on a particular thing. Below, we have provided you with a list of simple words. Your assignment is to memorize them in the order they are given. Spend no more than 30 seconds looking at the list, then flip the page over, and good luck. I'll read this list to you right now. Fire hydrant, balloon, battery, barrel, board, diamond, night, ox, toothpaste, sign. Now, that was 10 words. What was the method you used to remember this list? Did you repeat the words in your head over and over? For instance, were you saying to yourself, fire hydrant, balloon, battery, fire hydrant, balloon, battery, fire hydrant, balloon, battery, barrel, etc.? Did you find that you needed to repeatedly say the words over and over again until they stayed in your head? Did you try to see the words as pictures in your mind? Most people use one or a combination of the first two methods described. The process of repeatedly saying or writing information down to remember it is called repetition learning, otherwise known as rote learning. You may have used rote learning in the second grade to remember your multiplication tables. You would say to yourself, 7 times 7 is 49. 7 times 7 is 49. 7 times 7, or you may have written it out. 7 times 7 equals 49. 7 times 7 equals 49. 7 times 7 equals 49. And you would continue to fill up your sheet of paper. This is also most likely the method you used in elementary school to learn how to spell. Your teacher may have asked you to spell a word like chair 50 times on a piece of paper. What was happening was your natural learning ability was being stifled. You bored your mind continually with this method until it finally gave up and said, "You win." For the 100th time, Columbus landed in 1492. Just no more of this chanting. Most people find that rote learning to be a very tedious and boring process. It taxes your mind and is extremely ineffective for remembering most things. We know that as much as 85% of the information you take the time to remember in this fashion is lost in only 48 hours. That is why some students find the need to cram, because they know that the material will be lost in a very short period of time. Elementary learning. One of the reasons rote learning is inefficient is because it only involves a small part of your brain. You're using a more analytical part of your brain to process information and store what you need to learn. By implementing rote learning, you only engage part of your mind and an even smaller portion of your potential. In the traditional education system, you probably learn this way in such topics as history. Calvin Coolidge was the 30th President of the United States. Coolidge 30, 30 Coolidge. Chemistry. Glucose C6H12O6. Glucose C6H12O6. Glucose C6H12O6. French. Comment allez-vous means how are you? Comment allez-vous means how are you? Comment allez-vous? How are you? The list goes on and on and on and on. The question you must ask yourself now is the way I learned in elementary school the best method for me to learn today? The answer is most likely no. In school, they taught you 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic. Too bad spelling wasn't one of them. I always thought the 4th R should have been recall. Your requirements for learning have changed a lot over the years. Repetition learning had some decent results when you were younger, but in today's world, it will leave you drowning in information and mental fatigue. Note, the word rote literally means an unthinking repetition or mechanical memorization. In this section, I'm going to show you the skills to remember more effectively than you ever thought possible. These skills will help you to replace the feelings of hoping you'll remember with a feeling of confidence in knowing that the information you possess will be available whenever you need it. And now, take a minute without looking back at your notes and try to recall the list in order it was presented. Write down as much as you can remember. Take a minute and do this now. How did you do? If you are like most people, you probably were able to retain a few words on the list, and probably not in order. Quick start. Now, let's try something else. Take a minute and stretch. Take a few deep breaths, clear your mind, and relax more with every breath that leaves your body. Just take a moment and relax. When you are done, continue. Now that you are relaxed, I want you to, if it's safe, close your eyes, make sure you are comfortable, and I want you to imagine you're standing next to a giant fire hydrant, the biggest one you've ever seen. Now attach a bunch of balloons on top of that fire hydrant. Notice what color the balloons are. Say out loud what color your balloons are. Say it out loud now. Now, there are so many of these balloons, it takes the fire hydrant out of the ground and it floats up high and high in the sky. Then suddenly, it is hit with a barrage of batteries. Loads of batteries are coming and they pop the balloon. I want you to look at the batteries. What brand of batteries are they? Say it out loud. And you wonder, where did the batteries come from? The batteries are coming from a gigantic wooden barrel on the ground. There's somebody inside the barrel throwing all of these batteries out. And what's different about the barrel is on the side of the barrel is a gigantic surfboard, on the side of the barrel. And rolling down the board is a large diamond, not a 1 or 2 carat diamond. It's an 84 carat diamond, a big, brilliant, sparkling stone that's rolling down the board. And then it falls off and hits a knight in shining armor. It hits a knight in shining armor on the head. Imagine that. Imagine the diamond falling and hitting a knight in shining armor on the head. He gets knocked out cold. And what happens is an ox comes to wake him up. Can you imagine that? An ox comes and starts licking him on the head. An ox is doing that. And then afterwards, the ox starts brushing its teeth with toothpaste. Imagine that, toothpaste on the ox. Imagine the toothpaste all over the ox. Notice what brand of toothpaste it is. And when the toothpaste is done, the toothpaste animates and runs into a big neon sign that says, "Congratulations," on the sign. Now, I want you to take a moment with your eyes closed and review this little story. Review this little story in your mind. Close your eyes and start with the fire hydrant. Tied to the fire hydrant was what? And review the story in your mind. Quick start. Now, without referring back, what I want you to do is write down the 10 words. Take a moment on your notepad and write down the 10 words in order. As you may be aware, we turn your list into a story. And as you go through the story in your mind, you likely recall many of the words. Let's check your answers right now. Let's do it together. The first word, fire hydrant. Then, balloon. After balloons, batteries. After batteries, barrel. Good, very good. After that, board. After board, diamond. After diamond, night. Very good. After night, ox. After ox, what happened with the ox? Toothpaste. And then finally, sign. Very good. So check your answers and write down the number you got correct. Fire hydrant, balloon, batteries, barrel, board, diamond, night, ox, toothpaste, sign. That's very impressive. I have a question for you. Can you do it backwards? Can you go through this list backwards? Let's do it together. What was the last one? Sign. Before sign, toothpaste. Before toothpaste, say it out loud. This is the active part. Ox. Before ox. Night. Before night. Diamond. Before diamond. Board. Barrel. Batteries. Balloon. And finally, fire hydrant. How did you perform the second time? If you are like most students, you are able to recall more of the words than you did previously. The amazing thing is that once you start training your memory in this way, you can use this tool to memorize vast amount of information. I've used this technique to help actors learn all their lines in a script, to help students memorize things like the periodic table, and to help salespeople speak about a product with a level of granularity that made it seem as though they'd engineered the item themselves. Remember that there's no such thing as a good or bad memory, only a trained memory or an untrained memory. Employing this tool regularly will give you the kind of training that you can access in all kinds of situations. We call this story method chain linking because it's like links you're connecting in a chain. When you could see it and you could hear it and you make it funny in a way that's memorable, you're not going to forget it. Your active focus in memory. This is a very important concept. Most people approach learning as a passive activity. They encounter information in books, notes, or lectures as if the material is absorbed. Great, but if it is not, they feel there's nothing they can do. This passive outlook is the hit or miss approach. It holds that if the information sticks, it's more a result of luck and repetition than focus and skill. By taking a more active approach to learning, you will have greater results and the satisfaction that comes from involvement and personal awareness. Learning passively is weak.
Active learning is strong. Now, when we're talking about memory, there are 4 elements you want to consider to making something unforgettable. The first is visualization. Your visual memory is very powerful. By seeing the pictures a story paints and not just the words that represent those pictures, you create a stronger means by which to remember. Thinking is done through the use of pictures. Do this now. Think of your bed. What did you visualize? Maybe you saw a queen-size mattress with a wooden headboard, navy blue sheets, and giant pillows. You probably did not see the words navy blue sheets and giant pillows in your mind. You saw pictures of them. This is how your mind thinks. If you doubt this, then ask yourself, do you frequently find yourself dreaming in words? Probably not. Remember, a picture is worth 1,000 words. The second element is association. This is the key to memory and all learning. In order to learn any new piece of information, it must be associated with something you already know. This is worth repeating. To remember any new piece of information, you must associate it with something you already know. You have done this all your life. You just might not have been aware of it. Here's a simple test. What comes to your mind when you think of a cherry? Perhaps red, sweet, fruit, pie, round, seeds, etc. These are words and pictures that you have learned to link to a cherry. You associated something you knew to something you did not know. You use association to ride a bike, eat your food, have a conversation, and to learn to do anything. In the same way, by making a story out of the words on your list, you associated them consciously for easier recall. Your mind is constantly making countless associations every minute, most of them without your conscious awareness. This is how you learn. Do you have a song that reminds you of a special person? That memory is an association. Do you have a smell that reminds you of a time in your childhood? That memory is an association. Why not use this information and make associations consciously to learn more effectively? Another element to your memory is emotion. We've discussed that. Adding emotion makes something more memorable. Information by itself is forgettable, but information combined with emotion becomes a long-term memory. When we add emotions to something, we make it adventurous, we make it action-filled, we make it humorous, and we're much more likely to remember it. As you go through and think about that story, it had action. You had a fire hydrant, then you had all these balloons, and then you had the action of batteries popping the balloon. And if any of this made you smile, it evoked an emotion, which helped you to remember it. And finally, another element that's important to your memory is location. We are really good at remembering places because as hunter-gatherers, we didn't need to remember numbers and words, but we needed to remember where things were. We needed to know where the clean water was, where the fertile soil was, where the food was. If you can associate something with a place, you're more likely to remember it. These are some of the keys to having a great memory. The rest of this chapter will be dedicated to showing you specific techniques and applications you can use in different situations. If you did not have much luck with your memory story, don't worry. This is understandable. You may just need a little practice. Most people have not used their imaginations since they were children. You may want to review the story a few times, as it will be a good workout for your creative mind. You could do this now. Do you still remember the words? You should truly be amazed. For most people, using rote methods, it takes anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes to memorize this list, and with only very temporary results. However, you'll find that this story, which took you no more than a couple of minutes to learn, will be available for you to recall days or even weeks from now without reviewing it, maybe not even once. This is the power of working smart and not hard. This is the power of your imagination. This is the power of your mind. Let's try it again. A quick memory exercise. I want you to ask a friend to give you a list of 10 random words. Or you can make a list yourself. To make this as random as possible, grab the nearest piece of printed media available to you, whether it's a book, a newspaper, a magazine, or a flyer from your local supermarket. Use the first substantive words in the first 10 paragraphs you see. In other words, don't use things like I, the, when, etc. Making sure not to use any word more than once. Write these down. Now, flip over the paper you wrote these words on and try to write the list again, in order. Check what you wrote against the original list. How did you do? You probably didn't remember all 10, but you probably didn't forget all 10 either. That's instructive because genius leaves clues, by which I mean that your innate intelligence teaches you about your intelligence. There was a method that allowed you to memorize what you did, and you can access that to move to the next step. Tell yourself out loud which of the words you remembered and why you think you remembered those words. Doing so will help you to understand how you memorize things. For example, there's a good chance that you remembered the first word and the last word. This is the common phenomenon we discussed back in Chapter 4, known as primacy and recency, where people tend to remember the first thing as well as the most recent thing they heard in any given situation. What other words did you remember? Do these words have anything in common, such as did they all start with the same letter, or they're all action words? What does this tell you? Were the other words you memorized organized in any way? Did they evoke any kind of emotion in you? Was there something unique about any of the words you remembered? What you've likely learned by this point is that the words you were able to remember on your first pass had certain qualities about them. The words you didn't remember failed to have any quality that resonated with you. So let's create a process where every word has a memorable quality. First, tell yourself a story using these 10 words, moving from one word to the next. You're not trying to win a literacy competition with this story, and it doesn't matter if the story makes sense. What's important is that you provide some kind of imaginative detail for all the words on your list. For example, if one of your words is outside, imagine you're in a vast field and that you link your words in the story in the order in which they appear on your list by creating an image for each. Remember, the more emotional and exaggerated they are, the better you will recall. Second, on a separate piece of paper,
write down the list again, using the story you created to remind you of the words and of the order in which they appeared. How did you do this time? In all likelihood, you did better, though there may be a chance you still didn't get all of them. And finally, write down the list again, not looking at any of the previous versions of the list you created, but this time, write it down backwards. You'll need to access the story you invented in a different way in order to do this, but this is really going to help lock these words down for you. At this point, you've probably memorized most, if not all, the words on your list. At the same time, you're probably wondering how this is going to help you remember all the details in a presentation you're giving. Delivering a great deal of information without notes. As we've discussed, your memory is fundamental to nearly everything you do. There's really no way to unlimit yourself without having a well-trained memory, because memory governs your ability to reason, to calculate possible outcomes, and to serve as a resource to others. And sometimes you just need to be able to deliver a significant amount of information to a person or a group of people at once. This might take the form of delivering a report to your board, giving a speech to an assemblage, sharing your expertise in a subject in front of your class, or any number of other situations. And in many of these cases, it's critical that you be able to do this without having any notes in front of you, because the notes would suggest that you are less well-versed in the material than you should be. I've been teaching business executives, students, actors, and others a time-honored technique for making their presentations without notes. And when I say time-honored, I mean this quite literally. The method I teach, and that I'm going to share with you now, is a version of the loci method, something that has been around for more than 2,500 years. The legend behind the loci method is that the Greek poet Simonides of Chios survived a building collapse that killed all others in attendance. When officials tried to identify the victims, Simonides was the only person who could help them because he remembered who the victims were based on where they were standing at the time of the collapse. In the process, Simonides created a memory tool that is as effective today as it was in 500 BC. Loci is the plural version of the word locus, which means a particular point or place. The loci method, then, is a memory tool that aligns the things you want to remember with specific points or places that you know well. Here's how I teach it. Let's come up with an example together. Identify the top 10 major talking points from a presentation. These can be the keywords or phrases or perhaps quotes that you want to incorporate. They should not, however, be multiple paragraphs long, as that will make this process cumbersome and your presentation feels stiff and over-rehearsed. The assumption here is that you know your topic well and that you have some facility with the material. This method is designed to help bring each of the key points to the forefront of your mind when you need them. If you're struggling for 10 major key points, I want you to remember the 10 keys for energizing your brain in the chapter we covered on energy. What are the 10 keys? Now, imagine a place that you know well. This can be part of your home, a street that you walk often, a nearby park,
or anything else with which you have a great deal of familiarity and that you can easily recall vividly. Now, consider a path through that location. If it's a room in your house, for example, imagine walking into that room and traveling through it. Identify 10 spots in this room that you can quickly see in your mind. Maybe the first place is the lamp in the corner that you see as you enter the room. And as you go clockwise, perhaps the second spot is the chair just to the side of the lamp. Maybe the next place is the side table next to the chair, and so on. Make this path as procedural as possible. Zigzagging around the space is likely to be less productive. Just see yourself walking through this space clockwise, noticing what you always notice as you pass each item. Once you've picked out your 10 places, assign a major talking point to each of these locations. Be sure to make the order of your talking points match the order in which you walk through the room. For example, using the room we just described, if the first thing you want to say is the keynote message to your entire presentation, assign that to the lamp. If the next major talking point is an essential product detail or key historical fact, assign that to the chair, and so on. In the case of the 10 keys for unlocking brain energy, if you were giving a presentation about it and the first tip you wanted to remember was brain food, put brain food in your first place. If the second is brain nutrients, put brain vitamins in the second place. And then you could add all of the other ones in any order you prefer. You could put sleep in the next if you like. You could put working out and exercise in the next place, and so on. Now practice your presentation, using your walk through the location as a tool for remembering each of the primary messages in the presentation. Each component of the presentation should come up to you as you need it. Another name for this process is called the memory palace, where you're walking around the palace of your home and remembering what you put in the first place, the second place, the third place. By the way, if you've ever found yourself saying that in a conversation, in the first place this, in the second place that, in the third place, and so on, the reason why you say that is it's based on this 2,500-year-old memory technique. The memory technique itself is hardly used. We're bringing it back with this book, but the languaging is still there. That's how people used to remember a lot of information at a time. As with all the tools, this memory tool might require some time for you to become an expert at it, but it will likely begin to help you immediately. With practice, you should find it possible for you to access large chunks of information without referring to your notes. Your recall will improve dramatically, and your speeches and reports will seem more natural. You can employ this approach whenever you need to memorize in bulk. Bonus tool number 1, a quick way to remember everyone's name. As we discussed earlier, failure to remember something like the name of a person you've just met is often a case of you not being attentive in that moment. Remembering mom, M-O-M, can be enormously helpful in that regard. But I also have a technique specifically geared to helping people remember names that you might find useful. The mnemonic here is be suave. B is for believe. Believing you're going to be able to do this is the essential first step. If you try hard enough to convince yourself you can't remember names, you'll succeed. Remember, if you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. If you believe you can or you believe you can't, either way, you're right. Henry Ford said that. The E is for exercise. As with the other tools in this book, doing this is going to take some practice, but you should be able to become very good at this very quickly. So the bad news is it takes effort. The good news, it doesn't take as much as you think. S is for say it. When you hear a person's name for the first time, say it back. This will both confirm that you heard the name correctly and offer you the opportunity to hear the name twice. You want to do this because you don't want to have a 20-minute conversation with Ted and say goodbye, Ed. Say it from the start. U is for use it. During the course of your conversation with the person, use their name, but don't abuse it. Use it 3 or 4 times in the context of the conversation. This will help to lock it in. A is for ask. Ask where a person's name came from. This would be a little odd if you were asking about a name like Jim, but it's particularly helpful when meeting someone with a less common name. What can you ask about a person's name? How do you spell it? Where's it from? Who were you named after? Are you related to this person? What does your name mean? Remember, a name is the sweetest sound to a person's ears. V is for visualize. Visualization is an incredibly powerful memory tool, as we already saw with the loci method. Try to attach an image of a person's name. For example, if you meet someone named Mary, you can imagine the person wearing a wedding veil as you're saying hello. If a person's name is Mike, imagine they jump on the table and start singing karaoke on a mic. If a person's name is John, well, you get the idea. E stands for end. When you part ways with the person, end your conversation by saying the person's name. Because when you could walk into a room of 10 strangers and leave saying goodbye to every single one of them by name, they're all going to remember you. And that's a standout skill. Bonus tool number 2, a quick way to remember vocabulary and languages. Vocabulary is one of the cornerstones of learning. To remember the meaning of words is pretty straightforward and easy. Just use the very same systems you've been using in this chapter. One of the most powerful concepts is word substitution. You already know how to do this. You just now have a name or a vocabulary term for it. Word substitution is the process of turning intangible, hard-to-picture information into an image that is more concrete and easy to visualize. Here are some examples of word substitutions. Nitrogen can be a night. If a person's last name is Monroe, you can imagine a man rowing. If you needed to remember a street named Washington, you can imagine a washing machine. If you needed to remember Armstrong, imagine a really strong arm. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Remember the principle. We tend to remember the things that we could see. So try seeing what we want to remember. The main idea behind word substitution is coming up with a picture or a series of linked pictures that sound
similar enough to remind you of the original word. The abstract word, idea, or concept that was once so difficult to understand is now not so foreign. By creating a picture of the word, you now have something more tangible, something you can see. Remember that we tend to remember that which we create. Here are some more examples. Cytology, the study of cells. So you want to turn it into a picture that you could remember. Imagine you see a towel with a huge G on it. C towel G, cytology on it. You have always wanted one, so you take it and you are thrown in a jail cell. Cell reminds you the study of cells. Or you sigh looking at your toe in a low G. Sigh, toe, low, G. And you're thinking, Jim, where are you going with this? But here's the thing. This is not allowed, and you are put in a cell and forced to study. Even though this is thoroughly bizarre, it is very memorable, and that's why it works. You might be thinking, Jim, this is so childish. But remember, who are the fastest learners? Children, right? And part of the reason why children learn so well is they have this creativity. They have this imagination. So I want you to imagine as you're going through this process that you are 10 years old and you're having fun with this. Now, by the way, these methods are a means to an end, meaning once you know cytology is the study of cells, the pictures of the towel and the huge G and the jail cell, that disappears. What these techniques do is to help you overcome what I call the 6-second syndrome, meaning when you learn something like a name, you have 6 seconds to do something with that. Otherwise, what happens? It disappears and then it's gone. So your working memory is very short. When you hear something like cytology, taking a moment to break it down into word pictures helps you to capture that information before it flees. Let's go to another example. Let's take a word like lenient. It means what? Compassionate. It means gentle. What can you picture? What sounds like lenient? For me, I imagine a leaning ant. An ant leaning. The ant is leaning on a clean wall and getting it dirty. His mother, instead of being angry, is compassionate and gentle. And again, you're thinking, Jim, I could see it. That doesn't even make any sense. That's why you remember it. We tend to remember the things that we could picture that are a little bit illogical and things that actually make us feel a certain way. Now, you could apply this towards any words, and I think you probably know this because going back to the example of names and faces, when you forget someone's name, I imagine you do this. You start thinking, oh my goodness, I'm so nervous. I forgot the person's name. Does it start with an A? Does it start with a B? Does it start with a C? And you start going through the alphabet. And you get really worried when you get to the letter W because there aren't a lot of letters left, right? But sometimes, does it work? You're like, yeah, it does, Jim. I come up with D and I was like, oh, it's David. If you could get a reminder from just one little letter to remind you of a name, imagine if you had something closer that sounds like it or reminds you, just like we used a balloon to represent helium. You know, for David, going back to names, I think of a slingshot. Why? David and Goliath. So this is the word substitution method. So this system can be used for not only vocabulary. Yes, if you wanted to remember a word like extol,
It means to praise. You can imagine eggs and a toll booth and add the word praise. If you wanted to remember the word sycophant means a people pleaser, turn sycophant into a picture. Sick of ant. And you make a picture out of it. Another example, supercilious. It means arrogant. Super silly ass. It just builds itself, right? So this system can be used for practically anything, including learning foreign languages, which works the same way as remembering vocabulary. In fact, some of the vocabulary words you encounter in English might as well be in another language. For example, let's talk about French. Très bien means very good. For me, that sounds like tray and bean. Picture yourself babysitting and rewarding the child a silver tray with a giant bean on it. The child was very good. Facile. Facile means easy, which sounds like face eel. And you're thinking, Jim, this is kind of silly. Again, these are mnemonic devices, a fun way to code the information so you could store it. And once you know facile means easy, the picture disappears. But in this case, imagine a friend challenging you to hold an eel close to your face. You do it and say, that's easy. Travailler, which sounds like traveler to me, means to work. All you have to do is picture a traveler coming up to you and inviting you on a vacation, but you can't go because you have to work. You get the idea. Now in the book, we have multiple examples, but let's do a few more. Escargot. What's escargot? It means snail. You know that. For me, I hear scar and I hear go, or I hear go. And it's always about breaking it down into syllables and making a picture to help you to remember it. So you could picture a snail with a scar and what? They go. Merci. What does it mean? Thank you. Break it down. Mare-see. What's a mare? A female horse. And see, vision, like glasses, or mare in a sea. And imagine the mare in the sea saying what? Thank you. How do you say in French, how are you? Comment allez-vous? Comment allez-vous? Imagine, just break it down into something that sounds just a little bit like it. For me, I imagine I'm in France. I see the Eiffel Tower in the background. I'm going to somebody and saying, how are you? And they say, come on, to this alley, see this view. Now, if you wanted to say, how are you in Chinese, it would be ni hou ma. Ni hou ma, break it down. Ni, ho, like a garden hoe, and ma. So imagine the same scenario. Take out the Eiffel Tower. Maybe you're putting in the Great Wall of China. You're saying, how are you? All of a sudden, their mom takes a garden hoe and hits you on the what? On the knee. Would you ever forget that? No, of course not. But it's utilizing the principles of memory. You're visualizing it, you're making it adventurous, you're feeling it, and that's what makes it unforgettable. And again, remember, these are a means to an end. Once you know it's ni hou ma or comment allez-vous, then the pictures disappear. Let's do some vocabulary words in Spanish. How do you say butterfly in Spanish? Mariposa. Mariposa. For me, I hear Mary posing. And so I just imagine Mary posing with what? Butterflies. to help you to remember it. Aprender, for me, sounds like a blender, which means to learn. Picture yourself taking your books and putting them in a blender. How do you say eggs in Spanish? Huevos. I think waves and O's and eggs. There's just a story right there. Huevos, a bunch of waves and O's and eggs. So you could put these together in a fun, interesting way, and it's a shortcut as opposed to using the rote repetition where you're going huevos, eggs, huevos, eggs, huevos, eggs. It's not frequency, it's not duration, because both of those take time. It's intensity. Intensity is using action, exaggeration, making it illogical, making it outstanding, making it unusual, making it emotional. And that's how you learn. And so you don't have to take the time if you could use the intensity. So if you refer to the book, there are many, many examples. But the best thing you could do is really focus on the words you most want to learn. So what I would recommend you do is to go online, search the language that you're interested in picking up, the vocabulary words, and look at the most common words. Use the most common words first and use this word substitution as a way of practicing learning that language around the most used words, the ones used most frequently. Let's do a few more. Escuela, which means what in Spanish? It means school. A lot of education words here. For me, I think of what? Quail. Picture a quail with a giant Superman S on its chest going to where? School. One simple picture is worth what? 1,000 words. So in the book, there are lots of examples there. And even if you don't go through the book, what I would recommend, again, is going online, picking a language, and focusing on the words that are used most. Ayuda, which sounds like, are you the? It means help in Spanish. Maybe picture yourself in need of help, and someone comes to rescue you and asks, are you the? Are you the fill in the blank? And that helps you to remember the word help. So again, in the book, we give many examples in different languages, and you could go online and find the ones that are most interesting to you to practice word substitution. Now notice why this works. Going back to the 4 elements of an active focus and memory, you have visualization, association, emotion, and location. The story is taking place somewhere. That's why word substitution works. Now again, in the print version of the book, we have many examples there. I've used these examples to better introduce you to the basics, build upon them, and understand their significance. You can use these skills for practically anything. These systems are both flexible and universal. For example, if you want to remember whether a word is masculine or feminine, simply add the picture of a top hat for masculine words and maybe a dress for feminine words. There are no rules, so be creative, be outrageous, and have fun with them. Stack it. To learn new vocabulary or foreign language words, combine the strategy above with methods that you've already learned from our chapter on study. For example, we talked about spaced repetition.
that would be extremely valuable in this application. We also talked about the power of music. Playing Baroque music in the background as you study foreign language words is a very effective way at helping to learn that language. Another technique, as you're learning these languages, use breathing patterns, rhythmic breath, or sense. Imagine as you're studying, you're using a unique lip balm or chewing gum or essential oil as you're studying the words, and when you're tested, use that same fragrance to help those memories come alive. The study techniques already in your toolbox will serve a bold new purpose here. Before we move on, I hope you can see now that having a well-trained memory is an essential part of unlimiting yourself. When your memory is finely tuned, you're exponentially stronger than if you're trying to get by with an untrained memory. This book covers the foundation to jumpstart your memory. Visit limitlessbook.com/resource to get the 3-part memory training videos as my gift to you. Before we move on to the next chapter, try a few things. Think about ways to provide yourself with greater motivation to remember. Simply thinking it would be nice to have a better memory is probably not enough. Consider ways in which you can try to be less influenced by distractions when you're in a situation where remembering something might be important. I'm going to give you some tools to help you with this later in this book. But what can you do right now to help you focus more? And finally, take each of these tools I've provided in this chapter out for a spin. There's a good chance you'll see a noticeable difference in your memory right away.
Okay, so before we start our chat, I just want to show you something because I'm kind of blowing my mind right now. Fire hydrant, balloon, battery, barrel, on board, diamond, knight, ox, toothpaste is the only way to get by, and sign.
That's amazing. And I'm here in studio and you don't even have it written down or anything.
And this is just from that. And I tried the first time how we would normally, which is through rote, and same thing, like super ineffective. I'll be honest, like I was a little skeptical.
Right.
When you're like, oh, tell a story. I'm like, that seems strange. But my mind, it does it like this. But so I've got to ask, does this work, let's say, with something more technical?
Yes, absolutely. So this technique, and we could hone in on this and notice that by telling the story, this chain linking method, that's how information was passed on through generations. We remember things not only that we hear, but stories allow us to see it and feel it. And that's really when you could use all of those senses, and we'll talk about more of that in the upcoming chapter on thinking, you remember it better. But you could absolutely use that same technique towards technical. Let's take something that everybody has experienced before. Let's take a subject in school. What class back in school was there a lot of memorization? Like what area?
Like probably science.
Science. Okay, so what area of science can you think of? Biology, physics, chemistry?
Chemistry was intense.
You remember in chemistry you had that thing on the wall? It was like probably generations old. It was that big table.
Oh, the periodic table.
The periodic table. Right.
Oh yeah.
So I think everyone, and we have people listening to this all over the world, and so I think everyone remembers that periodic table. Do you remember? You remember studying it.
I remember studying it. I remember nothing about it.
Yeah. Do you remember the elements? No.
I think iron, Fe.
It's one of those. And here's interesting. So I'm going to show you how to take this chain linking method, and if we could apply that towards memorizing something that is technical, so the periodic table is technical. If we could apply it towards something that's boring, because it's not the most thrilling thing in the world, and if we could apply it towards something that's not really relevant. I mean, obviously those elements are very relevant to our life.
But not to my personal
but
right
not
now.
to our personal.
Yeah.
So if you could use this chain linking technique that you just used and practiced in this chapter and apply it towards something that's difficult, that's boring and that's not relevant, wow, what else can you apply it towards things that you're actually interested in and that's easy, or something that you're passionate and you see a value in your career or something? So let's take the elements of the periodic table. I want everyone who's listening to do this with us. And so this is not scripted. I want you to think about the elements, and most people, do you remember most of them? Probably not, so I'll go through them. The first one is hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. We'll stop there. That's the first 10. And you're like, Jim, you could be making these up, because I really don't remember any of these, but they sound familiar. And so how many do you remember in order? So I want everyone to just maybe take out a piece of paper, do this mental thought experiment with me. And how many do you remember in order? No checking your phone. So how do we do? How many?
I'm embarrassed. I don't even want to say it out loud. By the time you got to 10, I was like, wait, what was number? Like hydrogen?
Exactly. And that's the thing.
Helium.
Most people remember things through rote learning. As you mentioned, back in school, you repeat things. And rote is like Rotary, like the Rotary Club. The symbol is a wheel. So back in education, for 100, years plus, the teachers would say the first part of what they need to learn, and the students would repeat them. And that would be the full circle, the wheel. And then they would repeat it 50 times. And then your brain would be like, okay, this must be important. I'll remember it. The problem is it takes so much time. So when you use imagination, visualization, emotion, it gets easier. So let's use this chain linking method that we used previously to remember this. Now, the key here, everyone do this. The ultimate tip is TIP, turn into picture. When you could picture it, you're more likely to remember it. Just like in this chapter, we talked about names and faces. You tend to remember faces than you remember names, right? You go to someone and say, I remember your face, but I forgot your name. You never go to someone and say the opposite. I remember your name, but I forgot your face. It wouldn't make a lot of sense. There's a Chinese proverb again that goes, what I hear, I forget. What I see, I remember. What I do, I understand. I heard the name, or I heard the chemical element, I forgot it. But if you see it, I saw the face, I remember it. And going back to practice, you understand. So let's do it. All right, so we're going to turn everything into a picture and put it into a story. Now, you want to imagine that this is kind of like Pictionary. Come up with a picture that reminds or sounds like it. So when I'm thinking about the first element, hydrogen, what can you picture to remind, what sounds like? If you don't know what hydrogen is used for, hydrogen. What sounds like it that could just remind you? If you forgot what it was and I said a word and it's like, oh, that's close enough, I know it's not carbon. You know what I mean? So hydrogen. What can everyone think of? Like a fire hydrant. Fire hydrant. Yeah, fire hydrant. Good. Hydrant. So if you forgot what the first element was, I was like, well, this kind of sounds like hydrant. And you're like, oh, I could picture that. So everyone picture it right now. Picture a fire hydrant. Now, the second element on the periodic table is helium. When I say helium, what do you picture? What can you picture?
Helium balloon.
Helium balloon. Now, here's the technique. You tie the two things together like that's the element. Chain linking is like each memory is like a link of a chain. And you add it and add it and add it, and you make a story. So imagine, now the key though is you hear it, you see it, and you need to feel it. So imagine using what I call the vowels. You want A, E, I, O, U. A is action, E is exaggeration, I is illogical. You want to make it O, outstanding, U, a little unusual. What could you picture in the story? You have a fire hydrant, and maybe you tie a big balloon to it, right? A big balloon, and it goes up in the sky, and imagine what color your balloon is. Now, the next element is lithium. Lithium are used in
phone batteries.
Batteries, exactly. So I want you to imagine batteries coming and they're flying through the air and they pop the balloon. Can you imagine that?
Yes.
Yes? You look like this is a little familiar to you. The story is a little bit familiar.
It's like blowing my mind. I didn't see the connection. I'm
like,
wow.
And so you're like, Jim, oh my God, that we did this story already. And so you taught me the periodic table, because after that, the batteries that are popping the balloon and lithium batteries. So that reminds me of lithium as the third element. And in the next element is beryllium. Beryllium. So the batteries are coming from the barrel. In the side of the barrel, you have a board, right? And that's to remind you of boron. And rolling down the board is is a diamond. And the diamond is reminds you of carbon, because the diamond is made out of carbon. Now, obviously, this is a made up list. I designed it this way. But if you didn't use a diamond, you could imagine a car full of bonbons rolling down the board. And then the diamond falls on whose head? It falls on Night, right? It falls on a knight's head. And then in the story, Night is nitrogen.
Nitrogen.
Yeah. And then the ox is
Oxygen.
Good. And then you brush the teeth with
What's
toothpaste,
the
which is
toothpaste?
it's the fluorine.
Oh,
The
fluorine, right.
And then the toothpaste, it goes up to the sign and it explodes and everything else. The sign was a neon sign, and that reminds you of the 10th element, which is neon.
So when you're learning something, even something technical, being able to create a really strong association with, an image that will link you back to that term, and then connecting each one
Yes.
in a very sort of visceral way, this is what helps create that.
Absolutely. The
Wow.
best way to memorize things is not through frequency or duration. Frequency takes time. That's repeating over and over again. Duration, studying for a long, long period of time. Intensity, if you can make it so intense, you don't have to spend the time to be able to learn it. The lesson here, everybody, is there is no such thing as a good or bad memory. There's a trained memory and an untrained memory. I just feel like this should have been taught back in school. They teach you 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic. Obviously, spelling wasn't one of them. But the 4th R, remembering, right? You need to have the retention. Socrates says there is no learning without remembering.
That's a powerful technique. And I know for myself, I've had to remember so much technical information in my life, and many of us do, and we have never been given the tools. So thanks for breaking that down for us. That's so, so helpful. And in the next chapter, you're going to break down something else for us, which you're very famous for this, for teaching this. It's something that confuses a lot of people. Like, how is this possible? It is, of course, speed reading. And so let's learn about why speed reading is so helpful, and let's learn how to do it.
Chapter 14, Speed Reading. Why is it so important to read? How do I increase my reading focus and comprehension? How can I get more out of every reading experience? What do Oprah Winfrey, Thomas Edison, John F. Kennedy, and Bill Gates all have in common? They are or were all great readers. Remember this: leaders are readers. Welcome to the age of data. Never in history has there been such an information surplus. More information has been produced in the past few decades than in the previous few thousand years. According to Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, there were 5 exabytes of information created between the dawn of civilization through 2003. But that much information is now created every 2 days. And it's only getting faster and faster. All the information makes today's age extremely competitive. Those people who can keep up with the latest information will have the competitive edge needed to succeed, not only academically and professionally, but in other key areas of life as well. Studies show there is a direct relationship between your ability to read and your success in life. Skilled readers enjoy better jobs, higher incomes, and greater opportunities for success in all realms of life. Think about this. If you have average reading skills, then you have the same understanding that most people have. That doesn't give you much of a competitive advantage, does it? Unfortunately, for most people, reading is regarded as a boring task, something very time-consuming and tedious. Have you ever gone through a page in a book and found yourself asking, "What on earth did I just read?" If the answer is yes, you are not alone. We've talked about the challenges I faced early in my college career. As you know, those challenges were so great for me that I seriously considered quitting school altogether. But as I rose to the task of reading a book every week, in addition to the reading I needed to do for my classes, I started to make considerable progress with my learning. I didn't realize how much progress I'd made, though, until one surprising day. Growing up, I'd always try to keep myself out of the spotlight. I was a shy kid, and I felt more comfortable blending into the scenery than being front and center. That continued when I went away to school. Big classes held in lecture halls were especially appealing to me because I could sit in the corner and avoid being noticed. I was in one such classroom one day along with a few hundred other students. Up front, the professor was lecturing to us and used an overhead projector to show images. At one point, he put some text up on the projector, and I instantly burst into laughter. This was an entirely natural reaction for me. The quote was funny, but it was otherwise completely quiet in the hall, which caused a huge number of people to swivel their heads in my direction. I'm guessing most of these people would never have been able to identify me as one of their classmates before this moment. I was hugely embarrassed. I'd made so much effort to be invisible, and now it was as though I'd stormed the stage to draw attention to myself. I was blushing so hard that I thought my face was going to combust, and I shrank back as far as I could. Then several seconds later, others in the hall started laughing. At first, I thought they were laughing at me, but as more joined them, I looked out and noticed they weren't staring at me at all. They were reading the same text. And that's when I realized the source of my embarrassment. I'd read the words so much faster than my classmates that I'd reacted to it way sooner than everyone else. I'd known I improved the speed at which I read and the level at which I comprehended it, but until that moment, I had no idea how rare but learnable an ability it was. While still feeling a bit awkward about my unintended outburst, I left that class buoyed by the understanding that my learning had risen to an entirely new level. Due to the techniques I taught myself, reading had become one of my superpowers, paving the way to enormous breakthroughs in my learning. While I vowed not to laugh so loud in the future, I walked out of that lecture hall with an incredible sense of excitement about learning and about discovering the other superpowers that were just emerging. How reading makes your brain limitless. Any plan to make your learning limitless needs to include reading. Just as memory is foundational to nearly all brain function, reading is foundational to nearly all learning. If anyone tells you that they don't read, they're essentially saying, "I've stopped trying to learn." Yes, you can learn something from watching videos, listening to podcasts, or going to movies. Even the silliest network sitcom is likely to teach you something. But it is nearly impossible to make learning a dynamic and renewable part of your life without a dedicated approach to reading. Here's why this is true. Reading kicks your brain into gear. When you read, you're using your brain for many functions at once, which is a vigorous and rewarding workout. As Dr. Ken Pugh, President and Director of Research at Haskins Laboratories, points out, parts of the brain that have evolved for other functions, such as vision, language, and associative learning, connect in a specific neural circuit for reading, which is very challenging. A sentence is shorthand for a lot of information that must be inferred by the brain. In other words, reading gives you an incomparable level of mental exercise, and the brain is always a muscle that gets stronger the more you challenge it. Reading improves your memory. Because you're giving your brain such a great workout when you read, your brain functions at a higher level.
One significant benefit of this is with regard to memory. In a study conducted by Dr. Robert S. Wilson at Rush University Medical Center in Chicago, reading was shown to have a meaningful effect on memory decline. We shouldn't underestimate the effects of everyday activities such as reading and writing on our children, ourselves, and our parents or grandparents, he noted. Our study suggests that exercising your brain by taking part in activities such as these across a person's lifetime from childhood through old age is important for brain health in old age. Reading improves your focus. One of the things we do when we sit down with a book or even spend some dedicated time with a newspaper is train our focus on this one thing. Unlike when we browse the internet or click through YouTube, when we're reading, we usually give the vast majority of our attention to what we're reading. This practice makes it easier to apply the same level of focus to other tasks. Reading improves your vocabulary. Some people just sound smarter. How do you react when you encounter one of these people? In all likelihood, you offer them increased respect and even a certain level of deference. People who sound smart tend to have access to and a facility with a wider vocabulary than the average person. Reading allows you to build vocabulary organically. The more you read, the more you are exposed to an expanded range of language and the use of that language in a variety of contexts. And because reading is such a superior focusing tool, you're absorbing a great deal of this, and it will be accessible to you as you need it. Reading improves your imagination. If you were ever given a story prompt at school or at work, you know that it is often easier to think creatively when using a tool to get started. Reading is essentially one story prompt after another. What would it be like to be in this person's shoes? How could I use this technique to be more productive? What am I going to do first once Jim Kwik helps me become limitless? A great imagination helps you see more possibilities in your life, and reading keeps your imagination on high alert. Reading improves understanding. Learning comes in many forms, and learning as a success tool has many elements. And while agile thinking and mastery of skills are critical to success, empathy and understanding can't be overlooked. Reading exposes you to lives you'd never known before, experiences you'd never imagined, and modes of thinking far different from your own. All of this builds both your empathy for others and your understanding of how the world works beyond yourself. Quick start. If you can read faster, with greater comprehension and enjoyment, what books would you start reading this month? Create a list of 3 books you want to start reading. Reading self-assessment. The first thing you must do is discover your present reading speed, also known as your base rate. This reading rate is measured in words per minute. In order to measure it, you will need an easy reading novel, a pen or pencil, and a timer. Then do the following. Number 1, set an alarm to go off in 2 minutes. Number 2, read at a comfortable speed and stop when the alarm goes off. Put a mark where you left off. Number 3, count the total number of words in 3 regular lines and divide that number by 3. This is the average number of words per line in your book. Number 4, count the number of lines you just read. Only count those lines that make it at least halfway across the page. Number 5, multiply the number of words per line by the number of lines you just read. In other words, multiply your answers from steps 3 and 4. Then finally, number 6, divide this number by 2 because you read for 2 minutes. And this is your words per minute. Do this now. It is critical to have this exercise completed before moving on. Take a moment and do this now. What is your current reading speed? Write it down in your notepad. The average person's reading speed can be found somewhere between 150 to 250 words per minute. This range varies with the difficulty of the material. If you are reading much below 100 words per minute, the material may be too difficult, or you may want to seek remedial help. The skills you learn here will still be of great value. Let's say a person reads at 200 words per minute. This person reads and studies for 4 hours a day. A person who reads at 400 words per minute, twice as fast, needs only to study for half as much time. A faster reader saves at least 2 hours each day. Quick start. If you can save 2 hours each day, what would you do with this extra time? Take a moment to write down how you would spend those 2 extra hours a day. Challenges to reading. People either don't read or choose to read very little for a variety of reasons. You work long hours, and you're exhausted at the end of the day. It's easier to be entertained passively through television, film, music, etc., than to engage in an activity required to read. If you're going to work for your entertainment, you'd rather be playing a video game. I hear you. But if you've absorbed the benefits I just listed above, you know that you need to fit some time into your day, every day, to read. Another key reason why people don't read is they find it a laborious process. It can take them 5 minutes to get through a single page in a book, making the idea of reading a 300-page book akin to walking from New York to Georgia. People tend to read slowly for a few reasons. One is they stop learning to read relatively early, maybe 2nd or 3rd grade, and their reading level, and more importantly, their reading technique, never increased much beyond this, even as they continued to learn in spite of this constraint. The other is that they don't allow themselves to focus when they're reading. They're listening for the kids, half watching television, checking email every few minutes, and so on. They therefore find themselves reading the same paragraph over and over again because they're not focused enough to comprehend what they're reading. There are a couple of primary reasons why people read slowly. Your reading efficiency is made up of 2 main parts: your reading rate, your speed, and reading comprehension, your understanding. Before we look at various ways to increase your reading efficiency, we first need to look at 3 of the barriers and obstacles that prevent us from reading better. Number 1, regression. Has this ever happened to you? Have you ever read a line in a book and found yourself rereading that same line again? Or do you ever find yourself wander reading, going back mindlessly and rereading words? Regression is a term used to describe the tendency that your eyes have to go back and reread certain words. Almost everyone does it to some degree, and most of the time it is done subconsciously. By doing so, people believe they will increase their comprehension, but usually they hamper it. By regressing or backskipping, it is very easy to lose the meaning and the essence of your reading. Regression seriously disrupts the reading process, as well as slows down reading speed. Number 2, outdated skills. Reading is not so much a measure of intelligence as it is a skill, and with any skill, it can be learned and improved. When was the last time you took a class called reading? For most, it was back when we were 6 or 7 years old. And if you're like most people, your reading skill is probably still the same as it was back then. Here's the challenge. Has the amount and difficulty of what you're reading changed since? The complexity of material has likely increased dramatically, yet our reading skill has remained the same. Number 3, subvocalization. Subvocalization is a fancy word for your inner voice. Do you notice a voice inside your head that is saying the words as you read this? Hopefully, it's your own voice. It's not somebody else's voice. Subvocalization limits your reading speed to only a couple hundred words per minute. That means your reading speed is limited to your talking speed, not your thinking speed. In reality, your mind can read a lot faster. You may right now be listening to this audiobook at a faster speed, and you can understand it, but most people cannot talk that fast. Where did subvocalization come from? It occurred for most people when you were first learning to read. Then it was necessary for you to read out loud so that your teacher knew you were doing it correctly. Do you remember when you would have to get into a circle with the other children and you each took turns reading aloud? For a lot of us, this was a very stressful event. There was a lot of pressure on you to say the words properly. How you pronounced the word was very important. It was then that your brain made the association. If I want to understand a word when I am reading, I must be able to correctly say it. Later on, you were told to no longer read aloud, but rather silently to yourself. This is when you internalize that reading voice, and most of us have been doing it ever since. In essence, you believe if you don't hear the words, then you won't understand the words. This is not the case. Here's an example. We know that President John F. Kennedy was a very fast reader, reading somewhere between 600 and 1,200 words per minute. He brought speed reading instructors to train his staff. He also gave speeches at approximately 250 words per minute. Clearly, when he was reading, there were a lot of words he wasn't saying in his mind. It is not necessary to say the words in order to understand them. Take a moment and think about a specific car, yours or someone else's. What does it look like? What color is it? Do that now. What was it that you thought about? You might say, it is blue, has 4 tires, and brown leather seats. Question, did the words blue, tires, or leather appear in your mind? Or did you picture a car with all these things? For most of us, our minds think primarily in images and not words. As we discussed in the previous chapter on memory, words are a tool we use to communicate our thoughts or pictures. As you are reading, you can greatly increase both your speed and comprehension by visualizing the material. It is not necessary to say all the words, as it takes too much time, just as you don't read and say period, comma, question mark when you see them in a sentence. You wouldn't read a sentence like this. I just bought some avocados, comma, blueberries, comma, and broccoli, period. You understand that punctuation marks are just symbols that represent various meanings. Words are symbols as well. You've seen 95% of the words you've read before. You don't have to pronounce those words, just as you don't need to pronounce filler words like because, this, or the. You know them by sight, not by sound. It is the meaning of what the word represents that is important. And the meaning is usually better described and remembered in the form of pictures. Understanding this concept is the first step in reducing subvocalization. Reading misconceptions. Myth 1. Faster readers don't comprehend as well. This is a rumor spread around by slow readers. It is not true. In our online program, we teach people in 21 days how to double or triple their reading speed with better focus and better comprehension. We have students in over 195 countries, so we have a lot of data. In fact, faster readers often have better comprehension than slower readers. Here's an analogy. When you're taking a slow drive down a quiet street, you can be doing many things at once. You may be listening to the radio, drinking a green juice, waving to a neighbor, and singing your favorite song. Your attention is not in any one place. It just flows and wanders. But imagine you're driving pedal to the metal down a racetrack, taking hairpin turns. Do you have more focus or less? I would bet that you are very focused on what is in front of you, behind you, and ahead of you. You're not thinking about your dry cleaning. The same holds true for reading. The key to better reading comprehension is focus and concentration. But some people read so slowly that they completely bore their own minds. A bored mind doesn't concentrate well. Your mind is like a supercomputer. It can handle vast amounts of information. And yet, most people feed this incredible supercomputer one word at a time. This is starving the brain. If I was to speak this slow the entire audiobook, what would your mind do? It would go other places. It would think about other things. It would fall asleep. Aren't those the same symptoms that bother you while you read? If your mind ever wanders and daydreams, this could be the reason. If you don't give your brain the stimulus it needs, it'll seek entertainment elsewhere in the form of distraction. You may find yourself wondering what you'll have for dinner, what to wear on your date tomorrow, or listening to a conversation out in the hall. We've asked before about reading a page or a paragraph and not remembering what you've just read. It may be because you read so slowly that you bored your brain and it simply lost interest. Or you may be using reading as a sedative and you fall asleep. By reading faster, you keep your mind stimulated, find yourself more focused, and because of it, have better comprehension. Myth number 2. It's harder and takes more effort to read fast. Reading faster requires less effort, primarily because trained readers tend not to backskip as much as slow readers. Slow readers stop at words, reread them, go to another word, regress to the previous one, and so on. And this continues throughout their reading. This takes a lot more effort and is extremely draining and boring.
Faster readers go through words much easier and in a lot less time. This makes them more efficient because they put in less time and get more out of the process. Think about it this way. When you are reading, you have something called fixations. Fixations essentially are eye stops. Your eyes are stopping. For most people, normal average readers, their eyes fixate on one word, then goes to another word. If there are 10 words per line, maybe you have 10 fixations per line. Now, it's interesting because children learning how to read will have more fixations because they don't look at the individual words. They, learning how to read, are looking at the letters. So they stop many more times. So instead of stopping 10 times for 10 words, maybe they're fixating 40 times, maybe 4 times per word, trying to sound the words out. So it takes them longer to read. Just as you would not go back to the way a child reads letter by letter, skilled readers don't read word for word. A skilled trained reader, we call them our Kwik readers, instead of looking at individual words, they are trained to look at groups of words. Instead of seeing one word and then the next word and the next word having 10 fixations, Kwik readers will see groups of words. So maybe they see 3 at the same time, so they only make maybe 2 or 3 or 4 fixations across the page, which is less taxing and less effort. Myth number 3. Faster readers can't appreciate reading. This is not true either. You don't have to study the individual brushstrokes of a work of art in order to appreciate it. Likewise, you do not have to study each and every word in a book to realize its value. One of the best things about being a trained reader is flexibility. Faster readers have the option of speeding through boring or non-essential material and slowing down or even rereading the exciting or important information. Flexibility is power. Faster readers appreciate reading more material because they know it won't take all day. Visual pacer. Give your reading the finger. You were probably told as a child not to use your finger to point to the words when you're reading. The traditional belief is that doing so will slow down your reading. But as children know naturally, using your finger as a guide keeps your eyes focused and prevents them from wandering. Using your finger to read, or any visual pacer, it could be a pen, a highlighter, a mouse on a computer, actually increases your reading speed because your eye is attracted to motion. It is one thing to know this intellectually. It's another for you to experience it. Let's practice by using your finger by rereading what you used for your assessment earlier. Start from the beginning and use your finger to track the words. End where you originally left off. Do not worry about comprehension and don't time this because it is just practice. The purpose of this exercise is for you to become familiar with using your finger while reading. When you are done, set the alarm for 2 minutes. Start from where you ended during your first assessment. Continue reading until the alarm goes off. Figure out your new reading rate based on the original formula and write it down in your notepad. Studies show that the use of the finger while reading can increase your reading rate anywhere from 25 to 100%. The more you practice using this technique, the better your results will be. It may be a little awkward at first, just like it was when you first learned how to drive, but be patient and remember that it always takes more effort to sharpen your skills first than it is to bulldoze your way through learning later. Reading with your finger also introduces another one of your senses, the sense of touch, into the learning process. Much as your sense of smell and sense of taste are closely tied, your sense of sight and your sense of touch are also very closely linked. Have you ever tried to show something new to a child? The child's natural instinct is to want to touch the object. Using your finger also dramatically decreases regression and is one of the reasons why your reading speed increases with this practice. Your eyes are naturally attracted to motion, so by moving your finger forward, your eyes are much less likely to regress backward. Practice reading with your finger. This tool alone will significantly increase your speed and comprehension and will revolutionize your learning. If your finger gets tired, practice using your whole arm, moving it back and forth. It's a bigger muscle and will not tire as easily. Now remember, as you're using your finger, you're not going right down the page or making fancy S or Z forms. You're not skipping anything. That's why traditional speed reading, people get the gist of what they read. But I'm a memory trainer. I don't want you to skip anything. Just use your finger and underline the words. Do not touch the paper or do not touch the screen on your device. Just keep it right above and train your eyes to look right above your finger. How to read even faster. Here are more tools that will help you to become an accelerated reader. Number 1, reading is like exercising. When you go to work out, you cannot expect your muscles to grow if you pamper them. You need to push your muscles to where they are a little uncomfortable in order for them to grow. The same applies to reading. If you push yourself to read faster, your reading muscles will become stronger, and what was once hard becomes easy. You can read faster simply by training yourself to read faster. Those of you who run know this. When you are running on a treadmill, if you practice regularly, you can watch yourself run at faster and faster levels. The levels that were once hard become easy because you have pushed yourself to a higher degree and your body adapts to excellence. To increase your speed even more, try this exercise. You will need an easy reading novel, a pen or pencil, and a watch or timer. Number 1, read comfortably using your finger or a visual pacer for 4 minutes. Set the alarm to go off in 4 minutes and read as you normally would read. Mark the line when your alarm goes off. This is going to be your finish line. Number 2, now set your alarm for 3 minutes. The goal here is to reach the finish line before your alarm goes off. Then read what you just read using your finger until the line in step 1 in 3 minutes. Number 3, set your alarm for 2 minutes. Don't worry about the comprehension. Try to get to the finish line before your alarm goes off, this time in 2 minutes. Use a visual pacer and go through it line by line. Have your eyes follow your finger as fast as possible. You must reach that finish line, what you originally did in 4 minutes, then 3 minutes, this time in 2 minutes. Final stretch, and this is really going to stretch you. You're not going to understand hardly anything, but set the timer for 1 minute. Do your best to get to the finish line, that same finish line you started in 4 minutes, then did in 3 minutes, and 2. I want you to cross it in 1 minute. Try not to skip any lines, but do not worry about comprehension right now. The prime directive is follow your finger with your eyes. Number 5, now breathe. Set your timer for 2 minutes. Start from your finish line to read a new section. Read at a comfortable rate with comprehension, then count the number of lines you read, multiply the number by the words per line,
then divide this number by 2. This is your new reading rate. Write it down in your notepad. Now, this was an intense exercise if you did it. Essentially, you read for 4 minutes, and then you have to reread it in 3 minutes, and then in 2 minutes, and then that same passage in 1 minute. The goal was not comprehension. The goal, using the analogy of being on a treadmill, was to train your eyes to follow your finger. This is a physical, technical exercise. Now, how did that feel? By doing this exercise, you will notice that your rate has increased. Here's another analogy. If you are driving on the highway at 65 miles per hour, then slow down to 40 miles per hour for some mild traffic, you will notice quite a bit of difference. This is because you are used to driving at a higher speed, but in reality, you are not going very slow because it is all relative. The same principle applies to reading. If you push yourself to read 2 or 3 times faster than what you are used to, when you finally decrease your rate to a comfortable speed, your original rate feels slow. You want to practice this 4-3-2-1 exercise at least once a day until you reach a level you are pleased and satisfied with. Schedule your reading. Just as with exercising, you cannot expect to work out only one time and be done for life. You must read on a regular basis, otherwise your reading muscles will grow weaker. Number 2, expand your peripheral vision. Your peripheral vision is the span of letters or words that your eyes can see in a single glance. By increasing your peripheral vision, you will be able to see and take in more words at a time. Most people were taught to read 1 word at a time, but in fact, you are capable of reading more than that. As we've already discussed, when you first learned to read, you were taught that letters made up larger structures called words. As a child, you would sound out a word by its letters. For example, the word report would be broken down into letters so you could understand it, R-E-P-O-R-T. Now that you are older, you are not as aware of the letters as you are reading. You see the larger units known as words. One of the reasons why people have a limited reading speed is because they read 1 word at a time. But if you put the word card at the end of the report, you get report card. These 2 words have their own distinct meanings, but your mind sees them as one unit. Just as your mind is capable of seeing these 2 words together, it is also capable of seeing groups of words at the same time. By doing so, you will take your reading speed to even greater heights. Just as you see the words and not the individual letters, skilled readers, we call them quick readers, see groups of words or ideas and not individual words. Number 3, counting. By using the exercises I've outlined, the challenge of subvocalization will begin to decrease. The process of reading faster naturally makes it more difficult to say all the words even inside your head. When you have passed a certain rate, maybe about 350 words per minute, it will be impossible to subvocalize all the words. You simply can't speak that fast. As you hit that threshold, your brain will begin to make the shift from saying the words to seeing them more as images. Reading a book will be more like watching a movie. Counting is another tool you could use to drown out this inner voice. The process is deceptively simple. Count out loud as you are reading. 1, 2, 3, and so on. You'll find it very difficult to count out loud and talk inside, subvocalize, at the same time. Doing this process conditions you to subvocalize less, allowing you to see the words rather than say them, thus leading to better speed and comprehension. Now, a note here, counting out loud will in the beginning disrupt your comprehension. Until you get used to it, the goal of counting, it breaks the pattern of sub-vocalization. People tend to remember and understand what they see more than what they hear. This makes sense, as most people can recall someone's face that they see more than the name that they heard. By practicing these other exercises, your reading speed will improve because you are no longer saying every single word. Now, there will always be words that you say, especially words that are technical or words you haven't seen before. Initially, you may be a little confused, and your comprehension may even decrease. But in a little time, your mind will grow bored of counting and will eventually stop. With practice, like anything else, your comprehension will soon increase and expand because you will be able to fully see and understand the material. Success stories. I could fill an entire book with speed reading success stories from our students, and we post them regularly on social media. Here's one we received just today. Sarah was a very slow reader, had difficulty focusing, and felt it impossible to remember names and events. After years of struggle in this arena, she was convinced that there was very little chance she'd ever be capable of improving her reading ability and her ability to study. In my programs, I make a point to reassure my students that we are not aiming for perfection but progress, and this resonated with Sarah. She realized that she had been looking for complicated solutions, but that the tools and techniques we teach, which are easy to ignore or overlook because they are simple, were the best to use. She decided to show up with dedication and do her best, no matter what doubts she might have. The results speak for themselves. Sarah's reading speed is now 3 times faster. She went from reading 250 words per minute to 838 words per minute. She starts her day now by reading, which starts each morning with positive momentum and makes her feel like she's already achieved something for the day. Lou, another student, also experienced a profound difference in his reading ability once he learned a technique that could truly help him. Lou excelled at high-level left-brain topics, such as engineering and math, and obtained a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. But he struggled in every single English class he ever took. Throughout his school years, he had enormous trouble understanding the words he was reading and comprehending the lessons behind them. In fact, he's convinced that he graduated only because his teachers gave him undeserved C's out of sympathy. When he was 35, Lou began to take lessons to learn how to read. These were helpful, but he still found himself at a second-grade reading level after 4 years of work. This was a vast improvement from where he had been, but it wasn't nearly what he wanted, and he continued to be frustrated with his inability to master words and concepts. A big part of the problem was that he had been trying to learn by rote memorization, reading the same passages over and over in the hopes that he would absorb what he was reading, but he consistently found himself having learned nothing by the end of the page. While he had made significant progress, finding programs was the key for Lou. As our memory program taught him how to absorb the material he was reading, he began to take a little more time to visualize words as he read them, and he used his left hand as a pacer to help stimulate the right side of his brain. Finally, for the first time, he found himself reading books and understanding them. Here are some additional reading tips. Hold your book upright. If the book is flat on your desk, you may be doing one of two things, either looking at the print at an angle versus directly, thus putting unnecessary strain on your eyes, or number 2, you will be slouched over in order to see the print clearly, and this, as you know, disrupts the flow of oxygen through your body and makes you feel tired.
Remember, read only 20 to 25 minutes at a time. Remember primacy and recency. Also, if your eyes ever get tired or feel strained, take a break. Close your eyes and let them rest. Making reading a habit. Those who have reached a high degree of success in life are almost always avid readers. Great readers read often. The key is to make reading a habit. Give yourself this gift. Quick start. Block out at least 15 minutes each day for reading and put it in your calendar like an important appointment. Commit to making reading part of your daily habit. Before we move on, unlimiting your reading and learning will offer you an unparalleled level of freedom. People who make the most of their capacity to learn find themselves experiencing the world with a sense of mastery and with the confidence that no task or challenge will intimidate them. Visit limitlessbook.com/resource and put what you learned here into practice. You can watch an hour speed reading masterclass where I walk you through these methods. Before we get to the next chapter, try a few things. First, identify a current reading habit that you'd like to change. Any transformation requires you to acknowledge what's holding you back and notice when it shows up during your practice. Then, practice reading with a visual pacer each day. Schedule your reading for even 10 minutes each day to build your reading muscle. Make a list of the books you would like to read this month and write down what can change in your life when you finish reading them. And finally, take my speed reading online masterclass for free at jimkwik.com/reading, and I'll walk you through this entire process.
That's incredible with just that technique, how my speed has jumped like 50% up from something so simple. I'm like, I could have saved half of my life. Thanks for telling me now in my 30s, Jim. Thank you. That is amazing. And I love this. It's really given me a greater sense of empowerment because I'm like, I can learn more. And we, focusing on speed here, but the question I would have for you is, can you talk to us a little bit about as well, with reading for speed, but reading for comprehension, like really getting what we're reading.
Absolutely. So you'll notice when you did this technique and you were using a visual pacer that your reading speed went up 50%. And for some people, it's 25, 50%. Some people even double their reading speed just using this simple 4-3-2-1 exercise. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. And that's the thing, so much growth, just like you did with the memory. Now, part of reading is not just reading speed. You'll notice when you're reading, you had better focus because of the visual pacer. And that focus actually gives you comprehension. A lot of people, the thing is they don't remember a lot of what they read, or they don't understand what they read because they don't have the focus. So the visual pacer helps with that. Another technique is not just about speed reading, it's about smart reading. We teach the same techniques at places like Caltech and NYU, at Harvard University, to medical doctors. You don't want your medical doctor just to get the gist of what she reads, right? You want to be able to comprehend it. And I would say we've been doing the technique the entire time throughout this book, and the technique or the tool is to ask questions. Right from the beginning of the book, we've trained people to ask more questions, because ask and you shall receive, right? It activates that reticular activating system. I mentioned in the beginning of this book about pug dogs, that I started seeing pug dogs everywhere because my sister was asking me about pug dogs, and they started to appear everywhere. Well, when you're reading, there are pug dogs right in front of you, but we're not asking the questions. It's kind of interesting. Even when you look at standardized tests, most people begin a reading comprehension part. They just start reading paragraph, pages of it, get to the end, to 10 questions, and they say, oh, I didn't know that's what was important. But if you just read the questions first and then you're starting the beginning, you're like, oh, there's an answer, there's an answer, there's an answer, there's a pug dog, there's a pug dog, there's a pug dog. So that's why in the beginning of most every chapter here, we begin with 3 or 4 questions to prime the mind to be able to learn better. Because if you want greater speed, use your finger while you read. And if you want better comprehension, train yourself to ask more questions. Now, the 3 questions I'm always asking when I'm reading nonfiction, these 3 questions from the beginning of the book, we gave them to you right in the beginning of the book. How can I use this? Why must I use this? When will I use this? These are the 3 dominant questions of taking knowledge and turning them into power. So when I'm reading a nonfiction book, maybe it's on sales, maybe it's on neuroscience, maybe it's on health and wellness, maybe it's on stand-up comedy. I'm reading it and I'm asking the question, how can I use this? How can I apply this? And then when I come up with all these ideas, I'm thinking also when I'm reading it, why must I use this? Because if I don't get that emotions, what you and I talked about in the area of motivation, I'm not going to use it. And then I'm saying, when will I use this? And I'll put it in my calendar. I'm going to use this technique on remembering names next Friday when I'm at that conference. I'm going to use that and scheduled in. So I would say there's a difference between speed reading and smart reading. You want to have both. So again, the principles here you're going to walk away with. If you want greater speed, use your finger while you read. And that 50% increase, we can get that up to 75 and 100%. Because imagine just doubling your reading speed. If you're reading 2 hours a day, save an hour a day, over the course of a year, that's 365 hours. That's 9 40-hour work weeks, 2 months of productivity you get back saving 1 hour a day. What would you use that 1 hour a day doing? And when you ask about comprehension, the key is to ask more questions. Train your brain to ask more questions. If you're reading fiction, ask yourself the main questions. Who? Who are the main characters? Ask your questions, not just who's the main characters. When is this happening? Because a lot of times if you write notes on fiction reading as practice, you'll notice, I'm not really sure when. I have an empty space there. So then all of a sudden you've activated your reticular activating system. Next time you're reading, you're looking for clues of when is this taking place? Who's in office right now? What kind of technology are they using or cars are they driving? If you're asking yourself, like, where is this taking place? And you're not really sure, where is this taking place? Next time you're reading, you're looking for clues and you become like a Sherlock Holmes or Nancy Drew, if you will. And you bring fun into your reading again.
I love this. I love that speed reading and your approach to reading isn't just about chewing through books, but it's really about the quality of what you get out of it too, and the quality of your engagement, which is the quality of your learning. And so that brings us to this next methodology, which something I think we do not do nearly enough, which is high quality thinking.
Chapter 15, Thinking. Why is it important to think from a variety of perspectives? What are the various ways people use their intelligence? What kinds of superpowers can you harness by thinking differently? Accomplishing something big often requires new approaches to thinking. An observation usually attributed to Albert Einstein posits we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. And this, of course, makes perfect sense. So often we adopt a particular perspective at work, in our home lives, and in our studies, and that outlook effectively walls out any approach that doesn't fit into that viewpoint. But there are 2 key problems with that. One is that all perspectives should be challenged on a regular basis to confirm that they are still viable. For example, so often when a company goes out of business, it's later shown that it was so completely mired in one approach to the marketplace that it wasn't capable of seeing that the audience they were targeting was no longer as responsive as they once were. The second problem a fixed perspective faces is that challenges are often the product of a particular type of thinking, and the answer can be found only by bringing a fresh approach to the table.
Why do most of us have a restricted range of thinking? I think the answer is the same as it was when we were discussing focus, because we somehow missed out on thinking class when we were in school. Fortunately, it's never too late to attend that class, and I'm going to enroll you in it right now. The Thinking Hats. Dr. Edward de Bono devised the concept of the 6 thinking hats as a tool for getting out of whatever rut of thinking one might be mired in. Regularly used to help groups problem solve in a more productive way, it is easily adaptable by any individuals hoping to keep their thinking fresh. The core notion is to separate thinking into 6 distinctly defined functions by progressively donning a series of metaphorical hats. I'm going to give you the 6-hat framework right now. Before I do, I want you to take a moment and think about a decision you're struggling with. Think about a problem. It doesn't have to be an extreme problem, but think about a problem or a decision you are facing and go through this process with me. Here are the 6 thinking hats. You put on the white hat when you're in information gathering mode. At this point, your focus is on collecting details and getting all the facts you need to address whatever issues you're trying to address. To help you remember this, think of a white lab coat. You switch to a yellow hat to bring optimism to your thinking. Here, you're trying to identify the positives in any problem or challenge you're facing, highlighting the value inherently in place. As your memory tip here, think of the yellow sun, optimism. Next, you'll wear a black hat to pivot from looking at the good side of the challenge to facing its difficulties and pitfalls. This is where you'll come face to face with the consequences of failing to successfully address a problem. This is the critic, memory tip. Think of a judge's robe. You're going to judge this. Once you've done that, don your red hat to allow emotion to come into play. This is the point where you can let your feelings about the problem come to the surface and maybe even express fears. This is also where you allow speculation and intuition to enter the conversation. To remember this, think about a red heart, the emotions. Now it's time for the green hat. When you're wearing this hat, you're in creativity mode. You've looked at the problem analytically and you've looked at it emotionally. Now ask yourself, what new ideas can you bring to what you already know about the problem? How can you come at it in a different way you haven't considered before? Memory tip. Think about green grass growing, new creativity. Finally, wear the blue hat to be in management mode and make sure you've addressed your agenda productively and gone through the process in a way that benefits from all the other hats you've worn. Often, organizations will start with the blue hat to set goals for a meeting and then put it on again at the end. Even if you're using the 6 hats by yourself, this is something you might want to consider. To remember this, think of the blue skies above managing everything below. The de Bono approach to problem solving is an ingenious and elegantly organized method for getting the most from your thinking. At its core, it is a neatly defined way of looking at an issue from all sides. First, you make sure you're clear on what you need to address. Then you determine that you have all the facts in front of you. Next, you make sure you're dealing with the issue from a positive perspective. Then you get real about the challenges you're facing and allow yourself to feel what you're feeling about it. After this, you allow yourself to attack the problem from perspectives you might not have considered before, letting your imagination run free. And then you circle back to make sure you've addressed what you set out to address during this session. Look at how many different ways you've used your brain for this one task. You've been analytical, you've been emotional, and you've been creative. You've explored the sunny side and the dark side, and you've almost certainly attacked the issue with tools you don't automatically use every single day, though you might from now on. Einstein would be proud of you. Quick start. Think of a problem you need to be solved right now. It can be anything from how can I get that job to how can I communicate better with my family. Use the 6 thinking hats model to run through the different perspectives of looking at the problem you're trying to solve. How are you smart? Why is it important for us to have tools to help us think in different ways? Because people usually have a dominant way of using their intelligence. Dr. Howard Gardner, professor of cognition and education at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, has studied intelligence extensively and has identified 8 distinct forms of intelligence. Number 1, spatial. This is someone who usually thinks from the perspective of the space around them. Airline pilots tend to be spatial thinkers, but so do people who excel at playing chess, as both require an innate understanding of how things fit into space. The artist Claude Monet comes to mind as another example because of his remarkable use of space in his paintings. Number 2, body kinesthetic. Someone with a dominance of this form of intelligence uses their body as a form of expression or problem solving. Gymnasts have refined bodily kinesthetic intelligence, as do drummers. The first name that jumps into my head when I think of this form of intelligence is Venus Williams, who expressed her genius with her body on a tennis court in ways that few ever have. Number 3, musical. This is a person with a strong sensitivity to rhythm, pitch, meter, tone, melody, and timbre. Musicians obviously have a dominance in musical intelligence, but you'll also find it in poets, who often use meter and rhythm as effectively as they use words. My poster child for musical intelligence is Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Number 4, linguistic. Someone with a dominance in linguistic intelligence is particularly attuned to all the implications of words, not just their strict dictionary definition. Writers, of course, have this trait, but so do great orators and lawyers. The first person I think of with linguistic intelligence is William Shakespeare. Number 5, logical mathematical. This is a strength in seeing the logical relations among actions or symbols. Mathematicians find themselves very comfortable seeing or seeking the connections between different numbers. Scientists likewise draw connections between physical objects or the forces acting on objects. Our friend Albert Einstein immediately leaps to mind as a prime example. Number 6, interpersonal. Someone with a dominance in interpersonal intelligence has a deep innate ability to connect with other people and a rich understanding of how others might be feeling at any given moment. Therapists tend to have strong interpersonal intelligence, as do school teachers. When I think of interpersonal intelligence, I think of Oprah Winfrey because of her amazing ability to relate to whomever she is speaking. Number 7, intrapersonal. If you have a dominance in intrapersonal intelligence, you have a particularly refined sense of what is going on inside of you. People with strong interpersonal intelligence do a great job of taking their own temperature. They're in touch with their feelings, they know what triggers them, and they have a good sense of how to manage this. If you know someone who is cool under even difficult circumstances, it's likely this person has strong intrapersonal intelligence. Number 8, naturalistic. This kind of intelligence expresses itself in an ability to see the world of nature in all its complexities. Where you might see a field of flowers, someone with this dominance will see 4 different kinds of tulips, a couple of varieties of lavender, and a rare grass that you just thought was a weed. Zoologists tend to have a dominance in naturalistic intelligence, as do landscape architects. The first person with this trait who comes to my mind is the remarkable primatologist Jane Goodall. Do you see yourself in one of these descriptions? There's a good chance you'll relate to more than one because people rarely have one form of intelligence. It's likely you have a dominance in 1 or 2, and there may be a couple of others that you employ with some regularity. At the same time, you'll almost certainly find some on the list that you use rarely, if at all. But all of these forms of intelligence identify successful ways of operating in the world, and any one of them might come into play when you're facing a particular task or problem. Awareness of all 8 and considering each while wearing your 6 thinking hats is a remarkably effective way to unlimit your thinking. What is your learning style? Just as types of intelligence vary from person to person, the way one learns varies. The VAK learning styles model has been in use since the 1920s and is useful in showing you how you prefer to learn new things. V is for visual, meaning that you tend to learn through illustrations, charts, video, and other visual media. A is for auditory, meaning that you find yourself most comfortable learning by listening either to a lecture, a discussion, a podcast, an audiobook. K is for kinesthetic, meaning you prefer to learn via physical interaction. Kinesthetic learners tend to gain more from taking a hands-on approach to learning. In limitlessbook.com/resources, you'll find a quick quiz you could take to give you a sense of what kind of learner you are. In all likelihood, you'll be some mix of audio, visual, kinesthetic, but you might see a real dominance in one of these, and that can prove to be extremely useful as you embark on unlimiting your thinking, as you can make a conscious effort to bring the others into the mix. Mental models. Mental models are constructs for thinking that help us to make sense of the world around us. Think of them as shortcuts. For example, we've all heard of the economic mental model of supply and demand. You're probably familiar with the idea that supply is representative of the amount of something available within a market, whether that's a service, product, or commodity. When that is juxtaposed against the demand for that item, value is determined, and that often dictates the price of the item. This model is a quick, easy way to understand what's happening in a market. It's not always accurate and doesn't explain every factor involved, but it serves as a simple way of evaluating the price or value of an item. Mental models train your mind to think. After all, you don't rise to the level of your expectations, you fall to the level of your training. Models can act as shortcuts that save you valuable energy and time when you're evaluating an idea, making a decision, or problem solving. In the following pages, I'm including some of my favorite mental models for faster and sharper decision making and for creative problem solving. Decision making, the 40-70 rule. One of the greatest barriers to quick decision making is the ever-present feeling that we don't have enough information to make the right decision. Colin Powell, former Secretary of State, addresses this with his 40-70 rule. His rule is to never make a decision with less than 40% of the information you are likely to get, and to gather no more than 70% of the information available. According to Powell, anything less than 40% and you're just guessing. Anything more than 70% and you're stalling over making the decision. Of course, this means you need to be comfortable with the possibility that you're going to be wrong, which is necessary in any case. When you have about 70% of all the information, you probably ought to decide because you may lose an opportunity. My own experience is that you get as much information as you can, and then you pay attention to your intuition, to your informed instinct. Sometimes what my analytical mind says to me is not what I'll do, Powell said. Productivity. Create a not-to-do list. This one might seem counterintuitive, but sometimes it's just as important to know what not to do as what to do. This tactic is used best for directing your attention to the essentials and avoiding what doesn't matter in the moment. Often at the beginning of a project or even just a packed day, it can feel overwhelming to decide what to concentrate on. The power of the not-to-do list is that you decide from the very beginning what you will definitely put aside. When we write down our list of tasks for the day, we usually don't prioritize, nor do we assign a value to these tasks. It's easy for a conventional to-do list to become a catch-all of all the things we know we have to do that day, instead of the things that must be done first for the most value. Lest you think that the not-to-do list is filled with things like participating in social media, let's work out exactly how you should compile this list. First, write down tasks that might be important but can't be done because of outside circumstances. Maybe you're waiting for an email from someone else, or you're waiting for a colleague to finish their portion of a project. Next, include tasks that you think need to be done but that don't add value to your life. You might also think of these as busy work. You might ask yourself if you can delegate or hire someone else to do them. You can also ask if anyone but you will notice whether the task is left undone. The idea here is that your time is best spent on tasks that will move your life and goals forward. Then, include current and ongoing tasks
that don't benefit from additional attention. This might include systems that are already set up, such as making the kids' lunches or having a brief meeting with your team at the start of the workday. These are part of your routine and shouldn't be clogging your to-do list on a daily basis. Last, include urgent tasks that are often to-do lists given to us by other people, such as getting some background research on a project or making follow-up calls. These are tasks that might be necessary to do, but perhaps don't need to be done by you. When you're finished with your don't do list, it should read like an anti-menu, a list of items that aren't available for your time. You will then be able to easily identify what will actually move you forward and do those activities instead. Quick start. Do this right now. Take a moment to create your not to-do list for today. What are the things you need to avoid today to focus and achieve your goals? Be specific and check off that list by not doing it. Problem solving. Study your errors. When we take time to study the mistakes we make, especially those that have a lasting effect on our lives, we turn every mistake into a learning opportunity. Use this model to evaluate what went wrong so you can get a better result next time. First, get clear on what did or didn't happen. Often we confuse cause with correlation, so be sure you understand what happened and what led to the mistake or error. Next, ask yourself why those mistakes happened. Look for the deeper layers behind the incident. You might ask why until you've run out of layers to question. Then, ask how you can best avoid the same mistakes in the future. If some of the factors that caused the error are out of your control, ask how you can prevent causes that can't be eliminated. Finally, using what you've gleaned from this exercise, determine how you can create the best conditions to support your desired outcomes in the future. To help you illustrate this strategy, let's imagine this scenario: the fundraising project you orchestrated for your child's school greatly underperformed your expectations. First, you need to be clear on what happened. Did you and your team fail to inspire people to give, or did the donors fail to show up? In this case, let's assume that the donors were available, but they didn't give as much as you anticipated, or sometimes didn't give at all. Now, you need to ask yourself why. Did it have something to do with the way you presented the need? Did it have something to do with the time of year? Did it have something to do with the economy? Remember that your answer here might lead to additional questions. In the scenario we're playing out, let's determine that you decide that you might not have emphasized the importance of this campaign because there'd been a fundraiser at the school only 2 months prior and you didn't want to appear pushy, and that your being overly polite caused potential donors to think the cause wasn't critical. So, how do you avoid this in the future? You decide that the next time you run the campaign, you're going to do it earlier in the school year, and regardless of the proximity of any other fundraiser, you're going to go out of your way to stress the value and importance of this one and why donors need to open up their checkbooks. The upshot of this is that you realize that you need to improve the way you send out the message about your campaign, and you determine to take a class on this so you will be much better prepared when next year's campaign comes along. Strategy, second order thinking. Most of us think about the consequences of our actions, but few of us think even 2 steps beyond the immediate effects our actions will have on our lives. Let's consider Ryan Holiday's book, Conspiracy, which describes how entrepreneur Peter Thiel planned and executed a takedown of one of America's most prolific and disliked online magazines, Gawker. Thiel's desire to confront Gawker was born after the mag outed him as gay, but he did not act immediately. Over the course of 10 years, he and a team strategically made one move after the next based on a plan they had devised to destroy Gawker for good. Regardless of what you think about Thiel's actions, they were definitely not the product of impulsive thinking. This is an example of second-order thinking, the ability to think strategically through a series of events. This model is simple and yet not always easy. To use second-order thinking when considering future actions, always ask yourself, and then what? Think in increments of time. What do the consequences look like in 5 days, 5 months, 5 years? Draw out the possible courses of action you might take using columns to organize consequences. First-order thinking is easy, but it's second-order thinking that allows us to go deeper through time and consequences. Best of all, it allows us to see what others can't see. Taking giant leaps. Moving forward incrementally is a significant sign of progress. Every step you could take in the process of becoming limitless is a step in the right direction. But what if you could move your genius forward exponentially? After all, if we take 30 normal steps forward, we'll wind up somewhere down the hall or down the street. But if we took 30 exponential steps, we'd circle the earth more than 24 times. That's the kind of thinking advocated by Naveen Jain, winner of the Albert Einstein Technology Medal and founder of some of the most innovative companies in the world, ranging from Viome to Moon Express, the first private company to be authorized to land on the moon. Exponential thinking is when you start to see things from a different mindset, Jane told me on my podcast. It's not about thinking outside the box. It's about thinking in a completely different box. This is where normal genius begins to border on limitless genius. As Jane explains, linear thinking, the kind of thinking most of us employ, causes us to look at a problem and seek a solution. We might come at the problem from a number of angles. We might put on different hats to address the problem in ways that stretch our thinking, and we might even come up with a solution that addresses the problem effectively and moves us forward. That's all meaningful progress. But what if we looked at the root cause of the problem and solved that instead? This would lead to exponential progress, world-changing progress. Jane uses as an example the lack of fresh water in many parts of the world. One could attempt to tackle that problem from a number of viewpoints, including finding ways to improve filtration and creating systems for moving fresh water from places where it was abundant to places where it was scarce. But what if instead you identified that among the various causes for freshwater scarcity, the biggest is that so much fresh water is being used for agriculture rather than drinking. You would attempt to solve the problem in an entirely different way. What if you could use significantly less water for agriculture, perhaps through some combination of aeroponics, aquaponics, or other techniques currently being experimented with or not yet invented? This would result in such an abundance of fresh water that the original problem would become eminently solvable. That's exponential thinking at work, and the value of it is obvious. When Jane started his company, Viome, his goal was to attack the pervasive nature of chronic illness, which he sees as underlining the world's health crisis. Understanding that every individual's immune system is different, and therefore how each person processes the foods they consume can vary greatly, he and his team developed a tool for analyzing an individual's gut microbiome so a person can get to the bottom of what foods are right for your body and discover how optimizing the activity of your gut can dramatically improve the conditions of your health. As I write this, they're in the process of collecting information from a huge number of users, data that will lead to powerful recommendations for each individual who employs the tool. Naveen Jain operates at the grandest of scales. He's a successful entrepreneur who has never started two companies in the same industry, and one of his operating principles is that creating a billion-dollar company is simply a matter of solving a $10 billion problem. Now, most of us don't think on such a massive scale, but you can still use exponential thinking to exercise your mind and unlimit your personal genius. To learn more about Viome and to watch my interview on exponential thinking with Naveen Jain, go to jimkwik.com/Viome, Viome. Links in the resources. Thinking exponentially. So, how does an individual think exponentially? Maybe your goal isn't to solve all the world's problems, invent a new technology, or start a billion-dollar company, but you can see how applying exponential thinking might make a real difference to your school, your business, or your personal growth. How can thinking less linearly and more exponentially make dramatic changes in your life? The first step is having a good understanding of what the exponential mindset looks like. In a piece for the Harvard Business Review, Mark Bonchek, founder and chief epiphany officer of Shift Thinking, describes the linear mindset as a line appearing on a graph that rises gradually over time. He then juxtaposes this with a second line that curves upward, slowly at first, and then shooting over the other line before heading far off the graph. This is his visual depiction of the exponential mindset. Refer to resources PDF. The incremental mindset focuses on making something better, while the exponential mindset is focused on making something different. He notes, incremental is satisfied with 10%. Exponential is out for 10x. The incremental mindset draws a straight line from the present to the future, Bonchek continues, a good incremental business plan enables you to see exactly how you will get from here to there. But exponential models are not straight. They are like a bend in the road that prevents you from seeing around the corner, except in the case the curve goes up. Bonchek is speaking specifically about applying exponential thinking to business, but the same perception can be brought to bear on thinking in other parts of life. Imagine, for example, that you are trying to figure out how to have everyone in your family at the dinner table at least 3 times a week. A linear mindset would involve looking at everyone's work schedules, school schedules, activity schedules, and social schedules to try to find a way to clear out some space. But an exponential mindset would take the approach of turning your family's harried schedules into something different. Maybe dinner isn't the goal at all, but rather finding key moments during the week when everyone can be in the same place and focus exclusively on each other. Maybe the issue isn't your schedules at all, but how each of you has chosen to commit their time. Progress might not seem much like progress. 3 months later, you're barely better off than when you started, but then the changes you've been developing start to take shape, and suddenly you have lots more time together. If you want to fire up your exponential thinking ability and take a huge step towards unlimiting your genius, consider these 4 steps the next time you contemplate a problem or task in need of a solution. Step 1. Get to the underlying problem. As Naveen Jain illustrated, when addressing the world's water problem, the core issue might not be the surface issue at all. As Jain noted, the underlying problem behind the shortage of fresh water isn't the availability of water, but rather that so much fresh water is being used for agricultural purposes. Solving the underlying problem allows for a much more workable solution to the surface problem. Let's go back to our dinner scenario. The surface problem is that the family rarely eats dinner together because everyone's schedules are too busy. The underlying problem might be that your schedules are so busy because your spouse feels compelled to work long hours at work. Your daughter feels compelled to be an elite athlete. Your son feels compelled to get perfect academic scores so he could attend a college with a 3% acceptance rate. And you feel compelled to sit on 3 nonprofit boards. But maybe even that is not the true underlying problem. Maybe what's really at issue is that you each feel the pressures you feel not because you personally aspire to these goals, but rather because you live in a community that looks down on people who don't have goals of this sort. Step 2. Posit a new approach. One of the keys to exponential thinking is filling your thoughts with what-if statements. Evie Mackey of the Innovation Hub at the John Lewis Partnership says that what-if statements come into play to bring unruly scenarios into the picture. For example, what if the human race needed to adapt and live in a world which was 90% underwater? Or what if we could no longer touch things with our hands to interact? This helps conceptualize a whole different array of things we may never have thought of otherwise and allows us to imagine what we would need to survive in a future world which could be a very different place. In our example, if you've realized the underlying problem is that the prevailing notions in your community have forced you into filling your daily lives with activities that take far too much of your time, you might ask yourself, what if we didn't care what everyone else thought? Or maybe you'd ask, what if there were only 18 hours in the day instead of 24? Or you might even ask, what if we lived somewhere else? Step 3. Read about it. As you already know, I am an extremely strong advocate for reading as much as you possibly can. Reading liberates your brain more than virtually any other activity. Reading is especially important when it comes to new or exponential thinking. You can't make huge cognitive leaps if you don't have a well-rounded view of a subject. So, now that you've gone through the what-if exercise, read up on alternatives. Maybe your spouse reads a number of books about the connection between corporate success and happiness. Maybe your daughter connects with bloggers and influencers on both the odds of becoming an elite athlete and the lives of elite athletes. Maybe your son reads a number of studies that look at graduation from ultra-competitive universities and occupational and emotional success afterward. Maybe you read books about the causes you're championing via your nonprofits and reconsider how important these causes are to you. Step 4. Extrapolate. You've now identified the underlying problem, posed questions that allow you to imagine a world without the problem, and done your research. Now it's time to try out a scenario. Let's play one out here. You're convinced that you've filled your lives with activities because you need these to maintain your status in your community. You've asked the question, what if we lived somewhere else? And found that everyone in your family is intrigued by this notion. You've done your reading and discovered that you could be happier and more satisfied if your job, sports, school, philanthropic goals were revised and reconceived. So, what would happen if you moved 100 miles away across the country or even to a different country? You know that doing something this dramatic might not immediately seem like progress. You've seen the straight line and the curved line, and you realize that it might even seem you've taken a huge step backward because of all the adjustments you'd need to make. But say the four of you play out the scenarios and decide that making a move is the right thing to do. 2 years later, the family is thriving, and you have dinner together nearly every night. Before we move on, this is the last of the method chapters, and I'm sure you're itching to put everything you've learned in this book to use. Before we end, I'm going to give you a vision of how this might work for you and a 10-day plan to jumpstart applying what you've learned to your life. But before we get to that, let's try a few things. Review Howard Gardner's 8 forms of intelligence. Which forms on this list align most closely with your own intelligence? Now that you know what your learning style is, what can you do to incorporate the other styles into your thinking? Try on all 6 thinking hats during a test case. Give yourself a relatively simple task and approach it using Edward de Bono's method.
And those are the 5 methodologies. So congratulations to everyone who's listening. That means we have got through, the mindset, the motivation, and now the methodologies, those 3 important circles that made up your original Venn diagram. And I just want to reflect back to you, Jim, something that really moved me in this last chapter is the expansion of how our brains work and how we learn. I think we all grew up in such a narrow version of this. And I think, I always fed to my sort of academic strengths because people clapped for that. And my creativity and all my other strengths never got any attention. And to think about people out there whose strengths, whose genius lie in these other areas, how important this work is and how important this message is.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you going on this journey with me. We ended with thinking because, once you have this limitless model, you unlimit your mindset, you have unlimited motivation. Now we really narrowed down to the 5 core methods of meta learning. You have great focus, and once you have great focus, you could study better, and you could remember better, and you could read faster and understand more. We finished with thinking because the quality of our life comes down to the quality of our thinking. Where jobs, as you and I have discussed, they're going to machines, they're being automated, artificial intelligence, and what makes us valuable as human beings really is our creativity. Really is our ability to solve problems, really is our ability to make quality decisions and use strategy. And that's why I wanted to add this final chapter in the book, because school teaches us what to think more than how to actually think. So I wanted to present these mental models so people could solve their own problems, so that they could make good decisions, because we are the sum total of all the decisions we've made up to this point in our life. But who teaches us how to make those decisions? Did you enjoy the 6 thinking hats?
I did, and I've actually used that when I was a high school teacher. That was something I used with my students because I realized without that structured approach, we do just tend to fall into our wonderful perspective.
Our one point of view.
We really do, and it's such a powerful exercise. Not just because you get some great results out of it, but because it stretches our brains, like to sit in a hat that maybe we're not comfortable in or that we don't usually use, and to feel that part of your brain like come on and start, and you're like, wow, I can access this.
And I see it in your face too.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where we're talking about, we mentioned digital deluge. So we teach people how to read faster and how to study better. Digital distraction, that's why we had a chapter on focus. Digital dementia, that's why we had a whole chapter on memory. But this digital default, this digital deduction where we're letting technology just do all the thinking for us, then we're getting a little mentally lazy. We want to be able to harness our critical thinking skills and be able to think for ourselves. Certainly we could use technology to gather information from different perspectives. And ultimately, we need to be able to make good decisions. And that's why I love these models. And why I appreciate everybody who's been on this journey with you and I, because they made it to the end. Most people don't finish things, and that's why I'm so excited. They'll get an audiobook or they'll get a print book, and they won't get past the first chapter. But everyone listening here, they did it. And that's why I know they have that incredible limitless potential, especially in their thinking. And my challenge for everybody in this section is where are you going to take your thinking next? Where are the areas where we're not thinking big enough? We talked about exponential thinking. Some people, it's not, our lives are, again, a reflection of our thinking, and maybe we're thinking too small. So my challenge for everybody at the end of this chapter is, how can we think bigger? How can we think bigger in our health, bigger in our career? What are some of the things that we never thought was possible that we could actually make even probable through these processes?
So I'm going to reflect that question right back at you. This book, the amazing work that you're sharing here, what is your big vision for what this book can achieve in the world, or how you'd like to see it influence and empower people?
Yeah, I'm very humbled through this whole process. As I reflect back in my life, the things that I was most ashamed about, the things about not having money, when we moved to this country, being, living in the back of a laundromat, my parents not speaking the language, or having my brain injury, or being labeled a slow learner with a broken brain, or fearful of public speaking. The things I was actually most ashamed of, I'm actually most proud of. I feel like that we all go through this process where we could take adversity and turn it into a real advantage. And my hopes is for this book, as we're wrapping up with this, is that you take this and you pay it forward, that you take what you've learned on how to break the constraints and redraw the borders and boundaries of your life, that you know that really, truly anything is possible, that I want you to visualize it, see it, feel it, believe in it, and then work daily for it, because we truly could do anything. And this book is really a permission to be yourself, to remember who you truly are, that your life is like an egg, that if an egg is broken by an outside force, life ends. But if it's broken by an inside force, life truly begins. And everyone who's listening to this, they have greatness inside of them. They have genius inside of them. And the goal is to be able to let it out. And maybe what that looks like is we create these limitless meetup groups. Like, what if every single week you got together with friends and just practiced these techniques and challenged each other? How often is it where people are whispering and talking genius in each other's ears? How often does that happen? Take this book and pay it forward, gift it to somebody else, because it's like the butterfly effect. This whole conversation that we've had together, it's like a butterfly. Because while the beauty is in the butterfly, the growth happens in the cocoon, right? But it's through the caterpillar's desire to push its way out where it builds its strength and it grows the wings that could fly and soar to new heights. And when talking about the butterfly effect says that when a butterfly flaps its wings in one part of the world, it could create a storm or a tsunami on the other side of the world because of how systems work. And right now we're flapping wings. And what if those little actions that we're taking of learning, of living, of teaching other people creates a tsunami of transformation elsewhere in the world? Because you never know who's listening. And thank you so much for being on this hero's journey with us.
No, thank you for having me along on this journey and for the learning that I've got to pick up, even just by osmosis on the way. And thank you for creating this book and giving us the gift of really accessing that ultimate superpower, which is our ultimate learning power, which really does unlock all that limitless human potential.
Afterword, Return of the Possible. If you're anything like the overwhelming majority of people in the world, when you started reading this book, you were being governed, either consciously, unconsciously, or both, by a suite of limitations you'd either impose on yourself or others have imposed on you. Maybe you wanted to learn a new ability, but you were sure you didn't have the capacity to do it. Maybe you wanted to throw your hat in the ring for a big work promotion, but your inner voice kept telling you that you really didn't have the competence for it. Maybe you were convinced that you were always going to leave the house without your phone, or you were never going to remember all the names of the people at your next social gathering, or you were forever going to be the boring guy reading his speech from a piece of paper. If this has ever described you in any way, now that you've come to the end of this book, I hope you're ready to wave goodbye to that person. Instead, let's meet the new limitless you. The limitless you has a limitless mindset. You no longer believe that there are all sorts of things you can't be or do. There might be all sorts of things you haven't done yet, and there might be all sorts of things that you've had trouble doing in the past, but the limitless you knows your past doesn't equal your future. The limitless you understands that your brain is a much more powerful tool than you might have previously imagined, and that by setting your mind to learning whatever you want to learn, you can conquer just about any skill. The limitless you also has limitless motivation. In the past, maybe you could conceive of a more ambitious life, but you couldn't actually get yourself to take action. Now, though, you know
how to align your habits with your ambitions. You're capable of making a commitment to lifelong learning and lifelong improvement. And it's as natural to you as getting dressed in the morning. You also know how to fuel your brain with food and sleep and exercise so that you could start your day in the best place. And you're always ready to take on new and demanding challenges. And you know how to tap into the flow so that once you start a task, you can dive into it completely. And perhaps most significantly, the limitless you has unlocked the methods of learning how to learn. By discovering this, you have become exponentially more powerful than you were before. Beyond a few physical limitations, if you can learn it, you can do it. And the tools you now have at your disposal allow you to learn anything faster. When you couple that with the skills you've gained in unlimiting your focus, your memory, your thinking, and your reading, you're in possession of the ultimate superhero toolkit. A superhero is not just someone who has discovered and developed their superpowers. Every superhero must eventually return to their world and serve. They must bring with them the lessons and wisdom they won through their journey. They must not only integrate their powers into their lives, but they must learn to use their powers to help others. In the end of The Matrix, Neo, played by Keanu Reeves, has won the battle and broken free of limits. In his last phone call to the Matrix, Neo says, "I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you, a world without rules or controls, borders or boundaries, a world where anything is possible." He's returning to the ordinary world, but with a mission to help inspire others to free their minds. My hope for you is that you not only take what you've learned in this book and make your life better with it, but that you are inspired to make the lives of those around you better too. The formula is learn, earn, return. No hero's journey is exclusively for the benefit of the hero. With your newfound knowledge, help those around you to learn better and faster and unlimit themselves. In the film Lucy, an American student played by Scarlett Johansson develops superhuman powers after the full potential of her brain is unleashed. Professor Norman, played by Morgan Freeman, is a neurologist who helps Lucy cope with the startling changes taking place in her mind and body. When asked by Lucy what to do with her new gifts, Professor Norman replied in Morgan Freeman's unique voice, "You know, if you think about the very nature of life, I mean, in the very beginning, the development of the first cell divided into two cells. The sole purpose of life has been to pass on what was learned. There was no higher purpose. So if you're asking me what to do with all of this knowledge you're accumulating, I say, pass it on." So, now the question becomes this: what are you going to do with what you've learned? Solve a challenging problem at work so you and your colleagues have an impact on your industry and maybe your world? Start a book club. Make a dent in that huge stack of periodicals on your coffee table, and then teach your children what you've just learned. Connect with people in more dynamic ways.
Throw a brain food dinner party. Sign up for the class that is going to open new doors for you, or maybe sign up to teach a class for yourself. Which would you choose? That's what a superhero would do. That's what the limitless you can do. Throughout this book, you've had the opportunity to take some of your new skills out for a spin. In the pages that follow, I've laid out a program to get you started. Now is the time to start to use all of what you've learned in concert. Start with one thing, but start somewhere, anywhere. And when you do, I think you're going to be stunned over what you uncover about yourself. The limitless you is the person you truly are, and the person who, over time, will become things you can't even conceive now. Know yourself, trust yourself, love yourself, be yourself. And remember, the life you live are the lessons you teach. Be limitless. With love and learning, this is your brain coach, Jim Kwik. And remember this quote at the end of Wizard of Oz. You've always had the power, my dear. You just had to learn it for yourself. The 10-day Quick Start Plan. Congratulations on making it to the end of this book. You are one of the few who completes the task at hand. I applaud you. We've covered a lot in this book. My advice is to implement everything you've learned. If you're not sure where to begin, then this 10-day plan is here to help you to jumpstart your limitless journey. You can follow this plan I made for you, or better yet, you can hand-pick 3 top tips you'd like to integrate from each main section on mindset, motivation, and methods. In this way, you can focus on the areas where you feel you're currently lacking and need more support. You can also download this 10-day Quick Start program in video format from limitlessbook.com/resources. Thank you for allowing me to be your brain coach through this book. I look forward to hearing about your progress. Day 1. Learn faster. Put this acronym FASTER into action on day 1. F. Forget. The key to laser focus is to remove or forget which distracts you. There are 3 things you want to forget, at least temporarily. What you already know, what's not urgent, and your limitations. A stands for ACT. Traditional education has trained many people to think that learning is a passive experience. But learning is not a spectator sport. The human brain does not learn as much by consumption as it does by creation. Knowing that, I want you to ask yourself, how can you become more active in your learning? Take notes, do the exercises in the book, so much more. S is for state. Your state of being is a current snapshot of your emotions. It is highly influenced by your thoughts, your psychology, and the physical condition of your body, your physiology. Change your posture or the depth of your breathing. Consciously choose states of joy, fascination, and curiosity. T, you remember, is teach. If you want to cut your learning curve dramatically, learn with the intention of teaching the information to someone else. E is for enter. If it's not on your calendar, there's a good chance it's not getting done. Take out your calendar and enter blocks of time to invest in yourself, even if it's only 10 or 15 minutes a day. And finally, the R is review. You are better able to retain information by reviewing multiple spread out sessions. Get in the habit of reflecting on your day and do a daily review of what you've
learn. Day 2, kill your ants. Identify the voices in your head that are focusing on what you can't do. Those ants, automatic negative thoughts. Start talking back to them. Remember, too, to discount these pesky lies, limiting ideas entertained, and consistently check in with your BS, your belief system. When you find yourself thinking, I always screw up this sort of thing, counter with, just because I haven't been good at this in the past doesn't mean I can't be great at it now. How can I learn from this? Don't shrink what's possible to fit your mind. Expand your mind to fit what's possible. Day 3, question your questions. Reflect on the power of dominant questions. You likely have one question you're subconsciously asking yourself throughout the day. Identify this question and think about how you can change it to change your behavior. Knowledge itself is not power. It only has that power when you apply it. Start asking questions that will help you get the empowering answers you need throughout the day. Day 4, imagine what you want most. Take a moment to write down all the disadvantages you will have when you don't apply what you learned in this book. For example, you could write, I will have to keep studying hard and settle for the same mediocre results. I will continue to doubt myself. I won't be able to show up at my best for my loved ones, or I won't get a good job. Now, write down the advantages you will have when you apply what you learned, such as, I'll be able to learn what I need to learn with confidence, get a great job I love, and make a lot of money so I can give back to the world. I will have more free time to exercise, to get healthy, travel, and spend more time with my significant other. Or something simple like, I will finally have some free time to just get caught up and relax. Get specific. See it, feel it, believe in it, and then work daily for it. Visualize your celebratory champagne moment. Day 5, consider your purpose. Purpose is about how you relate to other people. Purpose is what you're here to share with the world. What is your why? Think about who's counting on you to be more limitless. Is it your family, your lover, your friends, colleagues, neighbors? Get specific about who you're letting down by setting limits in your life. Now, think about how you could affect the lives of others when you show up 100%. Day 6, start a new healthy habit. Take small, simple steps to create one new healthy habit that will lead you to success. Make it a part of your morning routine. You'll never change your life until you decide to change something you do daily. Your daily decisions and habits have a huge impact on both your levels of happiness and success. If you're persistent, you can achieve it. If you're consistent, you can keep it. Little by little, a little becomes a lot. Remember, every professional was once a beginner. Pick one new habit you will start today. How can you break it down to small, simple steps that you can do consistently each day? Day 7, give your brain some energy. Harness your energy to win each day. Eat one or more of these brain foods daily. Which one is your favorite and why? Remember, what you eat matters, especially for your gray matter. Is what you're eating energizing you or depleting you? Write down some creative recipes you can make using the brain foods like avocados, blueberries, broccoli, eggs, green leafy vegetables, salmon, turmeric, walnuts, dark chocolate, water. When you go to limitlessbook.com/resources, you'll see more recipes. Day 8. Optimize your study. Studying isn't just for people in school. We are all lifelong learners. Set the optimal state to study and learn. Remove distractions. Use the HERE method. Halt, empathy, anticipate, review to watch a TED video you've never seen before and practice your listening skills. Day 9. Always remember Mom. Before you begin any task, always check in with your mom. Motivation, observation, methods. Also, check in with your why. What is your motive for remembering people's names today? What do you observe? Remember, most of your memory is not a retention issue. It's an attention issue. Practice remembering the names of everyone you meet today by using the association technique. If you forget someone's name, write down if it was your motivation or your observation, or was it the method that led you to forget that name? Then try again with another person. You can practice this skill even when you're shopping at a grocery store or walking through the street or watching television or anything else. Assign names to strangers you see and test how many you can remember. And finally, day 10, embrace the power of reading. Set a daily reading goal. Even if it's just for 10 minutes a day, there's power to reading, and the benefits compound over time. The key is consistency. Pick a book you've been wanting to read. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Put away the distractions and practice reading with a visual pacer. Then schedule your reading time for each day. Put it in your calendar as an appointment with yourself. Leaders are readers. Reading is great exercise for your mind. Remember, you can download decades of experience by reading just one book, much like you did with this one.